Thank you for the listening. If you want to support us, please subscribe to our channel of relaxing music. Link in the description below this video.
Chapter 1, January 2005. The downtown LA bar was a dump, and that suited Mike Delaney's mood right now. There was one free stool between a middle-aged couple playing tonsil hockey on the right, and a surly-looking drunk in a lumberjack shirt, jeans and work boots, hunched over a tumbler of bourbon on the left. Delaney, perched on the cracked leather cushion, caught the bartender's eye and ordered a beer. On the wall above was a fuzzy television screen showing a football game, with the sound up loud and no one watching. The drunk peered at him with eyes like bloodshot mollusks. "Know you, don't I?" he slurred. "You're the guy from that show, right? Some while back. That's you, right?" The bartender placed a beer in front of Delaney. "Paying cash or opening a tab?" "A tab, please." "Got a credit card?" It was that kind of a place. He eased the Amex from his fraying wallet and laid it on the bar. The bartender palmed it. "Mickey Magic, right?" the drunk said. "That was you, on television." "You remember the show?" Yeah, I do. It sucked." "Thanks, pal." "No, I mean it. How many years back was it? 10? "About that." "Yeah." The man downed the remnants of his drink. "You were crap. No surprise it got dropped, eh?" Delaney took a long pull of his beer and ignored him. It wasn't just his show that had been dropped. His agent, an hour ago, had now dropped him too. "Know what, kiddo?" Al Siegel had said over the phone from his swanky office on Wilshire. "You gotta realize you're a dinosaur. I was struggling to get you anything before you went and freaked out. Your career's over. Face it, you're pushing 60. Go retire. Move to Palm Springs, take up golf or something, you know? I got another call coming and I have to take. Listen, I'm sorry, kiddo, but that's how it is. Are we done?" That's how it is. Boy, did Mike Delaney know that. You were over the hill at 40 here in Tinseltown. When he went to his old haunt, the Magic Castle, hardly any of the magicians there were over 30. He'd screwed up the last engagement his agent had gotten him, doing close magic at a big movie star's party in Bel Air, messed up a trick and then lost the plot and threatened to deck the arrogant guy at the table who'd laughed at him. "Know what I'm saying?" the drunk persisted. "You gotta admit, you were shit." He peered at him again. "And you know what? You look like shit." He felt like shit. The drunk snapped a finger at the bartender. "Another Jim Beam, double, on the rocks." He turned back. "Beer, huh? That's a wuss drink." "That's so." The bartender laid down the tumbler, filled to the brim with whiskey and ice cubes, in front of the drunk. The man raised his glass. "You should be drinking proper liquor like this, Mr. No-Damn-Good Magician." "Cheers." He tipped in a mouthful, then, almost instantly, spat it out. "Jesus!" he yelled at the bartender. "What the hell have you given me? I ordered Jim Beam. This isn't whiskey, it's goddamn beer." The bartender, a tall, sad-looking man in his 70s who had been there forever, shook his head. "I'm sorry, mister, you're mistaken. Maybe you've had enough?" "This is goddamn beer, I'm telling you. You trying to poison me or something?" The bartender produced the half-full whiskey bottle and showed it to him. "I poured it from this." "Yeah? Well, pour another." Irked, the bartender produced a fresh glass tumbler and poured from the Jim Beam bottle. To his astonishment, a beer froth rose in the tumbler all the way to the rim and above, then spilled down the sides. Mike Delaney smiled to himself and said nothing. Chapter 2, April 2005. Ross Hunter's Friday morning started with the hangover he had promised himself he would not have. Just like he'd promised the same thing last week, and the week before, and the one before that. It had been the same every Friday morning since he had joined the Argus as a junior news reporter 18 months ago. But he had no inkling of quite how different today was going to be. Coming up to his 23rd birthday, Ross was tall and fit, with close-cropped dark hair and a good-looking but serious face, as if he was forever analysing everything, which most of the time he was, except now. Feeling like he had an axe stuck in his skull, he could barely think straight. He climbed blearily out of bed, yawned, and headed into the bathroom in search of paracetamol, cursing that he had done this to himself yet again. Every Thursday evening he agreed to have just one quick drink with his colleagues, to be sociable. Every Thursday night he ended up staggering home late from the Coach House pub in central Brighton. Part of the reason was one particular young crime reporter on the paper, Imogen Carter. He fancied her like crazy, but she seemed a lot more interested in one of the subs, and she was able to hold her drink better than all the rest of them. But he did feel that, little by little, she was starting to take more notice of him, and flirt just a bit more each time. Thanks for another great hangover, Imo, and for letting me watch you wobble off towards the taxi rank, arm in arm with sodding Kevin Fletcher. Recently graduated from the School of Journalism at Goldsmiths and highly ambitious, Ross looked forward every morning to getting to work in the newsroom, where, as a junior reporter, he could be sent to cover just about anything. A traffic accident, a cot death, a fire, a court hearing, a charity presentation, or something as dull to write about as a school open day. All grist for the mill, learning his trade, cutting his teeth on this good, respected local paper. Hopefully a workout in the gym, then a long uphill cycle ride to work would clear his head. He listened to the local Radio Sussex news on the clock radio as he wriggled into his tracksuit and pulled the laces tight on his trainers, hoping for a big breaking story, the kind of story where one day in the future he might make his name and fulfill his dream of a national paper front-page splash and byline. Gulping down the capsules with some water, he went into the kitchenette of his drafty second-floor flat off Portland Road, the faint smells of last night's cooking from the Indian takeaway 2 floors below, not helping the nausea that accompanied his splitting headache. A couple of mouthfuls of banana at the breakfast table made him feel a little better. Washing them down with some apple juice, he stared at the post-it note stuck to the surface with the reminder he had written, "Dad's birthday card." He'd pick one up somewhere later. He went downstairs, walked past his padlocked bike in the hall, and let himself out into the darkness and falling drizzle. After a brisk 10-minute jog, he arrived at the gym shortly after 7 a.m. Several people were already there, working out in the mirrored room with its faint smells of sweat and polish. Most were alone on the treadmills, cross-trainers and spinners, or doing weights and crunches, and a few were having personal trainer sessions. The pounding beat of Queen was too loud for Ross's head as he stepped onto a cross-trainer to do a 20-minute workout program and cranked its display into life. As he built up his pace, watching his heart rate rising, 110, 120, 130, he was startled to suddenly hear his brother, Ricky, scream out his name. So loud, so close, it felt like he was standing right beside him. Except that wasn't possible. Ricky lived in Manchester, 260 miles away, where he worked as a trainee hotel manager. They rarely spoke on the phone, but Ricky had emailed him only yesterday afternoon to discuss what present to buy for their dad's 60th birthday next week. An instant later, it felt like electricity was shooting from the swinging handles of the cross-trainer into his arms. He was unable to move. His feet stopped in the treads. His brain began to spin, like it was hurtling down a fairground helter-skelter. In a flash of panic, he wondered if he was passing out from lack of sugar, or was he having a heart attack? The room swayed, a sea of grey machines that were now blurs. He was being sucked into a long, dark tunnel. His whole body was spinning wildly now, and he clung desperately to the handles of the machine. Ahead, in the distance, he saw a light, growing brighter and more intense by the second. Images flashed past, an embryo, a baby, his mother's face, his father's face, a ball being thrown, a whiteboard with a teacher holding a marker pen and shouting at him. His life, he realized. He was seeing his life flash by. "I'm dying." Seconds later, The bright light at the end of the tunnel enveloped him. It was warm, dazzling, and he was floating on a lilo on a flat ocean. He saw his brother's face float right above his. "It's okay, Ross, yeah? We're cool." Ricky, whom he had loathed for as long as he could remember. He disliked the way Ricky looked, the way he spoke, the way he laughed, the way he ate. And he knew the reason why. Ricky was his identical twin. It was like looking into a mirror every time he saw him. There was meant to be love between twins, a special inseparable bond, but he'd felt none of that over the years. Instead, just intense dislike. It was mainly because his parents had always favoured Ricky. Yet Ricky couldn't ever see that. As soon as he was old enough to leave home, he'd escaped, got as far away from Ricky as he could, a different college in a different city. He had even at one point been tempted to change his name. Now his brother was drifting away, steadily being absorbed into the white light, and turned towards him, arms outstretched, as if desperately trying to reach his hands, to grasp him. But he was moving away too fast for Ricky, like a swimmer being sucked backwards in a rip current. Ricky called out with almost desperation in his voice, "We're cool, Ross. Yes?" "We're cool," he replied. The light swallowed his brother, then momentarily dazzled him. Faces were peering down at him. The light had changed. He smelled sweat, carpet, unwashed hair. Could hear pounding music. His heart was thudding. Someone was kneeling over him. "You okay?" Ross stared around, bewildered. With a stab of panic, he wondered, had he died? Helping hands picked him up, steered him over to a weights bench, and propped him up while he sat down. A muscular man, one of the gym's personal trainers, stood over him, holding a plastic beaker of water. "Drink this." He shook his head, trying to clear it. "Maybe you overdid it on the machine," a voice said. No, I... He fell silent, confused. "Shall I call a doctor?" someone else asked. He shook his head again. "No, I'm fine. Honestly, I'm fine. Maybe I need some sugar or something." "Stay sitting here for a few more minutes until you're sure you're okay." Someone held out a spoonful of honey, and he put it in his mouth. "Are you diabetic?" a voice asked, one of the staff staring at him with concern. No, I'm not." It was 10 minutes before he felt able to stand without holding on to anything. A short while later, after persuading them he was okay, he left the gym and walked home in a daze, oblivious to the rain, the cold, to everything. He let himself in through the front door and climbed the stairs, feeling exhausted. It felt like climbing a mountain. He'd said he was fine to the people at the gym, but he didn't feel fine at all. He felt terrible. As he let himself into his flat, he heard his phone ring and felt it vibrating in his pocket. He pulled it out and looked at the number on the display, which he didn't recognize. "Hello," he answered. He heard a tearful woman's voice. "Ross? Oh, God, Ross?" It was Cindy, Ricky's girlfriend. "Hi," he said, still very shaken. "Cindy, what's up?" She burst into tears. He listened to her sobs for several seconds before she composed herself. "Ricky." "What?" "The police just came round. Ricky was out for his morning run in the park. A tree fell on him half an hour ago. A tree crushed him. Oh, God, Ross. Oh, God, he's dead." Chapter 3, July 2009. After years of constant bombardment and fighting in the city streets, there were no hotels standing intact in Lashkar, and those staffing them had either been killed by the Taliban or fled long ago. Because of security difficulties and many journalists being kidnapped, some executed, it was considered a no-go area. The members of the International Press Corps who did venture there were housed in a tent within the white-walled compound on the city's edge that was the coalition military base for Helmand province. All the journalists had been advised to blend in as much as possible, to grow beards, wear beige clothing, not to walk around alone, and specifically not to wear their press tabards if unescorted, as that would single them out as kidnap targets. Twinned with hell, Ross Hunter had texted his wife soon after arriving here, or rather had attempted to text her. It had taken over a day of regularly trying for the text to finally send. Unlike the other seasoned reporters, this was his first experience in a war zone, and at this moment, constantly afraid, he very much intended it to be his last. For large parts of most days, the sun was obscured by dense smoke from artillery and burning buildings. The air was thick with the stench of decomposing bodies, drains, and cordite, and the muezzin's 5 daily calls to prayer were mostly drowned out by the constant clatter of helicopters. Ross sat on the dormitory bed he'd been allocated, scratching his beard, which itched constantly, trying to file his latest piece for the Sunday Times on his laptop, connected online through his satellite phone. To add to his discomfort, he was feeling something of a fraud. A year earlier, he had written a piece in praise of a former boy from his old school who, he discovered, had lost both eyes and his right hand in battle several years ago, and had managed to rebuild his life, marry, father 2 children, and go skiing. In the piece, he talked about the unseen bravery of our troops in battle. The article had prompted an enthusiastic response from the army brass, inviting him to see a war zone for himself and to meet the troops. But it had also prompted a flood of emails from serving soldiers across almost all ranks, some giving their actual names, but many anonymous, telling him horror stories about how the UK government was letting down the troops and causing many unnecessary deaths through shoddy equipment or the lack of it altogether, thanks to scrimping on budgets. The Sunday Times had arranged the necessary documentation and paid for Ross to attend a mandatory 3-day hostile environment training course in Hertfordshire. He'd been flown out here on a C-130 Hercules military transport plane via a circuitous route. His one request to his newspaper was that they did not print anything derogatory until he was safely back in the UK. He wasn't too keen on the idea of antagonizing any of the people responsible for keeping him safe out here. And he quickly found there was much to write about. A complete exposé on the treatment of British troops by their own government. The list included British soldiers being provided with guns that jammed, armoured cars inadequately plated to protect them from landmines, and a total absence of battlefield beacons to prevent deaths from so-called friendly fire. In his last dispatch, Ross had quoted anonymously, at the man's request, a senior military commander likening the equipment supplied to being on par with long out-of-date mobile phones. And to add insult, there was now little sympathy, support, or aftercare for the terribly wounded and often permanently disabled troops after they were brought back home. As Ross focused, he tried to blot out the background noise of the distant and sometimes worryingly not-so-distant pounding of shells, bursts of gunfire, and sporadic bomb blasts that continued into the night. Most of the foreign correspondents seemed to know each other like old mates, including the photographer who'd been assigned to him, making him feel a distinct outsider. Some of them were playing poker with a deck of cards that had seen better days, beneath a sluggish ceiling fan that performed the trick of moving the hot, humid air around the interior without either creating a draft or changing its temperature. Ross was perspiring, feeling clammy and sticky and in need of another cold shower, although he'd had one a few hours ago. During the past 2 weeks, he'd barely slept, and he felt permanently exhausted and nauseous with fear. But overriding all that at this moment as he typed was his anger. Anger at the aftermath of the rape and massacre of women and children by the Taliban he had witnessed. Anger at what he had seen in the house he had entered with troops yesterday, where an elderly man was hanging from a makeshift noose, with the naked body of a young woman on the floor beneath him, her throat cut. They'd heard a woman crying, and found the man's wife hiding in an upstairs cupboard. All she could say, repeatedly, was a single word. An Afghan soldier translated it for Ross. Why? Where was God, he wondered, having fun watching this carnage? It really felt, being here in Afghanistan, witnessing atrocity after atrocity every day, that God had a very sick mind. That he had created this entire world for his own warped pleasure, to see what new layers of humanity the people he had created would strip away next. Lying on his bed in the small hours, never sure if a shell was going to land on the press tent and blow him and the rest of them to pieces, Ross had his headphones plugged in, listening to music to try to block out the sounds. Imogen, whom he had married 2 years ago, had made him up playlists for this trip from some of his favourites, Maroon 5, The Fray, Kaiser Chiefs, and loads of his country and western favourites, David Allan Coe, Willie Nelson, and Patsy Cline. On the night before the attack, he had tried to text her, as he did every night. "I love you so much, babes. Don't wish you were here, 'cause wouldn't wish here on anyone. Thinking of you gets me through every day at night. Tried to read book on war poets you gave me, but too sad. Especially the one that goes, 'If I should die, think only this of me.' Because then he did die. I dream of being back in your arms. Seen some terrible things. How can any human being do this? Love you. Kiss, kiss." To his relief, and as rarely happened, the text went through on his first attempt. The following morning was a date that would forever be imprinted in Ross's mind. Friday, the 17th of July. The coalition forces scented victory, finally. The Taliban were on the retreat. 2 squads were being sent to secure an area in the city that the Taliban had been pushed out from yesterday. The reporters were told at the briefing there would be a good opportunity to see and photograph more Taliban atrocities, but, they were warned, there was still danger from snipers. Ross had discussed it with the photographer Ben Haynes, a wisecracking, indefatigable veteran of several previous war zones, and they decided that with 20 United Nations ISAF soldiers, as well as several local soldiers and guides to protect them and the other reporters from around the globe, it was a relatively small risk to take. It was all new to him, and it would be good for his career to see live action. He would learn fast. At 7 a.m. they set off through the ruined city, the rancid stench of decaying human flesh filling the humid morning air, and helicopters like giant cockroaches hovering low above them. Ross and Haynes wore helmets, military fatigues, and body armour beneath their tabards, printed boldly front and rear, press. All around them were bleached-out walls pockmarked by bullets, bombed or shelled ruins, and angry graffiti. It happened without warning, as they walked out of the protection of a narrow alley into the central market square. A maelstrom of fire that seemed to come from every direction at once. An ambush. Ross stood for some seconds rooted to the spot, more curious for an instant than afraid. Then a rocket took off the top half of the head of a local man right in front of him, in a spray of brains and blood. A grenade exploded a short distance away. He felt the blast and saw soldiers, journalists and photographers thrown to the ground. It was closely followed by another blast, and a decapitated head rolled along the dusty ground, mouth open, eyes open in disbelief. Ben, crouched with his camera, filming away, suddenly screamed in agony and began rolling across the ground like some demented whirling dervish. Crazed with fear, everywhere that Ross looked he saw spurts of fire. From the rooftops of the single-story dwellings, from the windows, directly to his left was a tall, badly bombed-out shell of a bank, its front doors missing. He raced towards the entrance, the air around him thick with vicious cracking noises and bullets kicking up dirt and stone splinters. He entered the bank's darkened interior, looking around in blind terror. The gunfire continued behind him. He stopped and looked back. Straight into the eyes of Ben Haynes, who was lying on the ground, a pool of blood flowing from his side, his camera a short distance in front of him. He was trying to move, to crawl, to reach his camera, but couldn't. "Ross, help me! Help me! Please help me! For God's sake, help me!" he shouted in an agonized, desperate voice. All around lay soldiers, reporters, and photographers. Some were motionless, others writhing or crawling. A massive volley of shots rang out. Several stopped moving. "Ross, Haynes screamed. "Oh, God, help me!" Ross ran back out and towards him, zigzagging as he had been briefed if under fire, oblivious to the danger, determined to do what he could for his friend, somehow drag him to safety. But when he was just a few yards from the photographer, he heard a burst of machine gun fire. Haynes shook like a rag doll. Rips appeared in his clothes. His helmet was hit by something that made it fly off. A split second later, a small piece of the top of his scalp was blown away, and his head collapsed forward into the dirt. Ross turned in shock and terror and sprinted back towards the building's entrance. He heard more shots, more cracking sounds from bullets as a line of dirt kicked up in front of him. Something pinged off his helmet. He felt a sharp pain in his right foot. Then, as he reached the entrance, his head felt like it had been struck by a hammer, and he tumbled forward. The stone floor rushed up towards him, punched him hard in the face. Had to get up. Had to. Saw figures wearing the headscarves of Taliban fighters running towards him, clutching blazing AK-47s. Bullets cracked all around him. He fled into the interior of the building, ducking and weaving, running for his life, sprinting past desks, the computers all covered in dust and bits of rubble. He vaulted a cashier's desk and ducked down on the far side. Waiting. His right foot felt as if it had a metal spike driven through it, and his head was throbbing. He had lost his helmet. He heard another short, hard burst of gunfire outside somewhere, followed by sudden, miraculous silence. No footsteps approaching. He felt giddy. He looked up. The ceiling seemed to be revolving above him. His body was swaying. It felt as if all the blood was draining from his head. The floor thumped him in the face again, but he did not notice. He lay still. Sometime later, he didn't immediately know how long, a squeak woke him. Ross found himself staring in near darkness into the face of a whiskered rat the size of a rabbit. "Fuck off," he hissed at it. The creature scurried away into the gloom. In the far distance was a massive explosion. Another car bomb. His head pounding, his mouth and throat parched, desperate for a drink of water, he crawled onto his knees, listening, remembering. The cashier's desk he had vaulted over. Complete silence now. He tried to stand, and his right foot was agony. There was congealing blood around his boot. He put a hand up to push his hair back and felt something sticky. He looked at his hand and saw it was also covered in blood. It was all coming back, and he shivered. "I'm alive." Slowly, cautiously, he stood up, peering over the top of the desk. In the distance he could hear the call to prayer. There was faint daylight ahead beyond the doorway he had come in through. He looked at his watch. 7:30 p.m. Jesus, it had been a few minutes past 7 a.m. when... He walked painfully towards the doorway and peered out. Bodies everywhere. Some coalition soldiers, some press corps wearing their tabards, and several Taliban fighters, all lying on the dusty ground. The person he focused on was the photographer who had been his mate during this past horrific month. Ben Haynes. Flies were already swarming around the bodies. He was about to step forward when he heard voices. He froze. Voices getting louder, approaching. He ran back into the interior, past the empty workstations of the tellers towards the back, pushed open a door and saw stone steps leading down. He heaved the door shut behind him and noticed steel bolts. Hurriedly he slid them home and ran on down. One floor, then another, down. The heat was less oppressive here. In front of him was a walk-in safe, the door with huge rotating handles on it, slightly ajar. It took him several seconds to heave the 6-inch thick steel door open enough to slip inside. Then, using the light of his phone, he looked for an interior handle, but there wasn't one. He just pulled it shut as far as he could. Standing still, he switched his phone to silent as a precaution, although it was showing there was no signal. His heart was beating inside his chest so loudly it was the only sound he could hear. Leaning up close to the tiny crack between the door and the frame, he listened for any sounds of movement above him, for anyone hammering on the door 2 floors up that he had bolted. He could hear nothing. Shaking uncontrollably, he looked at his phone screen. Imogen hadn't replied to his last text. Had it not gone through? The terrible sound of the photographer's voice screaming for help echoed in his mind. The pitiful sight of the man writhing, trying to crawl, the top of his scalp flying off. Ross struggled to stop himself vomiting from revulsion and fear. Then he sat down on the hard, bare floor in the empty safe. His head was throbbing, pain was searing through his right foot, and he was desperately in need of water. He hadn't drunk anything since before they'd set off. He eased off his boot and sock, pulled his foot up, and inspected it with his phone's torchlight. There was a jagged, bloody hole in the top, a couple of inches behind his toes, and an even messier hole at the bottom where a bullet must have passed through. He raised his hand to his head and felt a small indentation like a groove above his right temple. Shot twice? There must be toilets somewhere in the building and a kitchen of some kind where he could find water and perhaps a first aid kit. He would look later, when he felt it would be safe to venture out of his hiding place. He curled up on the floor and slept. 10 minutes later, he was woken by something crawling over his face. Chapter 4, July 2009. Am I going to die down here, alone with the rats? In his sleep he dreamed of water and food, simple food, boiled eggs, stewed apples, French fries, burgers with cheese, relish, tomato ketchup. When he woke, he was in darkness. His phone battery had died. All he had to give him his bearings now was his watch, with the dial that illuminated when he pressed a button on the side. He felt feverish. He thought of his brother, Ricky, thought about him constantly with pangs of guilt and regret. He'd bumped into an old school friend at a wedding a short while after Ricky had died, Jim Banting. Jim told him that Ricky knew Ross didn't like him, but he'd never understood why. Sitting in the darkness among the rats with nothing to do but think, he dwelt on Ricky, feeling full of remorse for how he had treated his brother. Thinking all the time about Ben Haynes's body lying outside, rotting in the searing heat. It could have been him. Or perhaps if he had done something different, he might have saved Ben, somehow. Last night he'd crept up the stairs, unbolted the door, and heard voices above him in Arabic. He'd hurried back down in panic, forgetting to bolt the door shut again. So parched with thirst, his tongue felt like an alien object, his lips stuck painfully together. His head felt better now, but in the faint glow of the light from his watch, he could see pus on his foot. It was going septic. If he didn't get it treated, it would turn to septicemia and he would die down here, alone. He needed to go and try to find some first aid stuff, quickly. Then he felt a sharp pain on his right hand, opened his eyes, saw red eyes in the darkness. A rat had bitten him. "Get off!" He swiped wildly at the creature and stood up unsteadily, giddily. His right foot felt like it was burning. "Fuck you!" he shouted at the rat. Above him he heard a noise. Footsteps. He froze. Shit! He'd shouted out and given himself away. Footsteps coming closer, down the stairs, step by step. Shuffle, shuffle. Getting closer. Shuffle, shuffle, closer. He flattened himself against the wall. Closer, shuffle, shuffle. Thinking he would surprise the bastard, jump on him. Closer. He heard a little grunt, someone tugging at the heavy door, heard it moving, opening. He was shaking in fear. Then the voice of a child, timid, foreign. "Hello?" Ross pressed the button on his watch again and saw the small boy. Dark hair so coated in dust it looked grey, his clothes ripped into rags. He just stared at Ross, numbly. "It's okay, kid," Ross said. "English?" "Uh-huh." "Taliban gone." "Gone," the boy said. He turned and ran away. Ross heard him hurrying up the stairs. He waited some moments before following him, warily, unsure this wasn't a trap, but almost beyond caring. He needed water so desperately. Food. At the top it was daylight. He watched the boy run out through the doorway, his arms in the air. Hesitantly, keeping to the shadows, ducking around the furniture but clumsily bumping into some, Ross followed him weakly, then peered out into the square. The bodies had all been removed. Bloodstains had baked in the sun. The city was almost silent, for the first time since he had come here. Moments later, he heard the roar of an engine and a metallic rumble. A tank rolled into the square. He recognized it as a Challenger 2, one of the few decent pieces of kit the government had supplied to the troops. Ross ran out, stumbling, waving his handkerchief in the air. The tank stopped in front of him. The front hatch opened, and a man's head appeared. "Need a lift, mate?" the man asked in a Cockney accent. "Going anywhere near London?" "Hop aboard, I'll put the meter on." Ross staggered towards the tank, but hadn't the strength to climb aboard. Two of the crew climbed out to help him. "Press, are you?" the man asked. He had a shaven head and a tattoo on his right arm of a skull topped by a winged eagle. "Uh-huh," Ross gasped. "Which paper?" The Sunday Times." "Gave up reading them a long time ago, all them rags. Always a crock of shit, don't you think?" Ross smiled. He had no fight left in him. "The editors. They ought to come out here. Know what I'm saying? See all this shit for real." "Do you have any water?" Ross pleaded. Chapter 5, July 2009. 10 days later, after spending 4 of them in a US military hospital in Afghanistan, then having to wait for a flight out, Ross finally arrived back in England on a troop transporter, landing at RAF Brize Norton in Oxfordshire. He'd been put on a plane a day earlier than he'd originally been told, and decided to surprise Imogen, who was not expecting him until tomorrow. Arriving early afternoon at Brighton Station in light rain, he took a taxi, ordering it first to stop at a florist where he bought a massive bouquet of flowers, then a wine merchant where he bought a bottle of Imogen's favourite champagne, Veuve Clicquot. Shortly after 3 p.m, the taxi pulled up outside the tall, slightly shabby, semi-detached building close to the Seven Dials, where they had their top-floor apartment. He paid and tipped the driver, climbed out with his hold-all, bottle and flowers, limped up to the front door, and let himself into the communal hall with its familiar smell of damp and an irritatingly loud beat of music coming through the door of the ground-floor flat. It felt strange being home, surreal almost, as if the past few weeks had all just been a bad dream, except that the scar on his head and his painful foot reminded him of the reality, as did the terrors that came to him every time he closed his eyes. He glanced at his watch. Imogen, who ran the website for an online magazine in Brighton, wouldn't be home for a couple of hours yet. It would give him time to shower and shave, put the champagne on ice and the flowers in a vase. He was so much looking forward to seeing her, to holding her in his arms, to the comfort of normality again, to making love to her. God, it had been so long, and to just talking to her, telling her about the nightmares he had been through and how thinking of her had got him through it. Maybe later they'd go out for a curry. They both loved Indian food, and he craved the normality of a restaurant. He climbed the 3 flights of stairs to the top floor, slipped his key into the lock and opened the door. As he stepped into their book-lined hall, he heard music, The Fray, one of his playlist groups, which surprised him. Was she home? He entered the living room and saw on the coffee table an open bottle of wine, half drunk, and 2 partly empty glasses, and a large bomber jacket slung on the sofa. He frowned. The music was coming from further along the apartment. "Imogen? Darling?" he called out. his voice catching in his throat a sudden cold feeling in his stomach. He put his bag, the bottle and the flowers down, then walked out of the living room and along the hall, the music getting louder as he approached the bedroom door. He heard another sound, too, a moaning sound. He hesitated outside for a moment before he pushed it wide open, and saw his wife, stark naked, a look of ecstasy on her face, her hair thrown back, her small round breasts wobbling, straddling a naked, bearded man. Then Imogen saw him. Chapter 6. 9 years later, Wednesday, the 1st of February. The old man was trembling as he made his way slowly up the steep Somerset hillside in the darkness, weighed down by the burden he carried in his heart, the weight of all human history, the eternal struggle of good versus evil, the love and wrath of God, the mockery of Satan. Unaware of the night vision binoculars trained on him, he trod carefully on the slippery grass, guided only by the weak beam of his small torch, the GPS coordinates on his phone, and the sense of mission in his heart. Destiny. His feet were wet inside his sodden brogues, and a bitter wind blew through his thin overcoat. A chill clung to his back like a compress of cold leaves. He carried a heavy spade and a metal detector. It was 3 a.m. A skein of clouds raced across the sky above him, pierced for fleeting moments by shafts of stone-cold light from the full moon. Whenever that happened, he could see the dark shadow of the ruined tower on the hilltop a short distance to his right. There was a preternatural feeling to the night. The clouds felt like the travelling mat in one of those old Hollywood films, like a scene he remembered where Cary Grant and Grace Kelly were driving along in a convertible, apparently at high speed, with the scenery passing behind them, but their hair remained immaculately in place. But tonight, old movies should be a long way from his mind, and his thoughts on just one thing: destiny. Tonight, here, was the start of the journey. He was frail, and he did not know how much time he had left on this earth. He had been waiting for the call for so long, he had begun to doubt it would ever come. And when it finally did, it was in his mysterious way. There was someone whom he had been told could help him, but he was not able to find this person, not yet, and because time was running out on him, he had decided to go it alone. The air was alive, electric. He could feel the prickle on his skin like goosebumps. The wind was full of whispers he could not decipher. He smelled the sweet grass. Somewhere close by he heard a terrible squealing. A fox taking a rabbit, he thought. The squealing became increasingly pitiful, and finally stopped. He checked the constantly changing coordinates on his phone against the ones on the slip of paper he had in his breast pocket. Closer. Closer. Nearly there. He stopped, drawing breath, perspiring heavily despite the bitter cold. It had been a tiring 2.5-hour drive to get here, followed by a long walk round the perimeter in search of a place where he could scale the fence. He'd forgotten his gloves, but it was too long a walk back to the car to fetch them. Pulling out the scrap of paper, he studied the coordinates in his meticulous handwriting once more. 51 degrees, 8 minutes, 40 seconds north, 2 degrees, 41 minutes, 55 seconds west. He was close. He felt a burst of energy, took several paces to the left, then a few more, further up the hill, closer. An instant later, the digits on his phone's compass app matched. 51, 8, 40 north, 2, 41, 55 west. He was here, on the spot. And at that moment, the clouds above him moved away from the moon and a beam of light shone down from above. Someone up there was showing him. This was the sign. His destiny. Feverishly he began to dig, gripping the spade as hard as he could with his frozen arthritic fingers. He dashed it into the ground, stood on it and pushed it down, then levered up the first clump of earth. Several worms squirmed. He moved the spade back a short distance and dashed it in again. As he did so, A bright light from out of nowhere danced all around him, not the moon now, but the beam of a powerful torch, 2 torches. And he heard a voice, an angry male voice. "Hey, you!" He turned round. For a moment he was dazzled by the beams directly in his face. Blinking hard, he directed his own more feeble torch beam back. The light fell first on a young, uniformed police officer, and next on the middle-aged man in a parka standing beside him. "It's here," he replied, "right where I'm digging. It's right under my feet." "What do you think you're doing? Are you crazy?" "I'm saving the world." "You're defacing private property." "Listen, please, listen." "No, you listen," the man in the parka said. "You are trespassing. Who the hell gave you permission to start digging up sacred ground in the middle of the night?" The old man replied simply, "God." Chapter 7. Thursday, the 16th of February. A Latin quotation was fixed to a wooden door in the cloisters of the St. Hugh's Charterhouse Monastery in the heart of the Sussex countryside, 15 miles north of Brighton. Mihi enim vivere Christus est, et mori lucrum. Its English translation was, "For me, to live is Christ, and to die is gain." Behind that door, in the privacy of his Spartan cell, Brother Angus sat at his desk, immersed in reading. For many years he had lived a solitary existence, spending many hours a day, 7 days a week, on his knees in his tiny prayer cubicle. But increasingly frequently in recent months he had ventured out of his cell and along the cloistered walkway to the vast oak-panelled galleried library. On each visit he systematically searched for relevant volumes through the thousands of leather-bound titles, many predating the printing press, and brought as many as he could carry back to his cell. Any monk here could, if he chose, remain inside his cell and never leave it. Food was placed every morning through the hatch beside his door by one of the brothers. Brother Angus was a deeply worried man, and he had no one with whom he could share his concerns for a couple more days, when he was next permitted to speak, for just 1 hour, on the Sunday walk. He would be 63 years old next month, and he did not know for how much longer he would be serving his Lord. Not long, of that he felt certain. Perhaps, because of his sickness, it was likely he might not even see another winter. Perhaps not even another summer. Until recently, he had been content with the life he had been given, although it had not always been thus. A child of the 1960s, he'd once lived the wild life to the full. A university dropout, he'd been lead guitarist in a heavy metal band, Satan's Creed, and had for many years lived an alcohol and drug-fueled rock-and-roll life, touring mostly in Germany, playing gigs in clubs and out in the open air, and having endless sex with groupies. Until one day he'd seen the light. Several lights, in fact. Penlight torches of doctors peering into his pupils after he'd massively overdosed on a cocktail of stuff he couldn't even remember taking. Operating theatre lights. Then the brightest light of them all. The light calling him. A Greek Orthodox nurse in the North London clinic that dried him out and saved his life told him about her brother, who was a monk, living in a monastic commune on the holy peninsula of Mount Athos. Angus had always been drawn to Greece, and something about the spirituality of the Greek Orthodox religion appealed to him. He converted. Then, with the help of the nurse's brother, he was given a visa to visit. He went there for 5 days, and stayed for 5 years, finding deep spirituality in the harsh regime of prayer, work, silence, and little sleep. Until one day, God called him back to Horsham in Sussex, England. His aging mother was ill and needed him. He nursed her through Alzheimer's for the next 7 years until she died. He was planning to return to Mount Athos when, one day shortly after her funeral, he happened, by chance, to drive past the St. Hugh's Charterhouse Monastery gates, and saw the light again, brighter than ever this time. He turned the car round, drove in, and gave the vehicle to the prior to dispose of, telling him to put the proceeds towards the upkeep of the place. He had been there ever since. and he would never leave now. This was his home, or at least his temporary home until he was truly home, perhaps. St. Hugh's had been constructed during the Order's wealthy days as a safe haven for French monks fleeing the Revolution. But few French monks had ever gone there. Like so many such places in recent centuries, whilst it had been built to house over 200 monks, new brothers were scarce, and as the older ones died, it was increasingly hard to replace them. There were currently just 23 monks in residence, including the prior and his deputy, and most of them came from elsewhere in the world. Silence wasn't just rigidly enforced, it was naturally enforced too. Of those 23 monks, 17 of them each spoke a different language. The monastery, like many in the world these days, short of monks, welcomed brothers from all orders. Few who came stayed for long, finding the discipline and routine too hard. Recommended to be in bed by 8 p.m., they had to rise at 11:50 p.m. for the next prayer session, which they took part in either in the solitude of their private chapels or in the communal chapel, presided over by the prior. Brother Angus's cell was unusually spacious by monastic standards. It was on 2 floors, and he had a self-contained walled garden where he could grow his own vegetables. The downstairs comprised his private chapel, where a picture of Jesus hung on the wall above a statuette of the Virgin Mary, on a makeshift pedestal fashioned from a tree trunk. Along the short corridor was a space housing his workbench and the tools he needed to carry out the maintenance on his cell and garden. His upstairs quarters, consisting of 2 small rooms, were furnished with his bunk, a wooden desk and chair, and the prayer cubicle. A turquoise hot water bottle hung upside down from a hook beside his little washroom, and there was a small wood-burning stove, providing the only heat he had during the long winter months. He should light the stove now, he knew, as he shivered, his cowled habit affording him only meagre protection from the bitingly cold draughts. But he was too immersed in the ancient English of the book he was currently reading, which he was having to decipher as he went along. Seated at his desk, with his stack of library volumes, Bible, prayer books, and prayer timetable laid out in front of him, he had a view out of the window across his garden wall to the peaceful graveyard, surrounded by the monastery's Gothic Revival cloisters. Rows of plain wooden crosses marking anonymously the burial plots of the brothers who had gone before him. And one day soon his earthly body would lie among them. But where would his spirit be? That was a question that until recently had never been a problem. But he'd spoken about it to the prior on several occasions, and each time he had been less and less convinced by the prior's assurances. The more he read and analyzed, the more his faith was being tested. What, he had started to think increasingly frequently, if there was nothing? Nothing at all. What if he had spent all these years, wasted all these years, praying into thin air? He was searching through the pages of this book now, hoping God would guide him to a passage buried within it that would give him answers. It was imperative. He didn't know the outside world anymore. So much had changed since he'd first entered holy orders. Even though he'd stepped out of them to nurse his mother, he'd been wary of technology. The outside world had moved on so much in these past decades. He rarely used a phone, though he was becoming more proficient on the internet. He had been afraid that soon he would become extinct, just rotting bones beneath an anonymous cross, like all the others who had once been here with him and before him. Then, only a few months ago, he'd received a message. The potential consequences of it had made him even more afraid, because the message was so unclear. Something was happening. There was religious turmoil in the world that was increasing and polarized in a manner that had not happened for centuries. God was giving him signs and messages every night when he slept, giving him instructions about going online, moving forward. But instead of clarity, he was feeling increasingly confused. There were days, weeks sometimes, when all the messages and signs blurred together, and he had turned from seeking religious texts to scientific ones. Most of the monks here lived without modern technology, but Brother Angus now found himself studying some of its more lateral-thinking exponents. One in particular whom he read avidly was an American called Professor Danny Hillis, the creator of the parallel processor and co-founder of the company Thinking Machines Corporation. The company's motto was, "We're building a machine that will be proud of us." And some of the inventor's words struck a chord with him. There was one particular passage from a talk Hillis had given back in the mid-1990s that had stuck with Brother Angus. In man's search for God, I'm not sure we're necessarily going to find him in the vaults of a Gothic cathedral. I think it is more likely we'll find him in cyberspace. Technology might be the way to open that hailing frequency. Angus had risked the prior's wrath and possibly exclusion from St. Hugh's by trying to convince him to give each monk a computer with internet access, rather than just the dated and slow communal one in the library. But he would not hear of it. He had dismissed it by saying, "God tells each of us all we need to know. The day we cease to trust that is the day we should cease to be a monk." Perhaps you are having a crisis of faith, Brother Angus. Just remember, everything that ever was, still is, it is there in God. Seek, and you will find. Ask him, and he will tell you. In his prayers, Brother Angus asked him with more and more urgency every day. The message he got back was that something was going to be happening, and soon. Something as fundamental to the Christian world as the coming of Christ. A second coming? Or a great impostor? Chapter 8. Thursday the 16th of February. Ross Hunter nearly didn't answer the call. The display on his landline read, "Number withheld." Probably yet another of the automated nuisance calls that were one of the banes of everyone's lives these days. He was on a deadline with his editor, Natalie McCourt, at the Sunday Times Insight section, who needed his piece exposing 6 Premier League footballers involved in a film production tax evasion scheme by 4 p.m., exactly 20 minutes away. Montmorency, their dark grey labradoodle, lying on the floor close to his desk, seemed focused on 2 deadlines at this moment. Would he finish that bone, which he was crunching noisily and irritatingly before his master took him out for a walk, and would they go out for a walk before it was dark? In the days that followed, Ross often wondered just what it was exactly that had made him pick up the phone. But he figured even if he hadn't, the caller would have almost certainly rung back, and then rung back again. Ross was pretty high profile these days, and knew better than to ever dismiss any call he received. His first big break, years ago as a fledgling reporter on Brighton's Argus newspaper, was just such a call out of the blue. That had led him to the story of a sex scandal, which had ended with the local MP having to resign his seat. "Ross Hunter," he said, staring down at the darkening Patcham Street from his den in the former loft of the house he and his wife Imogen had moved into, trying to start over, soon after that terrible afternoon when he'd arrived home from Afghanistan to find her in bed with another man. She'd begged forgiveness, told him she'd been dreading being informed by the Foreign Office that he was missing, presumed dead, and that she'd sought comfort with an old friend. Desperate to regain normality back then, he'd accepted her explanation and forgiven her. Subsequently, he discovered she had not told him the truth, and the affair had been going on for far longer. Their relationship had never been quite the same again. It was like gluing together the pieces of a broken glass. It was intact, but the joins were ever present. They'd tried to paper over the cracks by moving home. Now she was pregnant, but he still felt doubt. He just could not trust her, not totally. There were days when she arrived home late from work with excuses he wasn't sure he believed. Occasions when she awkwardly ended a phone call when he walked into the room. Always then the memory returned. Her naked body on top of the bearded man in their bed. A delivery van, its lights on, was driving slowly past. He saw one of his neighbours arriving home from the school run in her people carrier. She opened the rear door, and from the glow of the vehicle's interior light he could see her helping her small son, an irritating brat who always seemed to be shouting, out of his seatbelt. The voice at the other end of the line was that of a cultured-sounding elderly man. "Is that Mr. Hunter, the journalist?" "Speaking. Who's this?" "Thank goodness I've got the right person. It's taken me a while to get your phone number. I've phoned every R. Hunter in the phone book in Sussex." "Now, you could have contacted me on social media. I'm fairly active on Twitter and Facebook, or you could have just emailed me. My email's on all my bylines." Ross sipped some tea from the mug on his desk. "This is not a social media or an email matter, Mr. Hunter. Email is not secure. I could not take that risk. I've read many of your pieces. I was very impressed with the article you wrote some years ago for the Sunday Times about the government failing our troops in Afghanistan." "You read that?" "My son died in Helmand province, killed by friendly fire, or blue on blue, as they call it, I believe. If he'd been issued with a battlefield beacon, he might still be with us today." "I'm sorry. It's not the reason I'm calling, but thank you. My late wife and I tried not to be bitter about it." Ross was starting to think this was going to be a waste of some of the very few precious minutes that he had left to finish and then proofread his article. "I'd just like to assure you I'm not a nutcase, Mr. Hunter." "Good to hear that," he replied. "My name is Dr. Harry F. Cook. I'm a former RAF officer and a retired history of art professor at Birmingham University, and I know this is going to sound strange, but I've recently been given absolute proof of God's existence. And I've been advised there is a writer, a respected journalist called Ross Hunter, who could help me to get taken seriously." "What?" "I know it must sound strange. I appreciate that." "Well, yes, actually it does." Ross thought for an instant. "Exactly which God is it you have proof of?" "There is only one God, Mr. Hunter. There are many prophets and many different faiths, but there is only one God." "May I ask who told you I'm the person who could help you?" Ross asked, watching his neighbour shepherd her son up to the front door of their bungalow. "God himself," Harry F. Cook replied simply. "Could you indulge me for a couple of minutes?" Ross glanced at his watch, at the precious minutes ticking away. "I'm afraid you'll have to make it very quick, Dr. Cook. I'm up against a deadline." "Well, I'll be as brief as I can, or would you prefer me to call you back in a while?" "No, go ahead." He picked up a pen and scribbled down the name. Dr. Harry F. Cook, ex-RAF and Birmingham University, art history, retired. Then he took another sip of his tea, which was turning increasingly tepid. "Well, the thing is, Mr. Hunter, I need to come and see you and explain everything more fully. I can assure you that I won't be wasting your time. I don't doubt you get oddballs contacting you every day. Would you meet me for just half an hour? I'll travel to anywhere that's convenient for you. And I have something I really believe you might want to hear. I have a message for you." "You do? From whom?" "From your brother, Ricky." For some moments Ross sat, numb, wondering if he had heard right. "You have a message from Ricky?" "I do." "Can you tell me it?" "Not over the telephone, Mr. Hunter." Ross felt a cold wind blow through the room. The lights out in the darkening street seemed to flicker like 1,000 candles guttering in a blast of wind. He shivered and scribbled down some more with a shaking hand. "You really have a message from my brother?" He saw the blue flashing lights of an emergency vehicle heading up the street and heard the wail of a siren. For a moment he wondered if he was dreaming this conversation. "Who exactly are you, Dr. Cook?" An ambulance raced past. "Please believe me. I'm just an ordinary man doing what I've been told. Please, Mr. Hunter, I urge you. Can we meet?" Ross had dealt with and dismissed many nutters over the years, claiming to have world-shattering stories for him, but something in this man's voice sounded sincere and intrigued him. I'll give you half an hour, okay? I can meet for a cup of tea. If you're able to convince me when we meet that we need longer than that, we'll take it from there, all right? That's very fair. Very good of you. As I said, I'm happy to travel to meet you anywhere convenient to you, if you'll just let me know when and where. Chapter 9. Thursday, the 16th of February. Boris perched precariously on the desk inside his large cage, half on it, half off it, hammering clumsily away on the keyboard of the computer. The capuchin monkey, with his round, wizened face, cream mane and long brown tail, although smart by monkey standards, wasn't smart enough to keep a log of his keystrokes. He didn't take any notice of the gibberish that appeared in front of him. All he looked at, expectantly, was the chute from which the occasional treat, such as a peanut in its shell or a banana chip, would appear. He was aware that if he stopped, the supply of treats stopped too. He had figured out that if he just kept tapping away on those keys, the treats would keep on coming. Another thing he had learned over the past 3 weeks was that peeing or shitting on the keyboard didn't work. All that happened was that no food appeared for a long time. Dr. Ainsley Blore, former professor of biology at the University of Brighton, who some years earlier had sold his soul to Big Pharma, was now CEO of one of the world's fastest-growing pharmaceutical giants, Kerr Klug. The coincidence of the two initials being the same as the first two of the Ku Klux Klan had not escaped many of its vociferous critics. They joked, not entirely without foundation, that the only difference between the two organizations was that the pharmaceutical giant, through its genetics division, knew how to change people's skin color. But Boris was unaware of anything beyond his immediate habitat. He just hammered away, and the treats kept on coming. Ainsley Blore had long been one of the UK's most high-profile militant atheists. A youthful 55-year-old with sleek silver hair, unfashionably long for a captain of industry, he had a sharp, hawk-like face with piercing grey eyes, and was an ardent disciple of the group known at the time as the Four Horsemen of the Non-Apocalypse: Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens, and Sam Harris. Several of his New Atheism predecessors had attempted to prove the monkey and typewriter theory, which they believed would play a key part in establishing how the world had come into existence by pure chance, rather than by any form of so-called intelligent design. It was a simple, elegant theory. Given infinity, a succession of monkeys, or an infinite number of monkeys, at a keyboard, typing randomly, would eventually type out the complete works of William Shakespeare. So far, everyone who had tried this experiment had given up. A colleague of one of the UK's most famous atheists, the late Professor Anthony Flew, had tried it and concluded that the number of subatomic particles in the universe was many times smaller than the probability of a monkey even typing out one Shakespearean sonnet of just 14 lines. Flew's colleagues' conclusions were partly responsible for him turning from atheism to believing in God in terms of intelligent design. In his 20s, Blore had published 3 books in his determination to ridicule the notion of a creator: The Big Goddy, Who Was God's Father, and Just Do the God Math. The argument, and the theorem it had espoused, was as old as the hills themselves. It could be traced back to Aristotle, through Blaise Pascal and Jonathan Swift to Emile Borel and Arthur Eddington, all of whom had attempted to explain the origins of life through mathematics and chance. But in Blore's opinion, the way Anthony Flew and all the others before him had attempted or extrapolated from this experiment was fatally flawed. They had missed one crucial element. Sitting in his office, with the computer algorithm he had spent 10 years perfecting, drilling its way through the 3 weeks, so far, of the monkey at the keyboard, a pattern was beginning to emerge. Early days, but progress. Yes, very definitely progress. Of the 6 monkeys in 6 cages in the orangery of the former stately home in which Blore lived with his wife, Boris was emerging as the star. The 1,000-mile march, he thought, as Lao Tzu said. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step, or maybe keystroke. Chapter 10. Monday the 20th of February. At 3:50 p.m., 10 minutes before Dr. Harry F. Cook was due to arrive, Ross was staring out of the window of his second-floor den, thinking about a news story he was writing for the Sunday Times, which was going to make a certain National Health Trust executive squirm. He watched an immaculate white Nissan Micra pull up against the curb in front of his house. A text pinged. Looking down at the phone, he saw it was from Imogen. "We'll be home late around 7 p.m. Want me to pick up a takeaway? Fancy tie? Beware of your nutter. Don't want to find you in little bits in the fridge. Love you. Kiss, 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 kiss." He texted back. "Sure. Chicken satay and a green curry with fish, please. Armed to the teeth. Love you. Kiss, kiss, kiss." He returned to his work and tried to focus, but he could not. Late home again, he fretted. Why? What was she up to? He stared distractedly out of the window at the man in the little Nissan. Moments later, as he walked downstairs into the hall, the doorbell rang. On the nanosecond of 4 p.m. He opened the front door. A tall, elderly man stood there, holding an enormous attaché case. He was in his mid-70s, Ross guessed, neatly dressed in a pinstriped suit with matching tie and pocket handkerchief. "Mr. Hunter?" He held out a hand. "Dr. Cook, you found us okay?" "Oh, I did, indeed, thanks to the wonders of satellite navigation." As they shook hands, Cook leaned forward and said, staring at him imploringly with sad, rheumy eyes, "It is very good of you to see me, Mr. Hunter. You do understand that you and I have to save the world?" Ross gave him a hesitant smile. "Well, I'll do my best." Seeing the man so smartly dressed, he wished for a moment he had on more than an old pair of jeans, a baggy jumper, and broken-down slippers. "Mr. Hunter, I can't tell you how much this means to me, and to the human race." Ross smiled. "Yeah, well, let's see. Come in. Can I get you something to drink?" "A cup of tea would be most welcome." A loud barking came from the kitchen. "Monty, quiet!" Ross called out. The labradoodle ambled across the black-and-white checkered tiles of the hallway, his tail wagging clumsily. Ross patted the dog, then turned to the man, who was peering apprehensively at the curly creature. "He's a total softy, the loveliest nature. You okay with dogs?" "Oh, yes, absolutely fine. Monty, did you say?" "Yes, short for Montmorency." "I seem to remember Montmorency was the name of the dog in that wonderful book, 3 Men in a Boat." "That's where we got it from. Well, it was my wife's idea. She always loved it." It was one of the books that he and Imogen had taken to Italy on honeymoon, and both read, he for the first time and Imogen for at least the third, and laughed at a lot, particularly at the first chapter, when the character was bemoaning feeling too seasick to eat anything on a cruise. Ross and Imogen had been on a free cruise for the travel section of the previous magazine she worked for, and they'd been flat on their backs, feeling like death for the first 2 days crossing the Bay of Biscay in a storm. "My wife and I were always more cat people," Cook said. "We had a cat too, a rescue one, Cosmo, but he was very odd. He used to disappear for days on end sometimes. Very hard to know the mind of a cat." "Yeah, one day he disappeared for good. Maybe he got a better offer." The old man chuckled. "Maybe indeed." Ross guided him to the sofa in their modern area lounge, then went through to the high-tech kitchen which Imogen had chosen, and which had cost more than the national debt of a small nation, far more than they could sensibly afford, and put the kettle on. He made the tea, then delved into a cupboard and found a pack of chocolate digestive biscuits, which he ripped open and tipped out onto a plate. Then he placed everything on a tray and carried it through. A few moments later, seated in an armchair opposite Cook, and with Monty at his side, beadily watching the stranger stirring his tea, Ross said, "So, you said you had a message from my brother, Ricky?" "Let me come on to that." Cook took a sip of his tea, then nodded pensively, lost in his own world for some moments. "Allow me to begin at the beginning." Ross nodded. "Well, you see, my wife, Doreen, was also an academic, lecturing at the same university in physics. 6 months ago, she passed away from cancer." "I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you. The thing is, Mr. Hunter, during her last days in a hospice, She asked me to promise I would go to a medium after she died to try to make contact with her. She was really insistent about this. Frankly, as a committed Christian, I've never been a subscriber to that kind of stuff, but she became increasingly anxious, so of course I promised I would. And naturally, after she passed, I had to fulfill my promise. Of course. Ross was wondering where this was going. I managed to find a very nice lady who came well recommended, and I had a sitting with her about 3 weeks after my wife's funeral. But instead of any communication from Doreen, a man came through who claimed he had a direct message from God. He said that God was extremely concerned about the current state of the world and felt that if mankind could have its faith in him restored, it would help to bring us all back from the brink. As proof of his bona fides, he said God had told him to give me 3 pieces of information that no one on this planet knows in the form of compass coordinates. And he said there was a respected journalist called Ross Hunter who could help me to get taken seriously. Really? I had no idea I was so highly regarded. This man said he had someone with him who had a message for you. He said he had your brother Ricky. He asked me to tell you that Ricky knew you did not like him, although he never understood why, but he forgives you. Ross stared at him, mesmerized. Did he say anything else? He said he wanted you to trust me. He said 2 names. I think it was Bubble and Squeak. He said, remember Bubble and Squeak? Remember when Squeak bit you? Ross stared back at him, feeling numb. Bubble and Squeak were 2 gerbils their parents had given them on their 9th birthday. Squeak had bitten him on his index finger really hard. How on earth could this man, Dr. Cook, possibly know this? The old man looked down at the attaché case on the floor beside him and nodded at it. It's all in there, Mr. Hunter. Right. Cook opened the case and pulled out a massive bundle of A5 paper held together by elastic bands. I think we should start with you reading this. This was channeled to me directly from God over several days following my visit to this medium. He handed it to Ross. I have, of course, inked those compass coordinates out, Mr. Hunter, in case this fell into the wrong hands. It was heavy. The top page was creased and blank with a dog-eared corner. The journalist took a quick look through. There were no chapters, it was just continuous writing on lined paper, slanted, tiny, scrupulously neat in black ink with little patches of Tipex here and there, and peppered with annotations of arrows and boxes. The pages were numbered at the bottom. The last page was 1247. Right, he said. Well, if you leave it with me, I'll take a look. The old man shook his head regretfully. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this is the only copy in existence. You haven't made a copy? Cook looked almost affronted. I couldn't possibly take the risk of a copy falling into the wrong hands. I need to be here while you read it. Inwardly, Ross groaned. As he had feared, this man was beginning to sound like a nutter. Yet he couldn't dismiss what he had said about Ricky. How could he possibly have known about the 2 gerbils? He'd never written about them, and so far as he could remember, he'd never talked about them. So how did Dr. Cook know? How? He held the manuscript up, weighed it in his hands, then flicked through it. This would take me about 4 days to read. The old man raised a finger. That's about right. Ross shook his head and smiled, humouring him. You're going to sit there on my sofa for 4 days while I sit here reading this? I cannot let it out of my sight. Ross shook his head again. Dr. Cook, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, but quite apart from anything else, I don't have 4 days free. You're going to have to take a massive leap of faith. Either you leave this with me and I'll read it when I can in my own time, or you take it away with you. And before I even start, I need to know a lot more about what's in it, and about this proof of God you claim to have. What are these 3 pieces of information you say you have? I have been given 3 sets of compass coordinates. The first is for the location of the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail? Correct. That's a pretty big ticket, Ross said, noting it down. Not as big as the next, Mr. Hunter. The coordinates for the location of a significant item relating to our Lord, Jesus Christ. Does it come with a certificate of origin? Please, Mr. Hunter, as I said to you, I'm not some kind of a crackpot. Please hear me out. The third set of coordinates is for something so important it will, I assure you, have a tumultuous impact in a truly positive way on the world. Are you going to tell me what this is? In due course, but not now, not until I can be sure you are the right man for this. But let's say the third set relates to the second coming. The second coming? That is correct. Ross thought for a moment and doodled a halo. Okay, have you checked any or all of these out, Dr. Cook? Cook took a sip of his tea, then nodded pensively, lost in his own world. Indeed I have. I've checked out the coordinates for the Holy Grail. They give the location as Chalice Well in Glastonbury. Really? As you know, this has long been reputed to be the place where Joseph of Arimathea is buried. Chalice Well is one of Britain's most ancient wells, in the Vale of Avalon, between Glastonbury Tor and Chalice Hill. I do happen to know quite a lot about that, actually. I wrote a large piece on the Glastonbury Festival and the myths surrounding Glastonbury Tor for The Guardian a few years ago. All the Arthurian legends about the Holy Grail stem from around there. Good. Then you will know what I am talking about. Of course there is disinformation put out by enemies of our Lord. I suspect you are man enough, Mr. Hunter, to see beyond that. It's probably one of the many reasons why your name was given to me as the man who could help me. So, have you investigated this claim? I've been there with dowsing rods and with a metal detector, in a wide arc around where the compass coordinates pinpoint, and there is something down there. Cook's eyes lit up with an almost messianic zeal. Chalice Well is run by a group of trustees, whom I then approached, asking for permission to carry out an archaeological dig, but despite explaining why I wanted to do this, they refused. Well, did they give you a reason? I've done all I can to persuade them, but I just don't think they take me seriously. I believe it would be very different with you, with your reputation for integrity. They'd have to take you seriously. Well, that's very flattering. True, Mr. Hunter. There is a very big problem, Ross said. From what I remember from my own research, yes, it is possible that Joseph of Arimathea came to England after the crucifixion. Absolutely, Cook said. Quite likely sailing across the floodplains of the Somerset Levels, bringing with him the chalice that contained some of Jesus' blood from his crucifixion, and arriving at the legendary island of King Arthur's Avalon, a hill now known as Glastonbury Tor. For safekeeping, he buried the chalice in a secret place. 7 centuries after the death of Jesus, Glastonbury Abbey was built. In 1191, monks at the abbey claimed to have found the graves of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere. I believe all records were lost during Henry VIII's Reformation, when the Protestant Church broke away from the rule of Rome, and most monasteries were razed to the ground, with their relics and records destroyed or lost forever. Ross sipped some of his tea. Yes, but during research for my article I discovered that many of the medieval monks were pretty commercial animals, and income from tourists was as important for the monasteries as it is for many seaside resorts today. Quite a number of scholars have said the discovery of these graves was made up, aimed at getting religious tourism. How much do you know about this, Dr. Cook? I know all about it. As a shrine, the place would have been visited by thousands of pilgrims. There would have been all kinds of holy souvenirs and charlatans selling supposedly magical relics, but that was the norm for many monasteries. You are quite right to question this, Mr. Hunter, and with so much destroyed in the Reformation, it is impossible to establish the truth all these centuries later. Quite. So, have you checked either of the other 2 coordinates yet? Ross asked him. I have, but I'm afraid that until I have your absolute commitment to helping me, I cannot reveal them. Whatever his skepticism at this moment, Ross could not dismiss what Cook had told him about Ricky, and there was a sincerity about Cook that he found touching. Clearly, beyond any doubt, Cook believed in what he had been given. And yet... Dr. Cook, you said God felt that by having faith in him reaffirmed, it would help steer the world back from the brink, right? Absolutely, Mr. Hunter. But the world never has been on an even keel, has it? Go back over the past thousands of years, and for much of this time, almost everyone in the world believed in a god, or gods, of some denomination, and worshipped them. Throughout time, people have done the same horrible things they still do around the world today, even though they believed ardently in their deity. He paused for a moment and looked at the old man, who was staring at him attentively. Surely, Dr. Cook, if he truly is God, and wants to see us all back on an even keel, whatever he means by that, why can't he just do it? Because God gave us all free will. He sent his Son to save us, and we ridiculed and murdered him. We've been suffering the consequences since. Now we are being given a unique second chance. All Ross's instincts were telling him this was a hiding to nothing. A simple Google search would have told Cook all he needed to know about him having a twin who died in an accident. But Bubble and Squeak? He decided to play a bluff. He glanced at his watch. Well, I'm afraid that's all I have time for, so I don't really know where we go from here. I suggest you take your manuscript away, make a copy, and send it to me, if you'd like any further input from me. Otherwise, he stood up, it's been very nice to meet you. Cook did not move. All right, he said, pursing his lips and nodding pensively. I trust you, Mr. Hunter. I'll leave the manuscript with you if you'll give me your reassurance you will not make a copy of it. Ross nodded. If you could read it as quickly as you can, then we can meet again and develop our strategy for saving mankind. It's a plan, Ross said, on one condition. Which is? You give me all 3 sets of compass coordinates you have. Cook hesitated, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Why do you need them? You're asking me to take on a big commitment of time. I'd like to check them out for myself. I'll give you the precise coordinates I have for Chalice Well as a token of good faith, Mr. Hunter. It's not, of course, that I don't trust you, but I cannot risk them falling into the wrong hands. He stared intently at Ross again. You do understand. There are a lot of people who would want them. In the wrong hands, they could be extremely dangerous. What kind of danger? Need I spell it out? Ross could now see the teacher in the man, the impatient lecturer trying not to talk down to an imbecilic student. Lucifer, Mr. Hunter. Cook gave him a reproachful look. Satan. Kicked out of heaven, he vowed to return and is biding his time. Okay, Ross said, trying not to look as though he was humouring the man. When I feel it is safe, I will let you have the remaining coordinates, and I will also need your word that you will not attempt to excavate at Chalice Well or at any of the other locations without my being present. You have my word. With some reluctance, Cook opened his wallet, took out a tiny square of paper no bigger than 2 inches by 2 inches, and handed it to Ross. He could barely see the tiny handwritten numbers and letters. Squinting, he read the coordinates out aloud. 51 degrees, 8 minutes, 40 seconds north, 2 degrees, 41 minutes, 55 seconds west. Then he read the numbers that followed. 14, 9, 14, 5, 13, 5, 20, 18, 5, 19, 19, 20, 12. He looked at Cook. What are those numbers? They're not compass coordinates. No, indeed not. Is it some code? I honestly don't know. I had a good look around Chalice Well whilst I was there, seeing if I could spot any numbers corresponding, but no dice. But they are clearly there for a reason. A few minutes later they shook hands at the front door. "You will be careful with the manuscript, won't you, Mr. Hunter?" "I'll guard it with my life." Ross stood there, watching Cook climb back into his car, switch on the lights and drive off. It was a few minutes to 6 p.m. Then he closed the door, went upstairs to his den, and began to read. The man in the dark grey Vauxhall saloon parked a short distance along the road, lowered his night vision binoculars, switched off the video record mode, and made a few notes on his tablet before starting the car and pulling away. Chapter 11. Monday, the 20th of February. Everybody was happy, and Pastor Wesley Wenceslas liked that. He liked happiness, and nothing made the 46-year-old minister happier than to spread the word of the Lord, well, the word of the Lord interpreted by him. An interpretation that clearly resonated with many folk, the happy word. Congregations were growing week on week in each branch of the Wesley Wenceslas ministries. His church in South Kensington had been at capacity, 1,700, for every service for several years. But when Pastor Wesley himself was preaching, usually on a Sunday evening, there would be hundreds more standing watching on screens outside in pretty much whatever the weather, all praying and loving together. It was exactly the same in his other 3 churches in England, in Manchester, Leeds and Leicester. In addition, he now had 3 firmly established in America and was planning many more there. When you had God behind you, truly the world was your oyster, or, he joked since he preferred his cooked, Oyster Rockefeller. The stats were steadily rising on his YouTube channel. He had currently 5.2 million views on his broadcasts, beating the crap out of many mainstream broadcasters, and that made his sponsors very happy, which in turn made his bank manager very happy, as well as the proprietors of his favourite jewellery, shoe and dress stores in Westbourne Grove in London and on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, where he liked to buy gifts to bring back to England for his wife, Marina, who spent most of her time with their 3 small children. They were being homeschooled for both religious and security reasons in Gethsemane Park, their country estate in Surrey, which was both their home and the headquarters of Wesley Wenceslas Ministries. His English Rolls-Royce dealers in Sussex were happy too. The sporty 2-door golden sand-coloured Phantom Coupe in which he was currently driving himself was just weeks out of the showroom, and he had another 5 rollers, all less than 2 years old, in his 10-car garage. Jesus may have been poor, he reasoned, but that was then, this is now. The world has changed, aspirations have changed, Wesley Wenceslas wrote and preached. Who is better placed to reach out to those most in need of spiritual guidance? Some pious monk in Jesus' sandals on a push-bike, or someone in a nice suit and with smart wheels? Christian churches throughout the Western world were losing their congregations and wondering why. Some figured it was because they didn't appeal to the younger generation, so they stuck in rocking vicars who played electric guitars, turning the singing of hymns into a poor man's U2 concert. But they still didn't get it, did they? They still didn't pack 'em in. Harry Cohn, that old Hollywood movie mogul, had it right when he said, "Give the people what they want and they'll beat your door down for it." Hey, Wenceslas liked to joke, it was the good Lord himself who said that a great prophet shall come unto the land. People wanted colour, light, laughter, beauty, and they loved drama, sensationalism and miracles, but they needed one thing above all: money. In a hot country you could be poor, and so long as you had something to eat, you could wander around barefoot in rags and survive with no roof over your head. But in a cold, wet climate like this country, you needed a lot more, and that cost money. He believed in the prosperity gospel. The bigger your bank balance, the more blessed you were. He knew. He'd been poor once, and not so long ago. It was a simple equation, but just like so many of the traditional churches in the USA, the established churches of England had been missing the point for decades, or rather centuries. Just looking at the size of his congregation showed that. Packed churches, filled with worshippers, spreading the message, the love of God, the true interpretation of his Son's teachings. compassion, tolerance, success. How many churches over the centuries had made that last word taboo for their flocks, whilst amassing vast wealth themselves? How convenient it was to ignore the simple truth that it was the rich men who were the doers, the achievers. It was the rich men who made medicines that actually worked, who made aeroplanes, cars, food, schools, libraries, hospitals, roads. If it truly was, as the Synoptic Gospels had recorded Jesus saying, easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven, then what kind of place was heaven in reality? Pastor Wesley Wenceslas had a pretty shrewd idea. A heaven full of nothing but poor people was going to be a pretty crappy place. Some kind of massive dumping ground for losers. And who wanted to spend eternity stuck with a bunch of losers? Besides, he'd always had a problem with that quote because he knew from his studies of Jesus that the Lord was a fair man. It was both judgmental and inflammatory to imply all rich people were bad and all poor were good. Because the scriptures were subject to a lot of bad translation, he had delved into this in depth, as it defied so much of what he stood for. And he eventually got to the bottom of it, in George M. Lamsa's Syriac-Aramaic Peshitta translation. There he found the word rope, substituted for camel in the main text, with a footnote on the original in Matthew 19:24, which states that the Aramaic word gamla means both rope and camel. It was a eureka moment for Pastor Wesley Wenceslas. What Jesus was really saying was that a rich man needed to focus on the way he lived his life, as hard as he'd have to focus to thread a needle with rope, if he wanted to enter the kingdom of heaven. Of course, it made total sense. The monotheistic religions, those which believed in one God, had achieved their power and status through being control systems, and money was a big part of that. The incalculable wealth of the Vatican had been amassed through just that control, and the guilt it had imbued in the wealthy for nearly 2 millennia with that one sentence, based on a mistranslation. A deliberate one? As he sat cocooned in the comfort of his leather seat, steering with one finger on the wheel, he listened to his own voice booming out of the radio, which was tuned in to his own internet station, Wesley Wenceslas Radio. Matthew 5:5 reads, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." Well, okay. Think about that carefully, everyone. Just what does that actually mean? That if you try to stand up for anything, you're doomed? The wrought iron entrance gates of Gethsemane Park swung open as the black Range Rover in front of him, carrying 2 of his security guards, approached in the darkness. As the Rolls followed it in through the gates, a second black Range Rover containing 2 more of his guards was right on his tail. More cameras clocked the convoy as it made its way up the long, tree-lined avenue. Wenceslas smiled at the view to his right, the grounds illuminated by thousands of lamps, a view fit for the Lord. Acres of verdant green grass gently sloping down to the lake, with his own private sanctuary surrounded by fountains in the centre. That was the place where he regularly spent time alone in devotional prayer and meditating on the Holy Scriptures, whilst at the same time looking at his computer and casting an eye over his weekly finances to check that his flock was still generously supporting his God-given calling. The grass was green enough, the colour he liked, and after months of bounteous rainfall, so it should be. But sometimes in the summer months, when the rain dried up and the sprinkler system struggled to prevent it from browning, he would have the grass chemically treated green. Influential and important visitors came to this place, and everything had to look perfect for them. And that meant verdant grass. He saw nothing wrong in doing that. All of us needed a little helping hand at times in life, even God Almighty himself, perhaps never more so than in these increasingly dark and turbulent years, particularly in view of the troubling news he had heard earlier today. Chapter 12, Monday the 20th of February. "It's on the table and getting cold," Imogen called impatiently. "Coming," Ross replied. "You said that 5 minutes ago." "Sorry, coming." He carefully put down the thick stack of loose pages from the manuscript Harry Cook had entrusted to him, the only copy in existence. Luckily, he thought, because that meant no other poor sod was having to lose hours of his life, which he was never going to get back, attempting to read it. He quickly checked Facebook and Twitter on his computer, but there was nothing of particular interest, then hurried downstairs. "So, what do you think?" Imogen asked as he entered the kitchen, with its panoramic view across the lights of the built-up valley of Patcham. "I'm sorry, I was just about to come when you called first, then I saw a bit that I thought looked interesting, but wasn't." He sat down at the small wooden table, where she had set out the chicken satay and green fish curry and a tomato salad. "Smells wonderful," he said, "and boy do I need a drink." He opened the fridge and took out a lager. "Wish I could join you in that." She raised her glass of mineral water. Beside her on the table was a pile of bills. "You can still have the occasional glass. I'm being good. I'll make up for it after Caligula's born." He said nothing. He had no doubt about that whatsoever. When her recent 3-month scan had shown it was a boy, they jokingly nicknamed the baby after the cruel Roman emperor, after the hellish morning sickness Imogen had been through. And besides, Imogen had said she was not going to become one of those gooey mums that they both detested, so the name had stuck. When they'd first got married, they'd both decided that they didn't want children, certainly not for a while anyway. Most of their close friends didn't want children either, and bar one couple had still not had any. After his return from Afghanistan, Ross's views on having children had hardened. He was genuinely worried about the state of the world, and unsure what future there might be for a child. Added to that was his growing realization that he wasn't sure he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Imogen, a woman he could never fully forgive or ever trust completely again. Having a child would bring a major complication. Those first months after he had come home, he'd needed Imogen, and she'd been terrific, probably through guilt. His nerves were in tatters from his experience in the war zone. He barely slept, and when he did, he had constant nightmares. She took care of him, did everything she possibly could to make up for what she had done and to help him mend. But subsequently, in the past few years, he'd felt a void growing between them. Then she fell pregnant. It was a sign of how little he trusted his wife that he found himself sceptical when she told him she hadn't forgotten to take the pill. He took the view that she'd done it deliberately, perhaps worrying about her biological clock ticking, or perhaps in a last-ditch effort to save their marriage. Although they barely made love at all these days, maybe once a month, if that. Imogen raised her mineral water. "Cheers," she said. They clinked glasses, staring into each other's eyes, something Imogen always insisted on. Then, raising her glass again, she said, "And here's to saving the world. I'm not entirely convinced that if God wanted to save mankind, he'd have chosen an elderly, retired history of art professor to do it. He chose a humble carpenter's son last time." Ross smiled. "And this time, he's also chosen you to help make it happen. You may not be a humble carpenter's son, but you seem to care as little about money as Jesus did." She nodded at the bills. "Some nasty ones?" "Every month we get nasty bills, Ross. You seem to think I'm a magician at making them go away. I'm not. I'm just very good at juggling them all around with our credit cards. You need a couple of lucrative jobs, and we've got to build up a cash reserve for when I have to stop working to have the baby." "Yeah, well, I think this story has real possibilities. Ross Hunter, the man who has to save the world. It's a big ask, but my husband is up to it." "Your husband is up to it." He debated whether to tell her what Cook had told him about his brother, but he held back. He told her before about his strange experience at the moment of Ricky's death, and she'd been quite sceptical about it, which had surprised him, considering the traditional religious upbringing she'd had. Or perhaps it was precisely because of that. "And how is my husband getting on with the manuscript that will help him save the world by bringing it back from the brink?" "I'm afraid he is 53 pages in out of 1,247 and losing the will to live." "Persevere, brave soldier." He drank some more of his beer. "Perhaps you should read it. You're the one who calls yourself a Christian." "I'm hardly a great example of a believer, but if you knew your Bible at all, you'd know God's views on mediums and about not trusting anything that comes via them." "And can you trust anything in the Bible?" Imogen gave him a reproachful look. "Sorry, I'm finding this whole thing very strange." "Is it opening up your mind or opening up old wounds?" "Ricky?" She nodded. "I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I have an open mind, you know that. The last few days I've been thinking a lot about God, religion, Googling some stuff. I've watched a couple of debates between Dawkins and believers. I guess there's one thing that makes me feel sorry for God, if he is real." "Which is?" "How can he ever win? You have the vicar praying to him for sunshine so that the village fete won't be a washout. At the same time, you have the farmer praying for rain so his crops don't die. How does God decide?" "He has to make decisions based on the greater need." "Really? So an 8-year-old girl is dying from a brain tumour. Who has the greater need? The little girl who wants to stay alive, her desperate parents who want her to stay alive, or the tumour that wants to destroy her? Was the tumour put there by Satan for fun, or by God for a purpose?" "You can't look at it that way, darling." "I just did. It's the question everyone asks, that how come, if God really exists, he allows suffering? You want to get into a long theological debate?" He grinned and shook his head. "No. I've got a book to read. One so turgid it makes the instruction manual for my car read like a Jack Reacher thriller. The book that will save mankind, or the manuscript from hell." If it was channeled through a medium, probably the latter. "Are you still going to Bristol tomorrow for the radio interview?" "Yes." "Why didn't you go by train instead of driving? It'll give you a few hours to read." "I want to swing by Chalice Well on the way back. I'll need the car for that." "Well, take a train there, which will give you some useful time, and rent a car to come back in. The paper's paying for your travel costs, isn't it?" "Good thinking. I'll do that. Too bad God's man didn't give it to Harry Cook as an audio file. I could have listened to it in the car." She shook her head. "Too dangerous. Sounds like it would send you to sleep at the wheel." He grinned. "Yeah." "I've had to turn down a dream assignment thanks to Caligula," she said. "What was it?" "A week's diving holiday in the Maldives for the two of us. I just had to write a piece for a new online travel magazine for it. Business class flights, the lot." One of their mutual interests was scuba diving, and they both held PADI certificates. They'd enjoyed several diving holidays abroad. There wouldn't be another for some while, he thought ruefully, thanks to the baby. "Shame. We'll make sure the little bugger knows one day what he made us miss." She grinned and held up her phone. "Look, 109 hits on Instagram." She handed it to him, and he could see the Instagram picture of Monty sitting beside him with a resigned look on his face whilst he sat in his chair reading. The caption read, "Montmorency waits patiently for his master to finish reading the manuscript so he can be taken for his walk." "Love it," he replied. After their meal, and after downing half a bottle of very acceptable and quite potent Australian Shiraz on top of his beer, Ross went back up to his office, clutching the bottle and his glass. He sat down in his armchair, charged his glass, and resumed reading. There was one biblical passage after another. "But the fearful and unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, and whoremongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and all liars, shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death." After half an hour, Ross laid the manuscript on the floor to have a break, the tiny writing and annotations doing his head in, went over to his desk and logged on to Twitter. He typed out, "Anyone got views on what they think would constitute absolute proof of #God's existence, #Does God exist?" He sent the tweet, opened Facebook, and repeated the message, posting that too. Then he returned to the manuscript and continued to plough on through it. He yawned, tired, finding it increasingly hard to concentrate. Then he yawned again. His eyes closed. Chapter 13. Tuesday, the 21st of February. A loud thud woke Ross from a disturbing dream, in which demons in flowing white robes were hurtling like human jet planes towards him, yelling in fury. He sat up with a start, blinking, disorientated, momentarily unsure where he was. He saw the light of the Anglepoise lamp beside him, pages of Cook's manuscript strewn on the floor. Shit, what time is it? He looked at his watch and was horrified to see it was 2:20 a.m. He'd fallen asleep in his chair. Shit. He had an early start for Bristol this morning. He was doing a radio interview at midday on BBC Radio Bristol about the secret, iniquitous influence that political lobbyists had on many of the decisions made in Parliament. It followed an article he had written for the Sunday Times, which had caused a lot of controversy, so much that the paper wanted a further piece. He was also contemplating writing a book on the subject, and this interview by a respected radio presenter could help him with the ammunition he needed to secure a publishing deal for it. He needed to be on top form. Bristol was nearly 170 miles away. He had to take a train to Victoria and then change. A good 3 hours of reading time. If he speed-read, he might, with luck, get through a few hundred pages of Cook's manuscript, if he could bear it. He was feeling less and less sure it was worth dedicating any more time to Dr. Harry Cook. Leaving everything as it was, he switched the light off, crept into the bedroom, undressed and brushed his teeth, and slipped into bed next to Imogen, who was fast asleep. Some nights he took a pill to help him sleep, but it was too late for that. Taking one now would leave him drowsy all morning. He lay back against the pillows, thinking back to his meeting earlier with the strange old man. You and I have to save the world. From what he had read of it so far, the manuscript was nothing more than the ramblings of a disturbed mind. Bible passages interspersed with random jottings of thoughts and certain words and phrases underlined. Was he missing something crucial? Ross had tried and failed to read the Bible all the way through in his early teens. Religious studies at school had bored him senseless, but nothing ever had bored him as much as the manuscript he had spent the evening attempting to read. 85 pages out of over 1,200. Would it get any better? He doubted it. But he felt he needed to get to the end, however superficially he speed-read it. 3 hours on the train to Bristol, 3 hours of reading. Reading the manuscript from hell. The road to hell, paved with good intentions. Chapter 14. Tuesday the 21st of February. The orangery was far enough away from the house that Ainsley Blore and his wife would not be disturbed by the noises of the 6 caged monkeys, nor their smell. Inside every cage was a computer terminal connected to a continuous paper feed. The first thing Blore did every evening when he arrived home, and every morning before leaving for his office, was to check on his experiment. So far, after more than 3 weeks, 5 of them had not got the hang of this at all, despite the incentives of a treat automatically dispensed after a number of keystrokes. They tore up the paper, chewed it and spat it out, and used the keyboards either as toilets or a toy to be flung around the cage. But one, Boris, in cage 6, was his shining star, his great white hope. The CEO of the pharmaceutical giant Kerr Klug, in his tracksuit and trainers, ran breathless through the darkness, clutching a sheet of paper. He passed the concrete landing pad and the shadowy hulk of his twin-engine Augusta helicopter and crossed the croquet lawn. Entering through a side door, he raced along the hallway and upstairs to their bedroom. "Look at this," he said. "Scylla, darling, look, look!" Startled by his voice, Yeti, their white Shih Tzu, jumped off the bed. It was 6:45 a.m. Scylla had never been an early riser, and he knew that if disturbed before 8 a.m. she'd be in a grump for the rest of the day, but this was worth the grump. Blore switched on her bedside light and held a sheet of computer printout in front of her, waiting for her reaction with a triumphant smile. She blinked, then peered at the page. It was filled with rows of letters of the alphabet, interspersed with numbers and symbols. "What am I meant to be looking at exactly, my love?" she said in her usual sarcastic tone. "This!" He tapped one letter, circled in red pen. "I." She looked up at him with a frown. Am I missing something? I. Have you been drinking? At this hour? I don't think so. I? You've woken me to show me this? You don't see it, darling, do you? He said impatiently. I see the letter I. Sorry, am I being dumb? You're not seeing the letter I. You're seeing the word I. The word? There's a space either side and it's capitalized. Don't you see what that means? You've lost me. Do you want to tell me in English? He balled his fists in the air. This is a breakthrough. This is momentous. This is the start of absolute proof that God does not exist. She peered at him through sleepy eyes. The letter I? Are you sure you haven't been on the bottle? You don't get it, do you? No, I don't get it. And would you mind not talking in riddles? Okay, Boris. Your monkey? Yes, Boris. Boris wrote it. Don't you see? Don't you get it? No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't get it. The letter I with a space either side. What exactly am I missing? It's a word, darling, an intelligible word. It's taken him 3 weeks, but he's got there. A monkey has typed a word. She peered at the sheet again. Do you think he knows what it means? Does that matter? I can't believe you're even asking that question. This is the most exciting thing possibly ever. A monkey typing a proper word. No one's ever achieved this before. Once he's proved your point and typed the collected works of Shakespeare in the right order, then I will be impressed. You are totally missing the point. Are you sure it's not you who is missing it? A friend of the atheist Anthony Flew did this same experiment with a monkey and a typewriter and a perpetual paper feed. In 28 days, the monkey typed 40 pages of gibberish. There wasn't one single intelligible word, not even an I, surrounded by a space. From doing the maths, he believed the earth would run out of resources before the monkey ever typed anything intelligible, and used this as evidence for the existence of God. He was wrong. Just mark this date down in your diary. The day God's existence began to be conclusively disproved. The eyes have it, she said dismissively, called out to the dog, and appeared to be drifting back to sleep. Chapter 15. Tuesday, the 21st of February. Thank you, Ross Hunter, the BBC presenter Sally Hughes said, then leaned in closer to the microphone in the small studio. If you want to read Ross Hunter's truly fascinating article on political lobbyists, you can find it on the Sunday Times website. She read out the link, took a breath, then went straight on. You're tuned to BBC Radio Bristol. It's coming up to 1 p.m, and Rory Westerman is here with the latest travel news and weather. After the news, we'll have recipe time with MasterChef winner Charlie Bouvier. I'll be back at 2 p.m, talking to my next guest, the novelist Val McDermid. She reached forward, pressed a switch, and the red on-air light went off. She smiled at Ross. Was that okay? He asked. Great, she said. He sipped the last drop of cold coffee from the mug he'd been given before entering the studio, then picked up his rucksack containing Cook's manuscript. Are you doing any more interviews locally? She asked. No, I've organised a rental car as I'm heading back to Sussex via Glastonbury, he said, something I need to check out whilst there's still daylight. Glastonbury? Yes. Have you been there before? A few years ago. You should take a look at Chalice Well while you're there. Amazing place. It's very spiritual. Did you say Chalice Well? Yes. That's so weird you should mention it, he replied. It's actually where I'm going. What do you know about it? Well, quite a bit, actually. My uncle's a trustee. He looked at her astonished. Your uncle? A trustee of Chalice Well? Yes. Julius Helmsley. He's married to my mother's sister. Why? This is such a coincidence. Coincidence? He looked at his watch, then at the clock on the studio wall. Do you have time for a quick bite? You're back on at 2 p.m? There's a cafe 2 minutes down the road. I need a sandwich or something. Me too. 10 minutes later, they sat at a table. Sally Hughes with a green tea and a tuna sandwich, Ross with a double espresso, a Diet Coke and a microwaved ham and cheese panini. In her 30s, with a mass of dark curls framing her face, she had a warmth about her that had instantly put him at ease in the radio station, and she had a gravelly voice he liked a lot. She wasn't beautiful in any conventional sense, but she had an air of intelligence and a vibrancy that made her attractive. She looked very much at ease now in a roll-neck black pullover with a loose gold-linked chain, jeans and black boots, and wore several rings, but none on her wedding finger, he observed. So, what's this coincidence? He told her the entire story of his encounter with Harry Cook. When he had finished, she sat in silence. "What do you think?" he prompted after some moments. "What do you think?" She came right back at him. "I think he's probably a nutter. At least I did until you mentioned Chalice Well." "Are you religious?" she asked. "I guess I'm kind of an agnostic. I was veering towards atheism in my late teens, then in my early 20s, something happened." "What was that?" "It's a bit, well, embarrassing, really, too personal to talk about. A blinding light on the road to Damascus. Along those lines, what about you? Are you religious?" he asked. "I don't believe in the God of the Bible, but I think there's something, some kind of higher intelligence. I guess my view is that it would be a pretty bleak day for mankind if it was ever conclusively proved God does not exist, and there is no afterlife and no reward or retribution. We'd be left with the sheer despair and pointlessness of existence, don't you think?" "I don't know. I was okay as a non-believer until the thing that happened in your life." "Yes. And your uncle, what's his name again?" "Julius Helmsley." She shook her head. "He's a director of a pharmaceutical company. He doesn't have any religious beliefs." "But he's a trustee of Chalice Well, a holy site." "That's because he has a weekend home in the area, and his company provide funding to help maintain Chalice Well out of a kind of civic duty. They have an R&D plant in Somerset." "Do you think your uncle would talk to me?" "About Dr. Cook?" "Yes, and Chalice Well in general." "I'll ask him what he knows about the guy and get back to you." She gave him an enigmatic smile. There was something very appealing about her, but he didn't want to give out any signals with fatherhood approaching. Whatever his feelings towards Imogen these days, he felt a sense of duty to her. He looked at his watch. "What time do you need to be back in the studio?" 20 minutes before my producer starts fretting." "What you haven't told me is your view on this manuscript Cook gave you." "So far I'm struggling. I'm finding it complete tosh." "Except for the compass coordinates for Chalice Well." "Maybe. And the other 2 sets of coordinates you don't yet have? Are you interested to get those?" "I guess with my investigative journalist hat on, yes, I am." She smiled again. "It's been good talking to you." "Likewise." "Let me know if you're coming down this way again." "For sure. Do you have a card? I'll see if I can get my uncle to call or email you." Ross handed one to her. Then, after they'd finished their lunch, he gave her a clumsy cheek-to-cheek kiss. "I'll keep you posted." "I'd like that. Maybe you can come and talk about Harry Cook on my show sometime." "The man who saved the world?" "And the hotshot reporter who helped him." Ross tapped his heavy rucksack on the floor beside him. "Maybe it's all in here." "You look like you're wearing the responsibility well. No pun intended." As the presenter dashed off back to the studio, Ross walked up to the counter to pay, deep in thought. The coincidence was strange, weird, very weird. Chalice Well coming up twice in 2 days? A sign? Could it be? Or just coincidence? Chapter 16. Tuesday the 21st of February. From his 44th floor, glass-walled office at the top of the KK building, nicknamed the Pillbox by its employees, Ainsley Blore presided over the ever-expanding Kerr-Klug empire with a cold eye and even colder heart. Situated on the south bank, it gave him a magnificent view across the Thames to the Gherkin amongst the city's other monoliths. KK's research and development plant in rural Somerset was located in a much less high-profile building. The secretive plant, spread across a vast campus, showed only 3 stories above ground. It had a further 7 stories beneath, deep underground. Part of the work carried out there was research using animals, kept well away from prying eyes and animal rights activists. But the even larger part of their secretive work was gene sequencing. And from this bunker construction, they operated the largest genetics facility in the United Kingdom. Bloor and his board of directors believed the long-term strategy for their company should be patenting gene sequences for controlling chronic ailments like diabetes, psoriasis, arthritis and depression, and maintenance treatment for those with life-threatening conditions such as Parkinson's, dementia and cancer. Until a few moments ago, Bloor had been in a very good mood. He'd just signed a deal with the largest supplier of pharmaceuticals into Central Africa. The company would take off their hands all out-of-date drugs on their shelves, and in addition had agreed to distribute in that continent one of their largest-selling and most lucrative products of recent years, an antihistamine, which the FDA had recently banned after it was found to be linked to fatal effects on heart rhythms. A week ago, it had looked as if this FDA ruling could seriously harm their bottom line. Now, it was quite the reverse. He had been looking forward to a good lunch with his close colleagues today to celebrate the deal. And on top of that, he had his progress with Boris to celebrate privately, too. A young, recently graduated doctor who had just joined the firm would dine out for years on his interview with the CEO. "Stephen, you need to know one thing about Kirk Klug, and one thing only," Bloor had told him here in this office. "We're in the business of making a profit, and that's all that matters to us. If we happen, through our pharmaceuticals, to make life better for a few people, that's not my problem. Understand where I'm coming from?" But at this moment, the CEO had an altogether different problem. He sat at his desk, phone to his ear, watching a tug towing a barge along the river below him. It was a fine day outside, the kind of sunny winter morning when London looked its very best, when it was truly, in his opinion, the most beautiful city in the world. A world that was filled with opportunities for his firm, as yet unconquered markets, new patents applied for, new patents that had been granted with the drugs in final, years-long stages of testing. Sometimes when he met people for the first time at drinks parties who asked him what he did, he took perverse pleasure in telling them he was a drug dealer. But he wasn't getting any pleasure from this phone call. At its heart, the whole foundation of his company and all of the other pharmaceutical companies, both giants and minnows, depended on one thing: that no one ever found an instant magic bullet cure for any of these conditions. Their profit centers lay in products that prolonged the lives of sufferers for as long as possible, managing their conditions, not freeing them. He barked an instruction into the phone. Chapter 17. Tuesday the 21st of February. Navigating via the Google Maps app on his iPhone, Ross drove the small rental Toyota through the outskirts of Bristol. He negotiated a roundabout with signs to Bath, Shepton Mallet and Wells, and took the Wells exit, then followed the A37 as directed. The device showed he would arrive in 54 minutes. The earlier heavy rain had cleared, and patches of blue sky showed through the cloud. He was relieved that he wasn't going to have to traipse around getting soaked. But at the same time, he had a strange feeling that he was missing something. He leaned forward and fiddled with the radio until he found Heart and heard a new Passenger song playing. It was a band he liked. As he listened to the music, reflecting on his chat just now with the broadcaster Sally Hughes, the feeling he was missing something persisted, like a shadow in the car with him. Then he realized. "Shit!" he said aloud. "Oh, shit, shit, shit!" He'd left the rucksack containing the pages of Harry Cook's manuscript on the floor of the cafe. How? How could he have done this? Because he was overtired, probably. Frantically, he looked for somewhere to turn round. The road was busy, with cars behind him and a stream of oncoming vehicles. Coming up to his right, he saw the entrance to a farm shop. His heart pounding, perspiring heavily, he indicated, waited for a gap in the traffic and turned into it, bringing the car to a sharp halt. Then, looking behind him, he waited for another gap, reversed out into the road, then accelerated across the path of a lorry, which blasted its horn at him and drove as fast as he dared back towards Bristol. Jesus! The only copy in existence. What if someone stole the rucksack, thinking it probably contained a laptop? How could he explain that to Cook? Entrusted with saving mankind, he'd fallen at the first hurdle. Shit! There was a tractor in front of him, driving at 15 miles an hour. Come on! He pulled out to see past it, but there was a solid line of traffic, then the brow of a hill. His insides felt twisted up. How could he have been so dumb? What if it had gone? He had managed to skim-read the first 1,000 pages. Wherever he had stopped for a more in-depth read, he had found it consistently impenetrable. He could have happily mailed it back to Harry F. Cook at this moment, but he felt he owed it to the old man to read it all the way through. He owed it to the human race, didn't he? Maybe. Although he wasn't convinced, not remotely. And yet the coincidence of Sally's uncle was not something he could dismiss. Be there, please, still be there, please. 20 minutes later, he pulled up on a double yellow line outside the cafe and raced inside. It was almost empty. He ran past the counter to the rear where they had sat and looked on the floor under the table. It was gone. He felt hollowed out inside. Then a voice called out to him, and he turned. There was a young woman behind the counter with bright red hair, the woman who had served them, he recognized. Can I help you? Yes, I was here about 40 minutes ago. I left a rucksack on the floor. Ah, yes. You're lucky there are some honest people in the world. It was handed in by a gentleman. She ducked down and reappeared, holding up a black nylon rucksack. This it? Relief flooded through him. You're a bloody angel, he said. He nearly kissed her. He unzipped it to check everything was there, then he hurried back out to his car. The traffic was heavy all the way, and Ross reached Glastonbury just before 4 p.m., with 30 minutes to spare before closing time at Chalice Well. The road into the town was narrow, with a row of grimy houses on his left butting right up to it, and a hedge to his right, which barely allowed room for 2 lorries to pass. The hedge ended at a lane going uphill. On the far side of the lane was a high grey wall with a green and white sign and an arrow, Chalice Well Trust. 50 yards further on was a much larger sign by an opening in the wall. He turned into it and found himself in a parking area with 2 cars and a dozen or so empty spaces in front of a row of attractive cottages. In a different location, he thought, they could be village tea rooms. There were several signs. Welcome to Chalice Well and Gardens. Chalice Well is a sanctuary and world peace garden. Disabled parking only. A smaller sign below that said there was a car park 200 yards along the road. He turned the car round, drove back onto the main road, and almost immediately saw a sign for Chalice Well parking and for a factory shop. He drove down a recently resurfaced road and saw a modern 2-story factory building with the name R.J. Draper & Co. high up in large white letters. In front was a large empty car park. A board indicated the parking was £2 and to pay inside the factory shop. He removed his rucksack and pulled it on, not wanting to risk leaving it in the car. He paid, then hurried back along to Chalice Well on foot, entered the car park and looked around, getting his bearings. Then he followed a cobbled pathway up an incline, past the tea-room-like cottages, and along a trellised walkway. There was an illustrated sign of a phone with a red cross over it, and the wording, Mobile Free Zone. Dutifully he turned his to silent as he walked on, past a small building, then reached a wooden ticket hut, with a sales window manned by a solitary woman. He paid the £4.20 admission fee, and the helper woman handed him a leaflet containing a map and explained the layout. "Does this path take me up to the Tor?" he asked. "No," she pointed across to her left. "That's the other side of the lane. If you walk up it, you'll see the signs." He thanked her and studied the map. It was all much more ordered and neatly laid out than he had imagined, with the feel of a well-kept city park. He headed on up the path. It was bounded by a low hedge to his right and flower beds to his left. Beyond that was a steep grass slope rising up the side of the hill, dotted irregularly with large bushes and trees. Down to his right, set in a beautiful part of the grounds, he saw a circular pool, with rusty-looking water flowing through a fountain and out into a narrow stream cut through the paving slabs, passing beneath a stone bridge. The Vesica pool, the map said. Ahead were two magnificent yew trees. Then, a short distance further uphill, was an ornate gateway, topped by a small shield bearing the embossed words, Chalice Well. He took a photograph on his phone. An elderly man in gardening clothes came down towards him, pushing a wheelbarrow, wished him a peaceful afternoon, and carried on. After a few more paces, Ross saw another sign to the well. He looked, but at first all he could see were the low branches of huge trees and a mass of surprisingly unkempt bushes and shrubbery, all badly in need of cutting back. But then, as he walked closer, towards a fence that he presumed marked the boundary and where the lane ran up the far side with the tor beyond, he saw a sunken circular wall and two sets of steps built into it. At the bottom of the steps lay the well itself. As he looked down, he felt a slight sense of anticlimax. It was smaller than he had imagined, no more than 3.5 feet across. He had not known quite what to expect, but he thought it might be more dramatic-looking in some way. He descended the 3 large steps and stopped at the bottom, studying the wellhead. Uneven flat stones lay around the area, and the well itself was gridded to prevent anyone falling in. There was a raised cover with ornate symbols on it that rested against a stone support and was chained in place. According to the guidebook, the reddish colour of the water, which had never dried out, represented the blood of Christ. He took a series of photographs, then looked at the compass coordinates Cook had given him, which he had programmed into his phone. They showed he had some distance to go. He left the well area and followed the coordinates, which took him through the ornate gardens and out to the left onto the steep grass slope. About 200 meters above the well, the coordinates showed he had reached the exact spot. 51 degrees, 8 minutes, 40 seconds north, 2 degrees, 41 minutes, 55 seconds west. The place where Cook had told him he had been metal detecting and had picked up something beneath him. Someone had been digging here. He stared down, feeling the hairs on his skin rising. They'd been digging very recently. It looked like they had dug a trench about 4 foot long and 2 foot wide, then filled it in again. They had replaced the soil and planted fresh grass seed, with just the faintest signs of shoots starting to appear. Who? Harry Cook, had to be. It was an eerie feeling. The low sun was in his face, and he could hear sheep bleating somewhere in the distance. Eerie, and yet... There was a gift shop, the map showed. You could buy souvenirs. Had those medieval monks really created the myth that Joseph of Arimathea was buried here to increase tourism? A cynical theory? The Holy Grail was supposedly, according to legends, either the cup, the chalice, that Jesus had drunk from at the Last Supper, or the vessel that some of his blood was poured into whilst on the cross, or both. From what Ross had Googled during the past few days, Joseph of Arimathea was a rich man, a bit keen on entering the kingdom of heaven. He had been a closet disciple of Jesus, as it wasn't too smart to be one openly, but later got Pilate's permission to take away Christ's body and put it in the grand tomb he'd originally planned for himself. In one of the clearer passages of Cook's literary ramblings Ross had found, it said Joseph subsequently, for reasons unclear, had to make a fast exit from his country. He'd grabbed some souvenirs, one being the chalice, fled and arrived in England, where he founded the first Christian church, here at Glastonbury, according to some. Ross stood still, thinking. Okay, so I'm Joseph. I've had to flee my homeland after putting the Son of God in the tomb I had prepared for myself. I've fetched up in this aggressive, pagan land, in this weird place with its very strange hill and a deep well. I have a souvenir from my great-nephew, the Son of God. It is the only evidence I carry that he ever existed. Not much, just a cup he drank from or had his blood poured into, but it's a link. I need to protect and keep it safe for future generations to discover. So, I need to hide it in case the pagans discover it and destroy it. Where? Ross looked around him. If it was me, would I dig a hole in this bit of hillside? I don't think so. I'd be a lot smarter than that. Cook might have detected something under the spot where he was standing at this moment, but it could be anything. There was no evidence that the vessel Christ drank from at the Last Supper and into which some of his blood had been poured while he was on the cross was metal at all. It might have been, or it could have been wood. Less ornate and showy than metal for such a humble man, in which case it would not have been picked up by Cook's metal detector. He looked down towards the well, the shrubbery making it invisible from here, thinking hard. Then around, at the trees, bushes, pondering. He tried to wind the clock back 2,000 years. What was here then? What would have been the most obvious place? Chapter 18. Tuesday the 21st of February. Ross walked back down through the gardens and went into the gift shop to see if he could get something for the baby's room. He glanced along the shelves of healing essences, replica chalices and candles, but couldn't see anything that might appeal to a baby. Disappointed, he bought a guidebook and headed for the street. When he got there, he walked a short distance to the lane that ran on the far side of the fence and walked up it. He passed a very New Age-looking house with a huge floral mural painted on it. Then a stone temple built over a spring. A short distance further up the hill on his left was the wooden fence he had seen from the other side running up by the well. He must be about opposite the well itself now, he calculated. The fence was constructed on top of a stone wall, clearly to deter anyone from trying to enter without paying. He saw a footpath sign a short way ahead to his right, to the tor, and a narrow lay-by where a few cars could pull in. He walked up the footpath towards the tor until it came into view after a few minutes, and took his breath away. With its 7 symmetrical ridges, Glastonbury Tor had mythological links to King Arthur and Avalon, and Ross could feel that sense of history standing here now. It was a weird landscape, reminding him of hills he had seen some years back when he and Imogen had travelled around New Zealand. He looked at the remains of St. Michael's Tower, and then trudged up towards it. When he reached the summit, he walked around the ruin, then stared back down and across at the higgledy-piggledy buildings of Glastonbury town and at the fields around. Some distance away, he could see the sheep he had heard bleating. The sun was very low in the sky now, and the light was fading. He glanced at his watch. 5:10 p.m. He had a long drive home in his little rental car, a good 3.5 hours. He'd seen enough, and he was even more sure now. There was a path that led straight down the front of the hill. Ross took it, and when he reached the bottom, paused for a moment to text Imogen to say he should be home before 9 p.m. From the top of Glastonbury Tor, from far enough back in the darkness of the entrance to the ruin of St. Michael's Tower, so that there would be no telltale glint from the glass catching the late afternoon sun, a pair of binoculars remained trained on him. Chapter 19. Thursday the 23rd of February. Ross Hunter had first met the Reverend Benedict Carmichael when the clergyman had held the post of Vicar of St. Peter's, Brighton. With Carmichael's help, he had exposed a satanic coven involved in ritual child abuse in the countryside close to the city. It had given Ross one of his first national newspaper front-page splashes, and it had also resulted in an enduring friendship between himself and Carmichael. And he had been surprised to learn this seemingly devout man had doubts. Over an off-the-record lunch with him one day in Lewes, during the trial of the principal members of the coven, Carmichael had opened up to him, telling him that he had a problem with the literalist interpretations of the Bible. He had strong faith, but at the same time was deeply uncertain about many of the teachings and the literalist approach to the scriptures. Ross had been delighted for the clergyman when, just a few months later, Benedict Carmichael had been given the post of Bishop of Reading, and equally delighted when Carmichael, who was fluent in Welsh, had written to him a year ago, telling him he had now been appointed Bishop of Monmouth. As soon as he returned home from visiting Chalice Well, he phoned Carmichael, whom he had not seen for some years, asking if he could come and talk to him quite urgently. 2 days later, he drove his dark grey Audi A4 into the cobbled car parking space in front of an elegant stone mansion in the heart of Monmouth. He climbed out into bright sunshine, stretched after the long drive, and entered the building. After only a few moments' wait, Carmichael's smiling middle-aged secretary led him upstairs, along a narrow corridor, and into the bishop's cosy, cluttered office. Carmichael was wearing an open black jacket, revealing his purple dog-collared shirt. Hanging from his neck on a golden chain was a huge, ornate cross. He'd put on weight since Ross had last seen him, and his hair had thinned and greyed, but his face still looked youthful, and his eyes sparkled with zeal. They sat down in a pair of armchairs and chatted, catching up on each other's lives, until the secretary came in with a tray of coffee and biscuits. "So, Ross, you said there was something urgent," Carmichael said. He had a rich, friendly voice, the kind of voice that could engage an entire cathedral full of worshippers as easily as holding its own against a fierce Radio 4 Today program interrogator. Ross opened his rucksack and lifted out the pages of Cook's manuscript. "You've written a book, Ross?" "No, it seems that God has," Ross smiled. Carmichael gave him a quizzical look. Ross told him the entire story, starting with Cook's phone call and ending with his lunch with Sally Hughes and his visit to Chalice Well. When he had finished, the bishop dunked a digestive biscuit reflectively into his coffee. He said after some moments. "Knowing you've done some due diligence on Dr. Cook." "I have, and he checks out ex-RAF, then lectured in art history at the University of Birmingham. His late wife, Doreen, was also an academic at the same uni. One child, a son in the army who was killed by friendly fire in Afghanistan. He has no criminal record, seems a pretty ordinary guy. Played amateur chess to a reasonable standard in his youth. He was quite a polymath, with an interest in anthropology and biology, published a couple of academic papers some years back, challenging established Darwinian theories and supporting Lamarck." "Lamarck? Jean-Baptiste Lamarck?" "Yes." Carmichael looked down with a flash of irritation as the soggy part of the biscuit fell away and landed in his coffee. He dipped his spoon in to retrieve it, then laid the bits in his saucer. "Interesting. Lamarck has always intrigued me. You probably know this, but whereas Darwin proposed that organisms evolved through natural selection, Lamarck believed they evolved through necessity. If you took a frog out of water, within a couple of generations it would lose its webbed feet and develop pads instead. But that didn't make him any less of a deist than Darwin, did it, Benedict? Well, I would argue that point. If Lamarck had known about genes, he might have said the frog's brain informed its genes to produce pads instead of webbed feet. What exactly informed the frog's brain, or who? But that's not why you're here, is it?" He reached out, patted the manuscript pages, and said, a little dubiously, "Is this what you want me to read?" Ross shook his head, and instantly saw the relief in the bishop's face. "No, I want to know what you think about what I've told you, about what Dr. Cook told me." "Truthfully?" "Of course. That's why I'm here." "Well, this man is telling you God believes that if humankind could have proof of his existence reaffirmed, it would help steer the world back from the brink. So he's offering 3 sets of compass coordinates as proof of God. The location of the Holy Grail, a significant object relating to Jesus Christ, and the real location of the Second Coming." "Yes." "Okay. Well, that is contradicting the argument that proof is the enemy of faith, or perhaps puts a different slant on it." "Well, how do you mean, Benedict?" The bishop's eyes closed for some moments and then opened again. "The thing is, I'd want more than 3 sets of compass coordinates to have proof of God. And frankly, if I were God wanting to give someone proof of my existence, I'd do better than just giving sets of compass coordinates. I'd personally want to see something far more convincing. It's interesting, Ross replied. I posted the question on social media a few days ago. What it would take for someone to have absolute proof of God's existence. I imagine you got some interesting answers, Benedict smiled quizzically. I had a fair few replies telling me I faced eternal damnation for even asking the question, but I did get some responses I thought were quite smart. Such as? One said, finding the DNA double helix engraved at the rear of Christ's tomb. He looked at Carmichael, who seemed unimpressed. That could too easily be dismissed as a fake, Ross. I suppose. Another which I quite like was the solving of one of the world's unsolved mathematical problems, the Yang-Mills existence and mass gap problem, for example, or perhaps all 7 of them. It's a nice idea, but skeptics would put it down to advanced computer algorithms. Ross smiled. Okay, so what would convince you, Benedict? If you were God, wanting to convince the world you really existed, what would you do? Ross ate his biscuit, the silence broken by the crunching sound. The bishop leaned back, interlocking his fingers. I'd need something that would convince a die-hard atheist, something they could not just reject out of hand or explain away. Something that defies the laws of physics of the universe. In other words, a miracle, and a very big one. Ross reflected on this. You mean like the parting of an ocean? We live in a much more skeptical world than in Jesus' time, Carmichael said. Most of us have seen David Blaine, Dynamo, Derren Brown, and countless other magicians and illusionists. I think we need something pretty spectacular, something the whole world could see, and quite simply could not dismiss or explain away with science. Like the sun rising from the east instead of the west? It would need to be on that scale. Okay, Ross said. And if someone could deliver that miracle, what then? Carmichael gave him a wry, sad smile. Do you know what I really, truthfully think? If someone credible claimed to have absolute proof of God's existence, Ross? I think that person would be killed. Chapter 20, Thursday the 23rd of February. It might have been Ross's imagination, but it felt that the sky outside had darkened. The window was behind him, and he didn't want to turn round. Killed, he echoed. You mean assassinated? What makes you think that, Benedict? The bishop raised his hands. I'm not at all convinced that absolute proof of God, if such a thing could be established, would put the world back onto an even keel. I think it would have the reverse effect to what your Dr. Cook believes. Think of the ramifications, the upset it would cause among so many of the world's religions. It would throw them into chaos, desperation. Everyone who for centuries has tried to lay claim to their own religion being the exclusive path to God. Fuel for the fanatics of every denomination. Panic to everyone with a vested commercial interest in a belief system. Where would all the Abrahamic religions stand? Is it the Catholic God, the Anglican God, the Judaic, Islamic? What about Hindus, Sikhs? There'd be fundamentalists who would be outraged, calling it blasphemy. It wouldn't make the Scientologists look too clever either, would it? Ross stared at him. Carmichael continued with a wry smile. There would be a lot of people extremely unhappy, Ross, because they'd be out of business. Starting with the Vatican. The Vatican would be extremely uncomfortable, yes. They consider themselves to be the one true Christian church, so they'd have to find ways urgently to reassert their primacy. But proving God's existence could legitimize the Jews' claim to the Promised Land, which would have huge implications for Palestine and Israel. For Putin, even though there is a grudging acceptance of religion in Russia, he would see it as a huge threat to his power if a degree of authority was given to the Church, even more so in China. China is in a period of vying for world supremacy, treading a fine balance between opening up to capitalism whilst wanting to keep autonomy. There is a significant underground church in China, although China is primarily an atheistic country. If God were shown to be true, it would undermine authority in China if people owed allegiance to a superior being. Ross was silent. He tried to keep calm, but inside he was boiling with excitement at the potential reach of this story, if there was any substance to what Cook claimed. Or perhaps even if there was not. None of this occurred to me, Benedict, but it's making sense. Carmichael gave him an unreadable smile. Then his face became serious again. Many of the world's religions are as much about business as they are a belief system, Ross. I can see absolute proof putting them all out of business. A lot of people are not going to want that. And there's something else to consider. Something very important indeed. Looking troubled, he paused. Ross waited patiently. It worries me that some of this information has come via a spiritualist, a medium. These are dangerous people. What if this is the work of the Antichrist? The Bible talks about the devil being cunning, a master of disguise. I think you'd find a lot of people taking that view, and in a very dangerous way. Dangerous? Ross stared at him, trying to absorb all of this. So what you're saying, Benedict, is that Cook is wrong? His message is not from God, but from the Antichrist? Well, of course, there is an incident in Scripture where God does seem to have allowed, in exceptional circumstances, a dead person to speak to a living one. It was when King Saul consulted a medium at Endor. The prophet Samuel turned up and told Saul he was about to die. Such a dramatic situation as you say we are facing might have meant that God has made another exception. He smiled, then went on. I'm trying to steer you through all the different perspectives on this and the ramifications. The kind of proof of God's existence you are talking about would not unite the world. It wouldn't save mankind, in my opinion. It would cause even bigger divisions around the globe than there are already. My advice to you as an old friend is to take this manuscript back to your Mr. Cook and tell him you're sorry, but you are not his man. Is that what God's telling you? What about everything in the New Testament about the second coming? In the Gospels, Jesus says that before his second coming there will be false prophets, catastrophic events, wars, famines, earthquakes and disasters, and fierce persecution. The Apostle John goes even further and writes about an Antichrist appearing before Jesus' return. I don't remember the Bible that well. I thought the second coming was meant to be a momentous occasion when Jesus would return to judge the living and the dead, to save the world from extinction and to establish a new heaven and a new earth. Yes, that is what most Christians believe. A second coming of varying sorts is what all the Christian and Islamic faiths believe, but not the Jews. The Orthodox Jews believe in the coming of the Messiah. He's not Jesus. No, they believe Jesus is a false Messiah, but the second coming is not just going to happen out of the blue. There are a lot of references in the Bible to there being a forerunner, as John the Baptist was. The Jews believe Elijah will appear before the Messiah to announce the kingdom. Jesus certainly suggested there would be a future appearance of Elijah on earth. Ross frowned. It's all very complicated and convoluted. It is, but it would also be a pretty significant event. So what's your own personal view on the second coming, Benedict? Carmichael answered with another smile that Ross found impossible to read. After a pause, he said, Ross, this is me speaking to you as a friend who cares about you. You're treading on very dangerous terrain, and you're out of your depth. Not just you. Anyone in your position would be. It's not only the complexities of the world's belief systems or about fanatics laying claim to different faiths or factions of these faiths. There's a ruthless commercial world out there, both within and outside the religious embrace, with enormous vested interests that could be seriously harmed. For example, how do you think a snake oil salesman would feel about the possibility of a miracle cure that was a lot better than his potions, and which he couldn't own? Well, wouldn't the genuine return of Jesus Christ provide an incontrovertible answer? When you and I first met, you told me you had been a non-believer, but after the death of your twin brother, you said your mind had been opened. A little, yes? Yes. So, you are prepared to accept that Jesus existed? Possibly, Ross replied. Whether he was genuinely the Son of God or just an ordinary human being is something my personal jury is still out on. He was put to death when he came, over 2,000 years ago. Do you think it would be any different today? Harry Cook does. The return of Jesus today would need to be accompanied by something extraordinary, Ross. Both a miracle and a sign of some kind, something universal that united everyone. Such as? I don't know. Something that no one has ever seen or perhaps even been able to imagine. But I don't know what. The bishop smiled again. Once more, that same unreadable smile. Chapter 21. Thursday, the 23rd of February. Pastor Wesley Wenceslas made a point of spending 2 nights of every week at home in his private wing at Gethsemane Park. He helped Marina bath and put to bed their 3 children, Matthew, Mark, and Ruth, aged 8, 6, and 4 respectively, and he would read them each a short passage from the New Testament. Then he would kneel and say prayers with them, asking God to help them be good, follow in the Lord's ways, and to bless them abundantly. Afterwards, he would dine with his wife on food prepared by his chef-in-residence and served by his butler. They would start with a glass of Krug, followed by fine white or red wine from his extensive cellar, depending on whether they were eating fish or meat. Afterwards, he would retire to his study to check the daily Excel reports, showing the takings at each church, the sales of his books and merchandise, his online and telephone dialer prayer services, and all his other revenue streams. When he was away from home, on the other 5 nights of the week, either at one of his churches in the UK or in the US, he carried out the same scrutiny of the day's takings. He was terrified of ever being poor again. His mum, abandoned when pregnant by his dad, whom he had never met, worked nights cleaning offices to put food on the table and fund her bingo, which she played obsessively in the daytime. She was deeply religious and would take him to a high Anglican church twice most Sundays, being dismissive of the happy-clappy evangelicals, although they looked more fun to the small boy. She refused to have a television in the house, and the only books she would allow were the Bible and Bible commentaries. Left home alone most nights when he was old enough to read, he read through the Bible several times. The stories intrigued him and appalled him. What he mostly took away from the good book was just how ruthless the Old Testament God was. He seemed to the small boy like a power-crazed egomaniac. You worshipped him, or you died, or saw someone you loved sacrificed, or had some other hardship dumped on you, or, in Job's case, you had the whole lot dumped on you. Well, okay, he thought, if God created the world, then he was entitled to do what he wanted, and to get angry if he didn't feel appreciated. He had no way of knowing back then that his intimate knowledge of the Holy Bible would serve him well one day. The only things that interested him as a child, aside from the Bible, were cars and music, especially reggae. And the band that he connected with most was Bob Marley and the Wailers. But with no radio at home, the only opportunity he had to hear them was on a friend's Walkman at school. Cars were easier to access. They lived in a first-floor flat at the Southwark end of one of the main roads into Brighton, Old Shoreham Road. The flat was crammed with religious artefacts and an Angelus bell, which struck 3 times during the day at 6 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. He would stare out of the window at the passing vehicles and dream. Dream of the time that he would be driving a Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, or an Aston Martin. He knew how much each of them cost, what their 0 to 60 mph time was, their top speed, the size of their engines, and their power output. When he was 14, his mother had a big win at bingo, a very big win. She'd arrived home with her eyes glazed, pulling £5 notes from her handbag and throwing them around the living room like confetti. God had told her in a dream how to win it because, she said, he wanted her to give her special boy a special treat to make up for all the lousy Christmases he'd had because she couldn't afford nice presents. God had told her in that same dream to use the winnings to take her boy to Disney World. At first, she had been unsure, as Disney World went against all her beliefs, but in 2 further dreams, God had been adamant she should give the boy this special treat because he was a good child. At the end of the summer term, they flew to Orlando. After takeoff, they were showing movies on screens, but his mother wouldn't let him watch any of those. Instead, she gave him a Bible to read out of respect for the Lord's gift and the Holy Virgin on whose wings they flew. He tried to read, but his attention wandered. He was excited about the trip. Even more than the Disney World rides, he was looking forward to seeing lots of American cars. And he was also distracted by the movie on the screen in front of the man sitting to his right in the aisle seat. The man was wearing headphones, so he couldn't hear what they were saying on the screen, but he was mesmerized by a woman with enormous breasts who kept appearing, sometimes in underwear or a bikini. Watching her was making him feel increasingly aroused. He knew it was disrespectful, but he was grateful to the Bible on his lap for concealing the bulge. In the taxi from the airport, his eyes were out on stalks, watching all the shiny American cars and trucks. He especially looked out for the muscle cars, new and old, Camaros, Corvettes, Mustangs, and Firebirds, as well as the massive trucks, particularly the Macs. It was the first time he'd ever seen a Mack truck for real, and he loved looking at the adornments the drivers had added, like the huge horns and the mascots. When they arrived at their hotel, he stood by his mother at the reception desk, waiting patiently while she handed over her passport, then signed her name, Marigold Smith, and his, Thomas Smith, which was his real name back then. He watched a uniformed bellhop push an ornate, gleaming brass luggage cart stacked with suitcases across the lobby. He hoped a bellhop would come and take their luggage on a cart like that, too. But instead, his mother told the man at the check-in desk they did not need a hand with their luggage, thank you, and whispered to Thomas as they traipsed across to the concierge desk, towing their wheeled bags, "We'd have had to give a tip." She made the word tip sound like it was a bribe to Satan himself. Now they were here and he had seen some cars, he was excited to get to the theme park tomorrow and to go on the ride some of his schoolmates had told him about. But his mother had other plans. Church had to come first, where they would ask for forgiveness for visiting the pleasure park. "Can you tell us appropriate places to worship? Are there any convenient high Anglican churches?" she questioned the man at the concierge desk. "Well," said the tall, beaming man in a dark suit, "you've arrived at a very good time if you'd like something really special. Tomorrow in the Orlando Stadium we are blessed to be visited by Pastor Drew Duane." "Drew Duane?" His mother frowned. "He's pretty special, I'll tell you. Oh, yes. If you've not seen him, you shouldn't miss this chance." "He's high Anglican?" "I don't know, ma'am, but he's special. He's the best preacher I ever heard. He'll be preaching to an 18,000 sellout capacity, but I may be lucky and get you some tickets. Know what I'm saying?" His mother hesitated, not entirely sure. "Well, I guess we are on holiday." She turned to her son. "What do you say? Try something American while we're here?" The boy nodded dubiously. "I suppose the Lord will forgive us for trying a different kind of church as a one-off holiday experience." "He will indeed. You won't regret it. I'll be there myself." She opened her purse and pushed across the counter a $10 bill. "Praise the Lord," she said. "Thank you kindly, ma'am." He slipped the note into his pocket. "I'll send a confirmation up to your room. Praise the Lord indeed." The following day they did actually get to go on some rides after lengthy queues, and Thomas got to talk to Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, and Pluto as they walked around. Then, at 2 p.m., after a hamburger lunch, they left in a taxi for the stadium. Pastor Drew Duane was not due there until 6 p.m., but as his mother said, it was important to get there early to ensure they got close to the great evangelist. Otherwise he might not see them, and if he did not see them, then surely God would not either. Their seats were 10 rows from the front, but it wasn't until near 7 p.m. that Pastor Drew Duane finally arrived at the venue. Thomas Smith watched one of the huge screens to the side of the stadium in awe as a white Rolls-Royce pulled up, greeted by 50 baton-swinging cheerleaders singing the hymn, "Tell Me the Old, Old Story." But it was the car that young Thomas noticed the most. He watched the evangelist climb out of the rear door and heard the screams of adulation from the vast crowd. "Want that car," he thought. "Want it so bad." Chapter 22, Thursday the 23rd of February. Ross had a grueling drive home from Benedict Carmichael's residence, the last 2 hours of it battling through rush-hour traffic in pelting rain and darkness. The journey had given him plenty of time to reflect on his meeting with the bishop, and although he was tired, his brain was buzzing with thoughts. Imogen was lying on a sofa in front of the television, digging a spoon into a large tub of butterscotch ice cream, her current craving. Monty sat beside her, tongue out, looking at her expectantly and salivating. He barely gave his master a glance. Ross kissed her. "How was your day?" She grabbed the remote and pressed the pause button, then screwed up her face. "A bit sort of meh. After you left this morning, I felt too sick to go into the office, so I've been working from home. Feeling better now. So, how did it go?" "Really interesting." "Lucky you. As I've been at home, I've cooked some dinner. Do you want to eat soon?" "Can you give me half an hour? I just need to look something up whilst it's still fresh in my mind, then I'll tell you all about it." He peered at the frozen television screen. "What are you watching?" "An old episode of Frasier. There's quite a funny bit with his brother." He went through to the kitchen, made himself a quick espresso and carried it upstairs. There were the usual dozens and dozens of emails. He ran his eyes down them but saw nothing that couldn't wait. He sipped his coffee and thought back to earlier today, to what the bishop had said. "I'd want more than 3 sets of compass coordinates, something that defies the laws of physics of the universe. In other words, a miracle." Okay, fair play. Proof is the enemy of faith. It wasn't a new expression, he'd heard that said before, and this was something that bugged him because he could not understand the logic. Sure, that was probably a good argument for all churches of whatever denomination to use on doubters. "Believe in me, O ye of little faith." But little faith was precisely why, according to Cook, God had communicated to him. It was the reason why he had sent him so-called proof. He Googled the words, "Proof is the enemy of faith." The first thing that came up was a quote from Thomas Jefferson that lost him. Next was a quote from Anais Nin. "When we blindly adopt a religion, a political system, a literary dogma, we become automatons. We cease to grow." He tried another search and found an 18th century quote from Henry Adams. "Even theologians, even the great theologians of the 13th century, even St. Thomas Aquinas himself, did not trust to faith alone, or assume the existence of God." Thomas Aquinas was a theologian and philosopher who died in 1274. He wrote, "To one who has faith, no explanation is necessary. To one without faith, no explanation is possible." Ross was familiar with Aquinas, and had come across his teachings in the months following his brother's death, when he desperately sought explanations for what had happened that morning in the gym. Aquinas argued that everything, sensory organs, the food chain, what we know today as the nitrogen cycle and so on, works towards an end. He argued that the order of the universe cannot be explained by chance but only by design and purpose. That design and purpose is a product of intelligence, therefore nature is directed by a divine intelligence, or a great designer. Ross was interrupted by his mobile phone ringing. He looked at the display, and it was a number from another mobile he didn't recognize. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was a sales call, then answered. "Ross Hunter?" "Hi, Ross, it's Sally, BBC Bristol." "Hey," he said, instantly cheered by her voice. "Good to hear from you. How are you doing? I really enjoyed meeting you." In truth, he was surprised to hear from her, assuming she had probably forgotten all about him after doing another 20 or so interviews since. "Me too," she said. "How was Glastonbury? You got there okay?" "Yes, it was interesting. I said I'd speak to my uncle, the one who's the trustee of Chalice Well, Julius Helmsley." "Yes, you did?" "I asked him about your friend, Dr. Harry Cook." "Thank you, that's really kind of you." She sounded hesitant as she replied. "Well, I'm afraid I don't have particularly good news for you. My uncle knows all about this man and says he's a nutter. Apparently he was found in the middle of the night some weeks ago at Chalice Well digging with a garden spade and sent packing by the police. Then, somehow, he's got hold of my uncle's and all the other trustees' home phone numbers, and he calls them up in the middle of the night, shouting abuse at them, telling them they should be helping him to save the world, not putting obstacles in his way. Apparently, about a week ago, he actually told my Uncle Julius he was the Antichrist." "You're kidding." "No, I'm not. He's seriously deranged. I don't think the elevator goes to the top floor, if you understand." "I understand." Ross was feeling deflated. "If I were you, I'd really forget about him. I think he's just trouble." Ross thanked her and ended the call, after promising to let her know next time he was going to be in the Bristol area. Imogen called out that supper was ready. He did not hear her. He stared at the manuscript on his desk beside his keyboard. On the top was Harry F. Cook's address and phone number. "Ross," Imogen called out again, "supper's ready. Come on, I'm starving." "Give me 2 minutes, Imo," he said. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Cook's number. After several rings, he heard the old man's voice. "Mr. Hunter, you didn't tell me you'd been digging at Chalice Well, Dr. Cook, and that you'd nearly been arrested, and that you'd been abusive to several of the trustees," he said. "Well," Cook said, sounding deeply apologetic, "it was very foolish. I was desperate to find some evidence, so I thought I would do a dig, but I never got very far, just one spadeful before I was found and stopped." "Just one? You didn't dig more?" "No," he said agitatedly. "I never got the opportunity. There was a police officer and another man, I think one of the trustees. He was pretty mad at me, threatening me with criminal damage proceedings. Are you telling me the truth?" Ross was thinking about the 4-foot trench that someone had clearly dug recently. "I am telling you the truth. I accept I was stupid, I lost my temper. These people, for whatever reason, just don't seem to accept, or perhaps don't want to know, what they are sitting on. Please believe me. I'm not the nutcase they'd have you think. You must believe me, Mr. Hunter. They want to block me for some reason." "Dr. Cook, I was just at Chalice Well. Someone has been digging in exactly the spot your compass coordinates took me to." "What?" He sounded genuinely shocked. "Digging? In what way exactly?" "It looked like a trench, the kind archaeologists dig. It had been dug and then filled in again." "This is terrible news. If it wasn't you who was digging there, who else did you give the coordinates to?" "You must believe me, Mr. Hunter. No one, absolutely no one. You are the only person in the entire world." "It's not possible other people have been given the same message?" Cook was silent for some moments. "I think I would have been told if that was the case." "Well, clearly someone else knows," Ross said. "Any ideas?" "I've never revealed the coordinates to another living soul. You have my word, Mr. Hunter." He sounded sincere. "But you said you were found by a police officer and someone from the trust, you thought. They knew where you were digging." "I've never given the trustees the coordinates." "You wouldn't have needed to if they'd found you at the spot." Was it someone from the trust, or was Cook lying about no one else having the coordinates, Ross wondered? Or were they not quite so secret or special as he imagined? It was open knowledge that Joseph of Arimathea supposedly visited the place, and that he might have had the chalice, the Holy Grail, with him. "It is unbearable to think it, that the Holy Grail might have fallen into the wrong hands, Mr. Hunter," Cook said. "Is this why you are phoning? To tell me about the dig?" "No, I'm really calling to tell you I honestly don't think I'm your man." Cook replied instantly and assertively. "Mr. Hunter, you are, I assure you. Look, since we spoke, I've found something that I think will change your mind. Please don't dismiss me as a harmless old loony. Give me the chance to explain what I've found." "Okay, I'm listening. I don't want to tell you over the phone. It's too dangerous, and it's too important. We need to meet. Please, I'm imploring you, give me the chance to do that. If you hear me out what I've calculated about these coordinates and number sequences, I think you'll understand. It does have something to do with what you found. The digging. Just do me that favor." There was something in his voice that cut through Ross's skepticism. It didn't convince him, but it made him hesitate. All his journalistic instincts were telling him there was a story here. Probably not the one Cook had in mind, but maybe it was worth seeing him again. The kind of story that perhaps the Mail would buy to run on a quiet news day. The man who was so convinced he could save the world, he got arrested digging up Chalice Well. He pulled up his diary for tomorrow on his computer. Friday. A clear day. Maybe it would be interesting to meet the man in his home. Take a few pictures of him. "Okay," he said. "How about I drive up to meet you at your house tomorrow? I could get to you late morning." "You won't regret it, Mr. Hunter, I assure you. You'll bring the manuscript with you?" "I'll do that." Chapter 23. Friday the 24th of February. Shortly after 11 a.m., following the sat-nav directions for Harry Cook's postcode, Ross drove along the high street of a small, pretty village about 10 miles to the west of Birmingham. At dinner last night, when he had told Imogen about his meeting with the Bishop of Monmouth, the subsequent phone call from Sally Hughes, and then his conversation with Cook, she had bluntly told him to forget it. The man was clearly a Fruit Loop, and he should not waste any more time on him. The sat-nav told him to turn right in 1.5 miles. He passed a country pub, a petrol station, followed by an ugly little industrial estate. Then a couple of minutes later he saw a road sign, partly concealed by shrubbery. He turned right onto a single-track lane, drove over a humpbacked bridge across a narrow river, past a car repair yard, a farm shop advertising fresh eggs and homemade cheeses, then down a long wooded gradient. The countdown to his destination began on the sat-nav. It was followed by a checkered flag and the almost triumphant female voice, "You have arrived." To his right, up a short drive, was a neat bungalow with an integral garage and an immaculate front lawn, the grass looking as if it belonged on a bowling green. Parked in front of the garage, dead centre in the driveway, was the white Nissan Micra he recognized from when Cook had visited him earlier in the week. It looked showroom clean. He turned into the drive, parked his Audi behind the Micra, and climbed out. He'd done a lot of driving the past few days, he thought. It was bitterly cold, and there was a sweet smell of wood smoke from nearby. A sparrow was washing itself in a bird bath. Glad of his fleece-lined parka and warm boots, he locked the car and walked up to the front door, carrying his heavy rucksack by one of the straps, and rang the bell. There was a faint two-tone chime, but no response. After some moments he rang again, and once more heard the chimes. Again, no response. He tried again, and this time also rapped hard with his knuckles. A vehicle was approaching down the road. He heard a distinct diesel rattle. A muddy Land Rover Defender towing a horsebox passed by. He pushed open the letterbox and peered through. He could see a narrow, empty hallway. He knocked again. Cook knew he was coming and had his number. Surely he would have rung if he was going out. He pulled out his phone, dialed Cook's mobile number, and waited. He heard the sound of a ringtone somewhere in the house. It rang on. After 10 rings, he heard the old man's very precise voice. "Hello, this is Harry Cook. I'm afraid I am not able to take your call at this moment. Please leave a message and your telephone number, and I will call you back as soon as possible. Thank you so much." Ross ended the call without leaving a message, anxious. Cook's car was here. He pushed open the letterbox and shouted loudly, "Dr. Cook! Hello?" There was no response. He decided to walk round to the rear of the house. Stepping over a low lavender hedge, he passed a side window and stopped to peer in. And froze. It was a sitting room with an old-fashioned television, a 3-piece suite, pictures on a mantelpiece above an electric fire, and a walnut cabinet filled with Capodimonte ornaments. But it looked like a bomb had hit it. All the seat cushions were strewn on the floor and ripped open, as were the sides and backs of the chairs and sofas. The cabinet doors were open, and several of the ornaments lay broken on the carpeted floor. There was a small wooden bureau on the far side, all its drawers pulled out, the contents scattered. The old man had been burgled, and this must have happened very recently, he guessed. This morning, even. But where was Cook? The icy thought occurred that the burglar, or burglars, might still be here. Should he call the police? But if he did so, he would have to explain why he was here, and that might compromise whatever it was the old man had wanted to tell or show him. Gripping the heavy rucksack more firmly, as a makeshift weapon, he hurried past a trio of wheelie bins, each with a different-coloured lid, and reached the back of the house. There was a square conservatory extension to the kitchen, with patio doors, and the rear garden looked as well tended as the front, with beds planted with shrubs running down each side of a long lawn, an ornamental pond, and a wooden summer house at the far end. He walked up to the rear entrance and rapped loudly on the patio doors, braced again with the rucksack. After some moments, he tried the door. It was unlocked and slid open. Almost instantly there was a streak of ginger racing towards him, and a cat shot past and out into the garden, as if fired from a cannon. He stepped into the conservatory. There were 2 wicker chairs and an assortment of gardening magazines fanned out perfectly on a glass-topped wicker table. "Hello, Dr. Cook? Hello," he called. He heard a clock tick loudly. Then a moment later 2 chimes made him jump. It was 11:30 a.m. He called out once more, again ready with the rucksack if anyone came at him. But just silence, broken only by the ticking of the clock. He stepped forward, walking hesitantly through into the kitchen, and there was more clear evidence of the break-in here. Every cupboard door and drawer was open, cups, bowls, vases lay scattered around on the linoleum floor. The contents of jars of tea, coffee, sugar, and flour had been tipped out. He hesitated. A partially eaten breakfast was laid out on the kitchen table. In the centre was a copy of today's Daily Telegraph resting against a reading rack. A packet of cornflakes, a jug of milk, and a cereal bowl, a spoon lying in it, with remnants of milk and cornflake fragments around the side. 2 boiled eggs, their tops sliced off but their contents untouched, sat in egg cups on a plate, a neat pile of salt and pepper on one side, and a clean spoon on the table. There was also a teacup, filled to the brim. The wooden chair was pushed back at an angle, as though Cook had risen in a hurry from a meal he had not returned to. It looked like there should have been a second chair opposite. Feeling very nervous now, he looked about for a better weapon than his rucksack and saw a brass doorstop on the floor. He picked the heavy object up, then stood ready to swing it, listening. He stepped through the debris and reached the table. He dipped a finger in the tea, and it was stone cold. He also touched the side of one egg, and that was cold too. For the tea to be that cold, Cook must have stood up from this table well over an hour ago, he estimated. Maybe 2 or 3 hours ago, or even more. He walked through into the hall he had seen through the letterbox and called out again, more loudly still, "Hello! Dr. Cook!" There was a grandfather clock, and its loud tick was the only sound that came back. Hanging on the wall opposite was an embroidered quote in a frame. "Be still and know that I am God." Psalm 46:10. The place had a slightly musty, old people and cats smell that reminded him of his grandparents' house. There were 3 doors leading off. The first opened onto a bedroom with a double bed. All the bedding had been pulled away and the mattress slit open in several places. Clothes had been pulled out of the fitted wardrobes and lay on the floor. The drawers in both bedside tables were open. The next door opened onto a small den with a desk and chair and a power cable for a Mac, although there was no computer, lying under the desk, along with a plugged-in Wi-Fi router and a waste paper bin. There were 3 metal filing cabinets. All the drawers were open and files were scattered across the floor, their contents spilled out. On the desk was a mouse and an assortment of pens and pencils in a circular holder. He saw a pad of notepaper, a couple of inches square, the same pad, he presumed, that Cook had written the Chalice Well coordinates on for him. There was a faint indent on the top sheet of the notepad, a long line curved to the left at the bottom, the shape of a hockey stick, and what looked like numbers. He knelt and looked in the bin. There was just one item, a crumpled scrap of paper. Listening and glancing around again for a moment, he then unfolded the paper. It must have been the top sheet from the pad, he realized. There was a black rollerball line, curved left at the bottom, which matched the indent. Beside it were the numbers that looked like the ones that had accompanied the compass coordinates, although he couldn't be sure. 14, 9, 14, 5, 13, 5, 20, 18, 5, 19, 19, 20, 12. It seemed a strange doodle, and it made him curious. He folded it, tucked it into his wallet, and took another careful look around the study. Then he went out into the hall, walked past the clock, and approached the final door on the right. It opened onto a sparsely furnished dining room, with a 4-seated table and one solitary print on the wall beside an oak dresser, a picture of the Doge's palace in Venice. The drawer in the centre of the dresser had been pulled open, as well as each of the 2 doors, where glasses were stacked on one side and placemats and napkins on the other. Sensing a shadow move behind him, he spun round, gripping the doorstop. But there was nothing. He went out, crossed the hallway, and peered into the ransacked living room. On the mantelpiece, above a fake coal-electric fire, was a framed black-and-white wedding photograph of a much younger Harry Cook in a dark suit, holding hands with a sweet, rather prim-looking woman with dark, wavy hair. He returned to the kitchen, his heart thudding, and looked around. And then he saw it. A closed door he had somehow missed earlier. He turned the handle and opened it towards him. Beyond was a wooden staircase descending into a basement or a cellar of some kind. He called down. "Dr. Cook? Hello? Anyone there?" His voice sounded strangely high-pitched, tight with anxiety. There was a switch, and he pressed it. A light from a single bulb hanging from a brown cord threw stark shadows, and another appeared to come on at the bottom of the stairs. He would take a look down here, and if there was still no sign of the old man, then he would call the police, he decided. He began to descend the steps one at a time, his grip on his makeshift weapon even tighter. As he approached the bare concrete floor at the bottom, he saw it was some kind of a junk depository. Contents of files were scattered all around. A couple of old suitcases lay on their sides, opened. Then, oh Jesus, oh shit, no, no. He understood now why there was no second chair at the kitchen table. It was down here. Harry Cook's bony, naked body was secured to it with grey gaffer tape, and there was more tape across his mouth. His arms were stretched out, his hands nailed to the wall. Ross shot another nervous glance behind him, then walked over to the body. Cook's eyes were open, sightless, with an expression of terror. His face and body were marked with what looked like cigarette burns, and his throat had been gashed open. A pool of congealed blood lay on his chest. Ross turned and fled up the stairs, through the house and out through the rear door. He vomited onto the lawn. Then, pulling out his phone and with shaking fingers, stabbed out 999, getting the numbers wrong 3 times before he finally, to his relief, heard the ringing tone, followed by the voice of the emergency operator. Chapter 24. Saturday, the 25th of February. "Have you all decided?" The smiling waiter stood in front of them in the packed, buzzy curry leaf restaurant in Brighton's Lanes. After a moment, Imogen said, "We can never decide here. Why don't you just bring us a selection of starters and then mains, whatever you think?" She looked at the other 3 at the table. Her friends nodded, but Ross appeared lost in his own world. "Ross," she said. He looked up with a start. "Sorry, I was just thinking about yesterday. I'm ordering a selection of starters, okay with you?" "Good idea," he said. "Excellent," said the waiter. "Now, do any of you have any allergies, anything you do not eat?" He looked at Ross, Imogen, and their 2 closest friends, Hodge and Helen. "Small babies," said Helen, a chiropractor with a very quirky sense of humour. "That's all?" "Anything healthy," said Hodge, who was finance director for an international outlet store. "Nothing healthy, please." The waiter pressed his hands together. "That is good. I can promise you no small babies and nothing too healthy on the menu tonight, only just a little bit good for you." As the waiter departed, Hodge raised his Cobra beer. "Cheers." The 4 of them clinked glasses. "So," Helen said to Ross, "you had a pretty traumatic day yesterday." "You could say that, yes." "You're looking pale." "I didn't sleep too well." "I'm not surprised, mate," Hodge said. "I'm amazed you even came out tonight." "Yeah, well, it's nice to have some normality after what I saw, and then what I had to go through with the police and all their questions." "Was it like bodies you saw in Afghanistan?" Helen hesitated. "Sorry, that was pretty insensitive." "No, it's okay. I thought that nothing would ever shock me again after my time out there, but I was wrong. I've never seen a murder victim here in the UK, in situ, before." "How did it make you feel?" asked Helen, looking very interested. "Actually, a bit shit." He drained his beer and looked around for a waiter to order another. "Even more shit when I got taken to the police station and interviewed for 3 hours like I was a potential suspect." He shrugged. "But all grist to the mill for my story." "Which is?" Hodge asked. "The quest for proof of God's existence, or rather a man who believed he had the proof." Hodge, who had spiky hair and a trim beard, replied, "And you have it?" "Not yet. Not that I'm convinced of." Hodge gave him a sardonic smile. "The Bible was basically written under the supervision of God, right? It is, to many believers, the undisputed word of God." "As I remember from RE classes, which I never paid much attention to," Ross replied. "I read it all the way through once, Old and New Testaments. I vaguely remember that the earth was described as flat and sitting on a pedestal, and in Revelation it has 4 corners. I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the world." Hodge raised his eyebrows. "If God created the world, didn't he know that it was round and not mounted on a pedestal? Seems like we have quite a lot to teach him." Ross smiled. "I guess there's a lot of metaphor in the Bible." "There's a lot of metaphor in many fairy tales," Hodge replied. "Did this Dr. Cook have children, Ross?" Helen asked. "Yes, a son who was killed by friendly fire in Helmand province. I guess that was one of the things that I connected with." More beers arrived. "What about a motive?" Hodge asked. "Did the police say anything about that?" Ross shook his head. "No." "Sounds like a burglary that went wrong," Helen said. "Early morning?" Imogen queried and looked at Ross. "You said it looked like he was in the middle of his breakfast. Seems an odd time for a burglary." "It's actually quite a common time," Ross replied. "The police told me. Someone driving around in a van late at night looks suspicious, but no one pays any attention to one in the morning." "What did they take?" Helen asked. "Well, that's what I hope to find out." He drained his glass again. He was still feeling shaken. "If you want to forget golf tomorrow, mate, don't worry about it," Hodge said. "No, I think a few hours out in the fresh air is what I need, and the forecast's good. If you're sure, I'm looking for a major win." "In your dreams." Ross grinned. Hodge beat him consistently. 10 o'clock tee-off okay with you?" Ross nodded. "It'll do you good," Imogen encouraged. Ross looked at her and nodded. But his suspicions about her returned. Even though she was 3 months pregnant, they just wouldn't go away. 4 or 5 hours without him around, was she being altruistic, a good and caring wife, or did she have another motive? "This all started when this man, Dr. Cook, contacted you out of the blue with his weird message," Helen went on, "and you didn't hang up on him." "I'm a journalist, always looking for an angle." "Aren't you worried after what's happened to him?" "I am," Imogen said. "I've told Ross to forget it. When you start messing with religion, you don't know what kind of nutters or fanatics you're going to attract." "As Helen said, it could just have been a burglary that went wrong," Hodge tried to reassure her. "Oh, sure. He was a retired university lecturer, not a drug dealer," Imogen retorted. "They tortured him. They were after something they wanted very badly." "The manuscript?" Hodge suggested. "Not necessarily," Ross replied. "You do get sadistic burglars. They're rare, fortunately, but it happens. Here they had an old man living alone in a secluded property. Maybe they were convinced he had a safe hidden somewhere." "I dread to think if they'd been there when you arrived." Imogen picked up her wineglass, started to reach across for the bottle, then stopped. Hodge lifted it out of the cooler and held it towards her. "I can't," she said. "One glass is my limit at the moment, although I could do with a whole bottle. I can't believe that this poor man, Harry Cook, was in our house on Monday, and now he's dead, tortured and murdered. I just think this is too coincidental to be anything other than connected to the manuscript. The one dictated by God that you said is total rubbish." "It is," Ross said. "If that's what they were after, then perhaps someone else doesn't consider it to be rubbish, you know?" Imogen said. "Did you tell the police about the manuscript?" Hodge asked. "No." Imogen turned to him. "What? You withheld information? Isn't that a criminal offence?" "I figured if I told them about it, they'd want it as evidence." "And what's your problem with that?" said Imogen. "What did he do with it?" Hodge asked. Ross hesitated. "Don't tell me you still have it," Imogen said. "I didn't want to part with it, not until I've had a chance to copy it, Imo. So where is it now?" she said. "Safe." "Safe where?" she demanded. "It's in the garage, okay? I'm going to take it to our solicitors on Monday and get it put in their vaults." "Jesus! You told me it was utter rubbish. Why do you want the bloody thing? Who's going to want it?" "The people who tortured and murdered Harry Cook," suggested Hodge helpfully. "That might not be the reason he was killed. No one knew about this manuscript," Ross replied, "so far as I'm aware, other than a BBC presenter I talked to in Bristol, and I don't think she is a killer." "Sure," Imogen said. "Maybe that's what Cook told you, that no one else knew about it. Maybe that's what he wanted you to believe." "I'll tell you what I really believe." Ross glanced at their friends. "I believe Cook was probably a deluded, well-meaning nutter, but, and this is a very big but, what if he wasn't? What if he was right?" "And you're willing to risk your life for that?" Imogen queried. Ross had no immediate answer. Maybe the beer was giving him courage. Maybe it was his sense of obligation to Cook. All he knew was that he wasn't ready to let this go. "Imo, you know my job. I'm constantly digging deep and writing stuff that upsets people. You know I've had threats. The game changer would be the moment I felt that your life and our baby's life was in danger. That's when I'd forget about it." "Let's hope the money's worth it," his wife replied tartly. Chapter 25. Sunday, the 26th of February. Pastor Wesley Wenceslas delivered 2 sermons most Sundays, one at Arise Shine and the other at the evening Praise. Each was in a different church, whether he was in the UK or the US. He moved around the 7 he shepherded in steady rotation, ferried by either the Wesley Wenceslas Ministries helicopter or Boeing 737 jet, both in the WWM livery of white, adorned with the distinct and elegant ministry logo of a winged fish entwined round a cross. Of all the things he liked doing most, preaching, spreading the words of the Lord to his adoring flocks, feeling their love and hearing their love, these gave him the most joy. Well, almost as much as entering the garages on his English and American estates and looking at his fleet of gleaming supercars. Almost even as much as selecting the angel helper, and often angel helpers, who would share his bed for the night. But this morning, despite the stunning blue sky beyond the helicopter's window and the crystal-clear view of the Thames, the pastor wasn't feeling the usual joy in his heart. Instead, he had a deep sense of foreboding and growing dark anger. There was a threat. Only small at this stage, but small could do a lot of damage. Small could turn big mightily fast. In one of the sermons he liked to preach from time to time was a quote from the Dalai Lama. If you ever thought you were too small to make a difference, you never shared a bed with a mosquito. The bite could give you a small itch, or it could give you malaria, dengue or Zika virus. Any of those could kill you. That was why when you saw a mosquito, you didn't take the chance. You snuffed it out. Fast. And there was a human mosquito out there now. The world had always been a dangerous place, balanced constantly between good and evil. His mother had been taken from him because he hadn't been there to protect her, to hold her hand as she crossed the street. It was his fault. He should have been there. He was never, ever again going to let something be taken from him. Never, ever again let something happen which he could have prevented. God had sought him out and given him this mission in life, made him his foot soldier, and he had risen to become his general. But now there was a threat, and he needed to deal with it the same way all generals deal with threats. A sudden jolt shook him and gave him a moment of panic. He liked the convenience of his helicopter and the grand entrance he made wherever he landed, with the second matching helicopter a few minutes behind, carrying lesser members of his entourage, his hairdresser, makeup artist, personal chef, and 4 bodyguards. He received regular death threats from religious fanatics of different faiths who did not subscribe to his teachings. They scared him to the point of paranoia, almost as much as flying in helicopters scared him, even though the Lord should be protecting him. Though he wasn't too sure about that, wasn't too sure the Lord approved of his lifestyle. They were rapidly losing height, sinking down to the London heliport in Battersea. A number of helicopters sat on the ground, and from up here they looked like hunched, angry insects. He was angry and hunched too. In today's sermon was his message for his faithful. Focus on the positives. There are so many negatives in life. Negatives drag you under. Positives raise you up, just like the Lord was raised from the dead by all the positives that surrounded him. Smile-a-lot, as he called the managing director of his empire, was strapped in the cream leather seat opposite, a short, dapper man with neat, dark hair. He was dressed in one of his trademark grey, chalk-striped 3-piece suits, pink tie, and immaculately buffed black Gucci loafers. It was Smile-a-lot who had alerted him to the new threat, after being contacted by a police officer in Somerset, who was a member of their congregation. Smile-a-lot was at this moment reading the sermon, frowning and tut-tutting as he made each annotation with an ornate Montegrappa pen, poised daintily between his manicured fingers. His real name was Lancelot Pope, and when Wenceslas had first met the man, he'd said, "I've got to have you. I've got to be able to tell folk I have the Pope working for me." "I'm not sure about this bit, boss," he said sharply. "Which bit?" Pope read aloud. I'm telling you that Satan is all around us. He's not a fiery man with a tail and a pitchfork. He's in the aisle of every supermarket, tempting you with sugary confections. Eat rubbish and you are being duped by Satan. He's poisoning you by stealth. What's your problem with that? It's an important message. I'm thinking about our YouTube sponsors. And I'm thinking about our moral obligations. This is on message. This is the message of today. I'm not comfortable with it. Pope rarely smiled, and when he did, it was thin and colourless, like a ray of sunlight failing to quite penetrate a bleak, wintry sky. And hey, praise the Lord, Wenceslas didn't pay the man to smile. He paid him to run his business with an iron rod, to keep an eye on every detail down to fine-tuning every sermon, to deal with problems. Smile-a-lot did just that. A pernickety, highly efficient control freak, utterly ruthless, he was the only employee of the Wesley Wenceslas Corporation who dared to answer his boss back or criticize him, partly because he knew too much about the pastor. Both men were aware that Lancelot Pope could bring the entire empire crumbling down with a single press statement. Equally, both of them knew he would never do that, because of the stake Wenceslas had given him. He would never destroy the golden goose that had already made him a millionaire, and would, if things continued the way they were headed, one day make him far, far more money. Riches beyond his dreams. Wenceslas knew that God had sent this man to take care of him and all he stood for. Because for a long time in his early life, he'd had no one to take care of him. The day after he and his mother had returned to England from Disney World, probably confused because of suffering from jet lag, the coroner had said at her inquest, she had looked the wrong way whilst crossing Old Shoreham Road and gone under a bus. From that moment, he had lost all faith in God and turned into a rebel at school. He started stealing and found he had an ability to persuade others to do things for him, anything. Within a year, he had a network of 5 pupils distributing drugs around the school for him. When, inevitably, he was caught, he was hauled before the headmaster. Mr. Collins spoke to him calmly, telling him he felt sympathy for him since the terrible tragedy of his mother, but he had no other option than to expel him. "You know, Thomas, you have so much charm, and I think beneath all of this you are a decent young man who has lost his way. You are good with people. I could see you in sales one day, or in public relations. Don't destroy your future by getting a criminal record. Given the chance, what would you like to do in life?" "I want to make a lot of money, Mr. Collins," he had replied, "and have a roller with a chauffeur." "You do?" "Yes." "Anything is possible, Thomas, if you believe in yourself and work hard. It's what I try to teach everyone here. You don't have to go down a criminal path to make money. You just have to make the right choices." "And what would they be? What are the right choices to make a lot of money?" "I'll tell you what I would do if I wanted to become rich. I think I'd become a property developer or a banker. Or," he hesitated and smiled, "I might start a religion." Chapter 26, Sunday the 26th of February. It was one of those cold but almost impossibly beautiful February mornings, where a sparkling cobweb dew lay across the grass either side of the fairway of the first hole at the Dyke Golf Club. Exercise had always been Ross's way of dealing with stress, and despite all his turmoil over Harry Cook, he decided to play today. Also, it would help his appalling hangover, he hoped. But his mind was clouded with deep dismay over what had happened to Cook, and about the 2 sets of compass coordinates he would now never have. Coordinates someone had wanted badly enough to kill the old man? Coordinates that he needed to progress any story he could write about him. He tugged his driver out of his flashy new bag, a Christmas present from Imogen, rummaged inside for a ball and laid his bag on the ground. He held the ball up and read the markings. "Titleist 4, he announced to his partner. Then, for a moment, he took in the spectacular view across acres of farmland, down to the single chimney of Shoreham Power Station and the English Channel beyond. but his mind was somewhere way beyond that. Hodge, who had won the toss, went first. He planted his red tee into the soft, moist soil, placed his ball on top, then lumbered into position, bending his knees and arching his back. He had a couple of swings, then took a step forward, tapped the grass behind his ball a couple of times with the clubhead, and gave a mighty swipe. There was just a faint, sweet click. Ross watched the ball rise dead straight into the air, losing sight of it for an instant against the bright sky, then saw it land a good 250 yards dead ahead in the centre of the fairway and roll. "Brilliant," he said. "Great shot." Hodge pursed his lips and nodded, looking very smug. "Not shit." Ross pushed his own tee into the ground and placed his ball on it. The ball fell off. He tried again, and it fell off again. He felt like a hot wire was soaring through his brain. The third time, the ball stayed on. He took his stance, made a practice swing, then stepped up to the ball and swung his club. And totally missed the ball, doing an air shot. "3 off the tee," Hodge said reproachfully, and looking even more smug. He pulled out a small cigar and lit it. Ross took a couple more practice swings, then stepped up to the ball again and swung his club. It struck the ground about a foot in front of the ball, sending a massive divot flying up into the air and landing a few feet away. "Shit," he said. "Shit." He replaced the divot and noticed the next group to play, a 4-ball, were standing right beside them, watching, their patience being tested. On his third attempt, he managed a respectable shot, but it fell well short of his friends, lagging up behind a bush. Ross's performance wasn't much better over the next 2 holes. He was totally distracted by his thoughts about Cook. As they waited for a 4-ball ahead of them to tee off at the 6th, Hodge relit his cigar and said, "What's Imogen doing this morning?" "She was talking about going to matins. She tries to go once a month or so." "Do you ever go with her?" "Occasionally, mostly when it's pissing with rain and golf isn't an option," Ross grinned. "So where do you sit on religion these days? You've never really told me," Hodge asked. "Apart from trashing charlatan preachers." Ross smiled. Hodge was referring to a large piece he had written for the Sunday Times about 5 years ago on the world's richest evangelists. The Wesley Wenceslas ministries in the UK had threatened to sue the newspaper for what he had written about Wesley Wenceslas. The lawyers had only dropped the allegations after the paper threatened to publish the pastor's former criminal record. "We were brought up by not particularly religious Christian parents. Then, when I was 14, my mum, who my brother and I adored, got sick with cancer. I prayed every night for her, and she still died 3 months later. I stopped praying after that. Just lost all my faith. Our dad brought us up on his own. Then, something very strange happened some years ago that I just can't explain." "What was that?" "Haven't I told you about it? Ricky, my identical twin brother?" "No." "He died in a freak accident. He was a couple of 100 miles away, but I felt an incredibly strong connection with him for, I don't know, at least a minute or two, which I found out later was at the exact time he died." "I've read about identical twins having some kind of telepathy. Maybe that's what happened to you." Ross shook his head. "No, it was way more than that. I had a distinct mystical experience. It's hard to explain without sounding crazy, so I don't tend to talk about it." "And that's turned you into a believer?" "Not in God, but in the sense that there might be a bigger picture." Hodge puffed on his cigar. "This guy, Dr. Cook, right?" "Yes." "Which God is he talking about? Anglican, Catholic, Judaic, Islamic, Hindu, Sikh, Rastafarian?" "I'm not sure." Ross gave his friend a quizzical look. "You're a pretty hardcore atheist, right?" Hodge nodded as he watched, through a wisp of smoke, the incredibly slow 4-ball ahead finally move off the tee. "Yeah, I have a big problem. Stephen Fry was talking about it a while ago and summed it up beautifully. He was saying, if God really did create us, what kind of a sick mind did he have to create a parasite that only thrives inside the eye of a child, that burrows from the inside of the eyeball outwards and the sole purpose for its existence is to blind children. Well, some religions would have an explanation for that. All religions have some kind of lame explanation for suffering, but look at all these different monotheistic religions and the divisions within each of them: Anglican, Catholic, Sunni, Shiite, Sephardic, Hasidic. And when you drill right down, what's the difference between them all? What are all their arguments about? I'll tell you. They're about whose imaginary friend is the best. Ross smiled. I guess of all the faiths that believe in a single God, I understand Christianity the best. With a few exceptions in Bible Belt areas in the States, it has morphed over the centuries from something very tyrannical. Think about the Inquisition, where if you weren't the right kind of Catholic, you could be put to death, into more of a benign social structure. They watched one of the four players ahead of them, whose ball had landed barely 50 yards in front of the tee. The doddery octogenarian stood, lining up his next shot for what seemed like an eternity. Christianity, the absolute tenet of which is belief in the resurrection, Hodge replied. 2,000 years of belief based on a conjuring trick with bones. He took a puff on his cigar. Or did your Harry Cook have anything better to offer? It must be great to believe in God. You can hand over all responsibility and blame him for any crap that happens. Come on, Ross. You're a smart reporter. Get real. Can you explain why we are here, Hodge? How we came to exist? Did you read Stephen Hawking and claim to understand what he wrote? Can you explain human existence? Do I need to, in order to enjoy my life? In order to love my wife? To enjoy my game of golf here on this beautiful morning? What's God got to do with any of it? Apart from maybe creating all this? Okay, so who created God? Can you answer that? Should I be worshipping him in the fairy tale hope that he'll give me a seat at a decent dinner table in the afterlife? Does God have some machine that monitors each of our lives and gives us a credit every time we pat a dog or drop a coin in a busker's hat or a homeless person's hand? Don't you ever question existence, Hodge? Isn't that what we should be doing with our so-called intelligence? Didn't Socrates have a point when he wrote, "The unexamined life is not worth living"? Are you saying, if I don't challenge existence, my life is not worth living? No, not at all. What I'm saying, I guess, is that... He fell silent. Go on. Ross remained silent for some moments. Just what did Harry Cook have in mind? Was his death part of a bigger picture? Was this journey he had embarked on going to give him anything beyond a few column inches in one of the papers? Okay, Hodge, let me ask you a question. What would it take for you, as an atheist, to be convinced of God? Or at least the existence of a creator of the universe, an intelligent designer? Hodge pulled his driver out of his bag and walked up onto the raised tee. That's a pretty big ask for a Sunday morning. I need to know. I value your opinion. What would it take? I guess I'd need to see something for which I couldn't give you any explanation, something I couldn't explain myself, something that could not be dismissed as a conjuring trick. Such as? I don't know. Maybe the tide not going out when it should, although that could be connected to an eclipse or something. So if the sun rose from the west, you'd then believe in God? I'm not sure. My first reaction would be that the physicists or astronomers had screwed up on their calculations, that maybe it's something that happens every few millennia. He shrugged. So go on, what would it take? I guess something in the realm of physics that we know to be impossible, maybe then. And if that happened? He bent down and planted his tee. Ross, my friend, get real. It isn't going to happen. He struck the ball, which shanked off right, landing in a dense thicket. See, Ross said, God didn't like that. Chapter 27. It isn't going to happen. The expression had become a mantra for Pete Stellos. He had said it to his mother when she asked him when he was going to meet a nice girl and settle down, and produce grandchildren for her. He wasn't interested in girls or boys, and he had none of the sexual desires that he'd read he was supposed to have. There was something about people, generally, that he just did not connect with, or even like, really, which had caused him difficulties in his past. It was why he'd spent the first part of his working life doing solitary, lonely jobs. First, working the night shift in a McDonald's in Des Moines, Iowa. Then, after feeling he should see more of the world, or at least his own country, he got his license and became a long-distance truck driver, hauling auto spares one way across America and grain the other. As a child, he had been brought up in the Greek Orthodox tradition, although subsequently he'd had no interest at all in religion. But at a funeral of a great-aunt, he'd met for the first time a cousin, Angus, who told him he was a monk, and had for some years lived a monastic life on Mount Athos in Greece. The conversation reignited Pete's interest in the Greek Orthodox religion. Angus felt Mount Athos was a place that might be of interest. There was a lengthy application process, and a lonely existence if he was admitted. Pete asked him to tell him more. Chapter 28, Sunday the 26th of February. In the weeks following his premature departure from Blatchington Mills School, 6 months shy of his 16th birthday, Thomas Smith, in his urgent quest to make money, ignored all of his former headmaster's advice. He became a runner for the drug dealer who had supplied him with the cannabis, ecstasy, and other assorted drugs that he had been distributing at school. For the following 6 months he made good and easy money, delivering heroin mostly to users around the city of Brighton and Hove, until he got arrested with £3,000 worth, street value, in his pockets. He spent 2 years in a young offender institution. He found it helpful in there, building up a great network of future dealers for the drugs empire he had begun planning. By the age of 19, he had a cool apartment on the seafront, with a view over the channel. With the steep monthly rent he had to find, he had not yet amassed enough money for the car he currently hankered after, but he had stashed £50,000 towards it, in what he jokingly called his Ferrari fund. In the meantime, he drove around in a nice black 10-year-old Porsche with a personalized plate. Then, a few days before his 20th birthday, at 5 a.m., his front door caved in, and with it, his world. 6 coppers yelling, "Police! Police!" piled into his flat. They found £20,000 worth of crack cocaine, heroin, and other bits and pieces. He was pretty sure he'd been informed on by a rival dealer. He got a harsh 8-year sentence and, almost as bad, the Porsche and his cash were all seized under a confiscation order. It was God who saved him. He found God in prison, or rather, as Thomas liked to tell people, God found him. His reading of the Bible as a child and then as a teenager served him well. He could remember large tracts of it, and he found he had a natural ability to preach and quote at length from the good book. Thanks to the support of the enlightened governor of Highdown Prison, where he was sent to spend the majority of the 4 years he would serve, he was allowed to hold his own church every Sunday in the recreation area. Within a year, he had over 100 regular worshippers. By the end of the 2nd year, he had over 200. He was so popular, he began holding daily revival meetings after breakfast in the prison dining room. Then, one night in his cell, God spoke to him directly. God told him to mend his ways, to forget drugs when he came out, to take a new path, his path, and to take a new name, a name that had charisma, for a new beginning and a whole new identity. One of the inmates who had become a dedicated follower had a friend who was a clergyman in Tooting Bec, who had an unused church hall. Within 3 months of his release, Pastor Wesley Wenceslas began preaching the word of the Lord in what was little more than a large, rusting, corrugated iron shed filled with rickety folding wooden chairs. The rest, as he was proud to tell anyone who asked him, was, "Praise the Lord," history. The helicopter lurched, then dropped sharply for a moment. Then it jolted several times. Wenceslas felt a moment of fear. He closed his eyes and prayed silently. "O Lord, make us safe." He opened his eyes again and looked out of the window. The helipad was looming. He could see the markings clearly. "Bumpy," Pope said. "Bumpy ride we're having." Wenceslas stared at him. "God takes care of us, remember?" The ground came up towards them swiftly. At the last moment the helicopter hovered on a cushion of air. Then Wenceslas felt beneath him the reassurance of terra firma. Above him the rotors continued their flacka, flacka, flacka sound. He removed his headset and Pope did the same, then tidied his hair with his fingertips and checked his small white hublot. "On time," he announced. "Praise the Lord," said his boss. Chapter 29. Sunday, the 26th of February. When Ross arrived home from golf shortly after 2 p.m., Imogen's car was gone. There was a note from her saying that she had taken Monty out for a walk with a girlfriend and her dog, and would be back at 3, and reminding him that it was his turn to do the Sunday roast. He wondered which girlfriend it was, but it suited him well that she was out. He'd done most of the preparations for the meal yesterday afternoon. He switched on the oven, put the chicken and potatoes in, set the timer on his watch, then hurried upstairs. 15 minutes later, showered and changed, he went to his office, logged on, and opened Google Earth. Then he entered the compass coordinates Cook had given him. The position where he had stood on Tuesday afternoon, 51 degrees, 8 minutes, 40 seconds north, 2 degrees, 41 minutes, 55 seconds west. The place where Cook was convinced the Holy Grail was buried. In the middle of a lawn. Although back then, 2,000 years ago, it would have been an open field. "I don't want to tell you over the phone. It's too dangerous, and it's too important. We need to meet. Please, I'm imploring you. Give me the chance to do that, if you hear me out, what I've calculated." What was it the old man wanted to tell him, but was scared to do so over the phone? The meaning of those numbers that followed the coordinates? He pulled the piece of paper he had found in Harry Cook's wastebin, unfolded it, and looked at the strange hockey stick shape and the numbers written neatly beside it. 14-9, 14-5, 13-5, 20, 18-5, 19, 19, 20, 12. Was the shape connected to these numbers? Were they some kind of code, computer code? He typed them into an email and sent them to his IT guru, Chris Diplock, asking him if he could shed any light on them. As usual, even though it was a Sunday afternoon, a reply pinged back from the man almost instantly. "These look like some kind of code, Ross. No idea what, I'm afraid. I'm guessing the gaps between them are significant and the repetition of some is also significant. There are a stack of code-breaking websites and forums on the net, attaching some that might be of interest." Diplock had put a long list of links underneath. Ross toyed with the idea of posting messages on Twitter and Facebook, asking if anyone knew what these numbers might mean, but then decided against it as he didn't know who might answer and what questions they'd start to ask back. Instead, he had another idea. Some years ago, he'd written a story on computer hackers and had met an oddball character in the computer science department at Brighton University, whom he had found engaging, if unpredictable. His name was Zach Box. A nocturnal creature with few social graces, Zach's sole interests appeared to be computers and craft beers. Ross had spent 2 hours with the geek one evening at the university, during which Box had shown him how to hack into a whole range of top-secret government departments, not only in the UK, but the US and other countries, and military installations as well, including a US drone operation in Iran. Whilst leaving, he assured Ross, untraceable footprints. They'd spent the following day getting totally wrecked at a craft beer festival in a hall in Horsham. To Ross's amazement, Zach had never been arrested, and now worked freelance, advising companies on cybersecurity. Ross had kept in touch, and because Zach always had stories to tell, had joined him at the occasional beer festival around the county, partly because he liked the guy and the beers, and partly because, after a few pints, Zack was likely to let slip the occasional nugget. Knowing that the geek would probably still be asleep at this hour, he emailed him, asking if he had any idea what these numbers might mean, and suggesting it was time for a catch-up over a beer somewhere. And he felt in need of a beer right now. Despite his relaxing time this morning and Hodge's company, which he always enjoyed, the events of Friday were still hitting him hard. He went down into the kitchen, pulled a Peroni out of the fridge, fumbled around in a drawer for the bottle opener, popped the cap off, then carried the cold bottle back upstairs, swigging some as he went. Sitting back at his desk, he stared at his computer screen, his mind elsewhere. On the image of Harry Cook, bound in his chair. Shit. If Harry Cook's torture and murder was connected with all of this, should he let it go? Walk away? Imogen was scared by what he had told her. Was he out of his depth, as Benedict Carmichael had suggested? Was anything worth risking their lives for? He tried to recall Cook's words as he had relayed the message for Ross, received via the medium. This man said he had someone with him who had a message for you. He said he had your brother, Ricky. Ricky said he wanted you to trust me. He said 2 names. I think it was Bubble and Squeak. How could Cook possibly have known about his brother? By reading about the accident in the papers, perhaps, but that was years ago. The internet? But no way could he have known about the gerbils. Just what had Cook's killers been after? The manuscript? The coordinates they thought it contained? Or was that all a total red herring and they were just chances after an old man's hidden money? What was it Cook reckoned he had calculated, that he had been so excited about on the phone? The only obvious item that had been taken was Cook's laptop. His wife's wedding ring was on the floor in its original box, one of the detectives had told him. There was also £2,000 in cash in one of the open drawers in the bedroom. The fact that so much cash and so many valuables had been left untouched pointed to something else that Cook had, which his assailant or assailants were after. Information on someone or something? Ross came back to the manuscript again. Whatever the truth, he didn't like the idea of keeping it in the house. Tomorrow, as he had told Imogen, he would take it to his solicitor. Or maybe it would be better to take it to a storage depot near Shoreham Harbour, where he and Imogen had once rented a unit for some of their furniture between moving from the flat to their current house. He Googled Glastonbury Tor. According to the details that came up, a wooden church had been built on the top in the 10th century and destroyed some time later. The current structure, the ruin of the Church of St. Michael, was built in the 1200s. If Joseph of Arimathea had come to England, bringing with him the Holy Grail, that would have been nearly 1,000 years before the first church had been built. He did some further internet searching. The only thing that would have been there for certain when Joseph visited was the well itself. If I had wanted to hide the chalice, he thought further, would I have dug a hole halfway up the hill, or used a more convenient hiding place? Yet the compass coordinates indicated halfway up the hill. What were the other coordinates that Cook had kept to himself? Gone? For good? He couldn't get out of his mind the thought that Harry Cook's death might have been some kind of bizarre modern version of a crucifixion, or some hideous take on it. He tried a different train of thought. Okay, I'm God, and I want to reveal to Cook where the chalice is. Do I give him the exact coordinates, or ones close? I would know where it is, wouldn't I? Apparently, the wily, often bolshy Old Testament God set people tasks and challenges. He never made anything easy, from what he remembered of his scant reading of the scriptures as a child. Might God have set Cook a challenge too? Was that what Cook had wanted to tell him? After the glorious start to the day, the sky was dark, and droplets of rain were running down the window. He thought about the thick sheaf of papers of the manuscript, held untidily in place by 2 elastic bands, and suddenly felt afraid. Should he just burn the damned thing? And lose his story? He had already, Holy Grail or no Holy Grail, the bones of a sensational article. One of the tabloids would buy it for sure. But there was one more piece he needed to put in place. A very big piece. It could be everything or nothing. An email appeared. It was from Zach Box. He opened it. There's a beer festival at Yapton near Bognor next Saturday. Might go along. Some good Sussex versions of German Weiss beers there. 14-9, 14-5, 13-5, 20, 18-5, 19, 19, 20, 12. Could be a numerical letter code. Each represents a letter of the alphabet. It spells out 9 meters S, south, ? T, turn, ? L, left, ? Helpful? Then a possibility occurred to Ross. Excitedly, he returned to Google Earth, pulled up Chalice Well and looked at the hockey stick shape. It fitted. He grabbed his wallet, logged out of Google Earth and began a shopping spree on the internet. Just as he clicked the final Confirm Purchase button, he heard Monty bark downstairs. It was followed by Imogen's voice calling out, "Ross, I'm home." "Great, I'm starving," he shouted back. "The chicken should be ready in 10 minutes. How was your golf? Did you win?" "No, but I came second." Monty bounded into the room, soaking wet, shook himself, spattering water everywhere, then trotted over to him, sat on his haunches, and raised his front paws. "Hey, wet boy, had a good walk?" He tickled the dog's tummy. Normality. Something that was badly missing from his life. But he felt incredibly excited and more than a little scared. He emailed Zach Box back. "You're a genius." Box replied seconds later. "I know. Okay if I go back to bed now. It's still pretty early for me." Chapter 30. Monday, the 27th of February. Monaco worked well for his purposes. The rocky principality, the second smallest country in the world, about 2 square kilometres. Bordered on 3 sides by France and on the 4th by the Mediterranean, much of it is jam-packed with shoulder-to-shoulder high-rise apartment blocks. There are no beggars and no homeless people, just conspicuous wealth, managing to be quite inconspicuous wherever you looked. The country's fame as a glamorous tax haven, the sunny climate, and the short hop to the international airport of Nice were all attractions to him, but not the main reason he was here. It was the anonymity this place afforded, and which the residents could afford, that suited him most of all. Here in Monaco, at the deli counter in a supermarket, you could find yourself standing next to a Formula One driver, or a Russian investment banker, or a Brexit exile, or Big Tony, who was actually small. Although you didn't really want to be standing next to Big Tony if you could help it. Not that he smelled bad or anything, it was just his aura. He wore it like a black cloak. Big Tony had a quite unremarkable physical presence, and his complexion was pallid. He didn't go out much, except to ride one of his powerful motorbikes fast around the corniches, the twisting mountainous roads between here and Nice. He'd got used to being indoors, felt more comfortable there, but he liked knowing that these days he at least had a choice, unlike half of his adult years which he had spent in a supermax prison in Colorado. If he had been small and hunched when he went in aged 26, now at 63 he was even smaller, thinner, with a nervous demeanour and bird-of-prey eyes. He had good reason to be nervous. There were a few people with scores to settle, in particular a couple of mobsters in prison who had boasted to him, and then he'd ratted on them in exchange for a cut in his sentence. He'd be looking over his shoulder and underneath his car for the rest of his life. Big Tony had carried out 17 successful hits by the time he was 25. The 18th was an expensive screw-up, not for his paymasters who got their $200,000 worth of dead shitbag, but for him. Sheer bad luck. A tyre blew out on the 401 in North Toronto in his rental Durango on the way to the airport. As he'd pulled over to the hard shoulder, he'd been sideswiped by a truck driver who'd been playing a game on his cell phone, he learned later. While he was recovering from his injuries in hospital over the next 3 months, the RCMP had a field day with the gun in the trunk of the car and his laptop data, and some months later he was extradited to face trial in the USA. Now, 12 years on from his release, he was back on his feet, big time. No more random assignments for him. From now on he would pick and choose carefully, and only the richest of pickings. He remembered the words of the U.S. Army General Patton in a movie he had seen years back. "No bastard ever won a war by dying for his country. He won it by making some other poor dumb bastard die for his country." These days he was, mostly, Mr. Fix-It. He got things back for people, and just occasionally, plain simple, got things for people that they wanted. And the arrogant shit of a man with stupid red glasses, wearing a neat suit and carrying a briefcase full of what British criminals like to call folding, who had just entered his 12th-floor apartment, was someone who needed his services. He had it written all over his face, however hard he was trying to mask it. They sat in the bay window with its southern view overlooking the heliport and the Mediterranean beyond, and a small park to the east where a woman was walking a dog. The Englishman held a large tumbler of 25-year-old Glenfiddich in his hand. Big Tony, who never drank whilst doing business, held a Virgin Mary. It turned out to be an appropriate drink from what he was about to hear. "We have a problem," the Englishman said. "I've been told you are the man who could solve it for me." "In that case," Big Tony said with his slow Mississippi drawl, in a voice that was much deeper and stronger than his appearance hinted, "guess you're the one got the problem, mister." The Englishman frowned. "Me?" "I don't solve problems, mister. I just do things for people." "Then we're on the same page." "Depends what you got inside that bag of yours." The Englishman opened it and showed the contents, bundles of banded $500 notes. "2 million, you asked?" "And the same again on delivery." "You're expensive." "I'm expensive?" "Yes, very." "Close the bag." "Close it?" the Englishman queried. "Uh-huh. Why do you want me to do that?" "Because you're going to pick it up and carry it back out of here. I'm not your man." "What do you mean?" "What part of that did you not understand?" The Englishman looked awkward. He took a long pull on his drink. "Okay, look, I think we just got off on the wrong foot. I'm cool with your price." "I'm not. Just went up." "Hey, I'm sorry. I'm happy to pay your price." "Fine. It's now 8 million. "What? You heard. It's doubled. I know who you work for. Money's no object. Come back with the right amount and we'll talk again." The Englishman looked like he was chewing a wasp. "Look, please, let's what?" he interrupted. "Look, mister, 2 things you'd better know about me if you want to do business. First is, I don't negotiate. Second is, I'm not a good person to have not liking you. Understand what I'm saying?" "I understand." The Englishman looked at his watch. "I could come back tomorrow. After 11. I have my Pilates trainer here first thing." "Okay, but in the meantime, you may want to take a look at this." The Englishman handed Big Tony a USB stick. "I'll take a look when I see the color of your money. And no negotiation." "No more negotiation. As you say, my boss has very deep pockets." "Likes playing pocket billiards, does he?" The Englishman chewed another wasp. Then he said, "You come very highly commended. I don't go for bullshit. Come back tomorrow, or go find someone else. You ain't gonna change my life either which way. I'll be back tomorrow after 11 with the money." "Yeah, you will." Chapter 31, Monday the 27th of February. Ross had spent the first years of his journalism career as a reporter on the Argus newspaper in Brighton, then had moved to the city desk at the Daily Mail. After a spell there, he'd joined the Sunday Times Insight team, where he had really cut his teeth in investigative journalism, and found that was what he loved doing best. Then, 3 years ago, feeling he'd made enough contacts with major newspaper editorial teams, he made the decision, supported by Imogen, to go it alone. He'd never regretted that, although there were days when he missed the camaraderie and the buzz of daily office life. It had taken Ross a long time to get used to working from home. He enjoyed the luxury of being as scruffy as he liked and the freedom to pursue any stories he fancied, but there were plenty of days when time dragged and ended being broken down into little highlights. One was when the newspapers arrived, another was the Morning Post, another was the sporadic delivery of Amazon and other online orders, and he always made time to take Monty for a long walk in the early afternoon. The post used to arrive at 10 a.m. promptly, but recently the postman had retired and his replacement was erratic, with no post arriving some days until well past midday. Today was one of those. But he'd been kept busy most of the morning with 3 separate Amazon deliveries from orders he had placed yesterday, 2 of them very bulky packages. He'd opened them and stashed their contents at the back of the integral garage, part of which they used as storage, not wanting to have to explain them to Imogen. As he sat back at his desk, responding to a suggestion from an editor that he might like to take a look into the personal wealth and tax affairs of a recently knighted retail tycoon, he heard a clatter from downstairs, accompanied by several loud barks from Monty, the signal that the post had finally arrived. He glanced at his watch. It was 12:35 p.m., and went downstairs. The post had indeed arrived, a thin stack bound by an elastic band lying on the doormat. He carried it through to the kitchen and flicked through it. A large envelope from his accountant, probably not going to make good reading, he thought. A typed envelope addressed to Imogen, a buff envelope from HMRC that looked suspiciously like a tax demand, and at the bottom a small handwritten envelope addressed to him, with a Birmingham postmark. The writing was old-fashioned, and he recognized it at once. Putting Imogen's post on the hall table, he went back upstairs with the rest of his, sat down and opened the handwritten envelope. Inside was a letter. Dear Mr. Hunter, I am worried about what I have been told and passed on to you. As a safeguard, because it is so important if anything should happen to me, I have entrusted the 2 remaining sets of coordinates to the care of my solicitor, Mr. Robert Anholt-Sperry, at Anholt-Sperry Brine in Birmingham, who has them safe. He is instructed to hand them to you alone on proof of identity, and no one else. Should the first set at Chalice Well convince you, which I sincerely hope it will, of my bona fides. In the event anything should happen to me, sole responsibility for saving the world will rest with you. Yours most sincerely, Dr. Harry F. Cook. Ross read the letter through again. Well, that's a big ticket, Harry, he said aloud. He smiled, but inside he was shaking. Then he jumped as the doorbell rang. Peering out of the window, he saw a UPS van. He hurried downstairs and opened the front door. It was another delivery of stuff he had ordered yesterday. He signed for it, then took Monty for a long walk. He crossed the footbridge over the A27 carriageway, and then on up the sloping, open fields towards the Chattery, the beautiful temple-like memorial built on the site where Sikh soldiers who had died in Brighton from injuries they had sustained in the First World War had been cremated. It was an area where Monty loved to roam off his lead and where Ross could do his best thinking. And, despite being filled with misgivings about the strange old man, he had one overriding thought. What if, just what if, however improbably, Harry Cook was for real? 9 meters south, turn left. He was going to give the man one last shot. He felt he owed him that. If that came to nothing, then finito, end of. Tomorrow night, Tuesday, was Imogen's book club night. A good time to be out, too. Maybe, if it all went well, he'd be home before her, although in his heart he doubted that. He was nervous at the thought of what lay ahead. but he knew that unless he went through with it, he would forever be wondering for the rest of his life. But the disturbed earth on the Chalice Well hillside bothered him. If Cook had been telling him the truth, had someone else attempted to excavate in the same spot, someone ahead of the game? Had they found the Holy Grail already? He didn't think so, and if they hadn't, then they would still be looking too. Was it possible they could be watching him, waiting for him to lead them to it? As soon as he got home, he picked up his wallet and keys, went out to his car, and drove the 10 miles to the county town of Lewis. The Lewis Flea Market, sited in a historic building, was partly supplied by house clearance companies. The 200 stalls within a shop contained everything from old furniture and paintings to pre- and post-war artifacts and bric-a-brac, much of little value, but too collectible to be considered junk. Ross found what he needed there after only a few minutes. Chapter 32, Monday the 27th of February. The tall 48-year-old American was perspiring in his heavy, hooded black habit as he lugged an armful of fresh bedding up the stone steps from the monastery's basement laundry. The knuckles of his right hand were raw, the skin scraped off and hurting. He was feeling terrible today, but he was trying to carry on as normal, as if nothing had happened. After morning prayers, Brother Pete had stripped the beds of the overnight guests, then washed their towels, sheets, and pillowcases, and hung them out to dry. Here at Simonopetra, perched high up on a rock promontory overlooking the Aegean, the monastic tradition of food and overnight accommodation to visitors was upheld rigorously. But guests were only permitted to stay for one night before moving on to another monastery, several kilometers hike away. He made his way along the network of dark passageways towards the guest dormitory and entered the room. It had an austere, prison-like feel, with rows of metal bunk beds, bare walls, and a view from the tiny casement windows of the blue sea several 100 meters below. Water that, on stifling Greek summer days, he sometimes longed, sinfully, to jump into. But swimming was considered pleasure, and all pleasures were forbidden here in this ascetic community that was his home, and which he could never see himself leaving. There was limited electricity, radios and televisions were forbidden, and communication with the outside world was severely restricted. A monk, once admitted to permanent residence, could never leave without the consent of the abbot. Only one woman had set foot here in Mount Athos since 800 A.D., when the first of the 20 monasteries on this long, narrow, and mountainous peninsula in northern Greece was founded. The autonomous monastic state of the Holy Mountain, ruled by the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, had been Christian Orthodox for 1800 years. 17 of the monasteries were Greek Orthodox, one was Russian Orthodox, one Serbian Orthodox, and one Albanian Orthodox. None of the monks spoke to each other, except when it was vital, and then only with the consent of their abbot. Sealed off from the mainland by an impenetrable mountainous barrier, there was no road in. The only way to reach Mount Athos was by ferry from Thessaloniki, where access was permitted to only 12 non-Greek Orthodox males at any one time, and all visitors had to present themselves to the monk bureau in Thessaloniki to be inspected to ensure they were not females in disguise. Boats carrying females were not permitted closer than 1 kilometer to the shores, and the highest female life forms allowed on the peninsula were hens. Not even female dogs or cats were permitted. All of this suited Brother Pete fine. The tall, gangly, heavily bearded and shaven-headed monk had spent many peaceful years as the guest master in this monastery. But when he had first arrived, the dwindling population had been a worry to all the monks here, as well as to all the other monasteries. When the previous abbot had died a few years before Pete's arrival, there had been too few monks in residence to carry his coffin. Fortunately, God had intervened, and during the past decade, the numbers here in this monastery had increased from 2 to 25. People like him, escaping for whatever reason from the wider, materialistic world, to devote their lives to serving God, and the numbers had similarly increased throughout the peninsula. Mount Athos had no means to recruit monks. To replace those who died, the community relied entirely on visitors deciding to stay, just as he had done himself. Pete Stellos had visited at the suggestion of his cousin, and understood the Lord's calling when he arrived. His days were filled peacefully with work and prayer, and his devotion enabled him to ignore the privations, which included the sticky heat of the summer and the freezing cold of the winters. His routine was to rise at 2 a.m., enter the chapel and pray until 6:30 a.m., when the morning meal was served 6 days a week. The seventh day was fasting. The meal, of cheese, salad, fish, and white wine, was eaten rapidly, in silence, whilst the abbot or a deputy intoned the day's reading from the lectern in the refectory. After the meal he would pray again until 9 a.m., and then he would make the beds in the visitors' dormitory, do the laundry, and afterwards pray again until the evening meal of salad, cheese, and white wine once more. After that he would pray until 10 p.m., when he would retire to bed. If any visitors wanted to talk to him, they had to request consent from the abbot, and usually would be granted this for 15 minutes after the evening meal. Brother Pete preferred not to have to speak to anyone, but he knew that these rare occasions when an audience with him was requested was an opportunity to perhaps convince someone to consider a calling here. Most of those who visited were devout men of faith, paying respects, or those desperately seeking God's help in curing a dying loved one, or the recently bereaved seeking understanding and solace, or those seeking restoration. But last night, one visitor who had requested to speak to him had caused him consternation and left him deeply troubled, praying all night for forgiveness. It was an aggressive and skeptical American journalist who had been granted a 5-day entry permit to the peninsula. Calculating that Brother Pete spent 16 hours a day in prayer, he asked him if he ever got bored with praying. "Sure," he had replied, "but, you know, all jobs have boring bits." "Praying is a job?" the journalist asked, his condescending voice laden with skepticism that bordered on pity. "Uh-huh." "So, what do you pray for?" "I pray to God to intervene in the world's problems, to bring peace to Syria, Iran, to help stop the persecution of kids in Nigeria by Boko Haram, to help the earthquake victims in Japan or Italy or wherever these disasters happen, and for all those persecuted for their faith around the globe." "But you have no radio, no television, and no newspapers. How can you know what's going on in the outside world?" the journalist had queried. "God tells us," Brother Pete replied simply. "That's what you believe?" "Absolutely. To be a monk, you have to believe." "And you never have doubts?" "Why would I? When you give yourself to serving God, He takes care of your doubts." "Okay. And if it turns out there is no God, you've wasted your life, right?" Pete looked at his watch. The abbot had granted 15 minutes for this interview. To his relief, the time was almost up. "I'm going to have to wrap up now," he said. "One last question. What do you miss most about your life before here?" "Miss?" "Yes, you know, movies, freedom, burgers, the internet, anything that you had to leave behind." "Nothing. God provides everything I need." "And you plan to stay here for the rest of your life?" Brother Pete opened his arms and walked across to the window, which had no glass. Way below lay the deep blue of the ocean. "You have a view like this from your office window?" "This is your office?" "I guess." "And where do you go next, up the monk corporate ladder, to the penthouse suite?" Ignoring the jibe, he replied simply, "Why would I want to be any place else? I'll be here until God calls me." He shrugged. "Then I'll go on to wherever He needs me." "One question again, Brother Pete. Do you really never have any doubts at all? Don't you ever feel sometimes that maybe you're in the attic apartment of a house where there's a great party going on downstairs, that you haven't been invited to." The monk gave him a look of pity. "Never had a moment's doubt since I set foot here. No, sir. In God I trust, and I'll tell you something. I'm sensing that feeling's mutual, but you just don't want to admit it. You're wrong. I respect your views, but I'm not some kind of a closet Christian. I have an open mind, and that's why I'm here. You're planning to go home to America and write a piece for the New Yorker about the loony monks of Mount Athos? I'll write that I pity you and all of your fellow deluded assholes." Pete stepped forward and punched the journalist as hard as he could in the face, busting his nose. Chapter 33, Tuesday the 28th of February. At 5 p.m., an hour before Imogen was due to arrive home from work, Ross loaded up the boot of his car with all the equipment he reckoned he would need, much of which had been delivered yesterday and stored in the garage. He was glad of the pelting rain and dark skies to give him extra cover, and hoped the weather would remain bad, as forecast. He left her a note on the kitchen table. "Gone out on a work assignment, might be late. Monty fed. Have a fun book club night. Kiss." Then he headed off on the long, crawling drive through the afternoon rush hour, with Glastonbury programmed into his sat-nav. He was so focused on his task ahead that for some while he did not notice in the fading light the dark saloon, staying a steady 2 or 3 cars behind him all the way along the A23, the M25, and then the M3 motorways, passing Basingstoke, then Salisbury, then almost 3 hours into his journey, passing Stonehenge on the A303. That was when he first became aware that someone might be following him. Just after the car right behind him had turned left off the road, and the lights of the vehicle behind seemed familiar. Most lights, apart from those of recent model Audis and some other high-end cars, which had distinctive LEDs, were the same. Moments later, in a blare of blue-tinted light, something came up close in his mirrors, then shot past him with a roar. The tail of a Porsche 911. There were no longer any lights behind him. Whoever it was must have turned off, he thought to his relief. But he remained wary and vigilant, and his nerves were jangling about the task ahead of him. It was shortly after 8:30 p.m. when he finally arrived in Glastonbury. The weather was on his side. It was still pelting with rain. Perfect. He could not have hoped for better cover. Then, with a twinge of unease, he thought he saw something in his mirror. He slowed right down, repeatedly checking as he passed beneath streetlights. Nothing. Just his imagination. He was being jumpy as hell. He pulled into the deserted car park in the forecourt of the factory outlet where he had been previously, turned off the lights and sat, looking around. But there was still no sign of another vehicle. It was raining too hard for anyone, except the most die-hard of dog walkers, to be out on this foul night. Then his phone pinged, startling him. It was a text from Imogen. "Hope you're okay. Big argument about this book going on. Kiss." They had been reading Shantaram. He texted back, "Tell them you think it's the new 50 Shades of Grey." He started the engine and drove back out of the car park, looking for any vehicle that hadn't been there when he had driven past a few minutes earlier, but still could see nothing. He turned left into the lane between Chalice Well and Glastonbury Tor, which he had walked up on his visit here last week, and drove on, then swung into the lay-by where the footpath to the Tor began. There was ample room for his car. It was perfect. No one around at all. He opened the boot and lifted out the 3 waterproof holdalls into which he had packed all the kit he thought he would need. Then he lugged the heavy bags the short distance back down the lane, ready to dive into the shadows and freeze if any car came by. He pulled on a head torch with a red filter. A low-level light, he had researched, could not be seen from any distance, and hoisted each bag over the fence, letting them drop down the other side, then clumsily scrambled over. He stared around at the darkness, trying to accustom his eyes. Could he really go through with this? His phone pinged loudly again. He tugged it out and glanced at the display. It was another text from Imogen. "Ha! Kiss, kiss." He smiled uncomfortably, feeling bad that he'd had to avoid telling her the truth about what he was doing tonight. But he hadn't wanted to scare her. He turned the phone to silent. A tiny speck of light flared in the darkness, then died on the far side of the fence. He switched off his head torch, his heart thudding, breaking into a cold sweat, and stood still, staring. Nothing. After waiting for a couple of minutes, with the rain continuing to pelt relentlessly down, he turned away, switched the torch back on, picked up the bags, and trudged towards the well. Carefully descending the treacherously slippery steps, he stopped in front of the wellhead, with its raised circular lid. "This is crazy. Go home." He was soaking wet, cold, apprehensive, and feeling increasingly scared about just what he was getting into. "You idiot," he thought to himself. "Forget it." Images of Harry Cook's horrific death flooded through his mind. Were the old man's torturers and killers waiting out in the darkness here for him? He shivered. Forget it. His brain screamed at him. Go home, find another way to save the world. But he had come this far. He put down the bags, walked to the edge of the narrow well, and peered through the metal grid down at the inky water below. A smell of moss and weed rose from it. He was thinking about that crumpled page he had recovered from Cook's waste bin, the compass coordinates and the email Box had sent him deciphering the numbers. 9 meters S, brackets south, question mark, brackets, T, brackets turn, question mark, brackets, L, brackets left, question mark, brackets, helpful. If you paced 9 meters south and turned left from the exact spot those coordinates indicated, you were at the wellhead. He bent down, unzipped one bag, and pulled out an adjustable spanner. For several minutes he struggled to undo each of the nuts and bolts that held the grid secure. None of them, probably, had been moved in years or even decades. By the time he had undone the last one, he was sweating from the exertion. Then, just as he kneeled down to try to lift the grid, hoping it wasn't going to be impossibly heavy, he heard the sound of a car. It was driving slowly up the lane on the other side of the fence. He held his breath. If it was local police, would they wonder what his car was doing there? Or just assume he was a night walker gone for a stroll around the sacred hill? He could see the glow of the headlights on the overhanging branches, moving past. The sound of the engine faded, and he resumed his task. Gripping his hands around 2 of the black metal crossbars of the cover, he pulled sharply upwards. Nothing happened. Shit! He tried again, then again, until he saw the problem. He'd only removed 5 bolts. There were 6 holding the grid in place, and the 6th one was by his left hand. He had missed it. His nerves, he realized. He wasn't thinking clearly. He removed the final nut and bolt, bent down and gripped the bars again. The grid came away easily. It was lighter than he had expected. Breathing deeply with relief, he laid it down carefully to the side of the well, then delved into another bag and pulled out the improvised piece of kit he had rigged earlier today. It was his GoPro camera in the waterproof casing he used on scuba diving holidays, attached to a metal wrench for weight, and with a waterproof LED torch secured to it, along with a polypropylene rope. He switched on the torch and the camera, set it to video, then lowered the contraption into the water, paying out the cord as it went down, keeping a rough count. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30, 40, 50. The guidebook said it was 80 foot deep. 60, 70, 80. The cord went slack. He pulled it taut, then slowly twisted it round for several revolutions before, slowly and steadily, hauling it back up. Every few moments he paused to look around him in the darkness, his phone torch casting a red glow along the circular stone wall beyond the wellhead. Then he thought he heard a footstep. He stopped, turned the torch off, sat very still, listening. The rain pattered down. He hauled the camera up further, then stopped and listened again. The only sound was the rain. Shivering from the cold, he switched the torch back on. The camera surfaced with a tiny plop. He lifted it up, popped open the casing and removed the camera itself. Then, sheltering it as best he could from the rain inside his parka, he pressed the replay button. For a minute, maybe longer, he watched as the video played, the grainy image showing bare walls, some with moss and tendrils of weed, as the camera descended. Then the image jigged unsteadily. The camera must have reached the bottom. It began to rotate. He could see what looked like a number of coins. The camera completed what seemed like a full rotation, stirring up silt. Nothing. Shit. But at least now he knew. Harry Cook had been... Then he froze as the camera rotated again, and he noticed something in the murk. He stabbed the pause button. There was something that was not part of the bottom of the well, nor the wall. A dark shape. It lay on the bottom. He replayed it, and he could see it slightly more clearly now, as his eyes were adjusting to the gloom down there. It felt like a bolt of electricity had shot through him. What was it? He replayed the image a third time. There it was, nestling in the silt. Impossible to figure exactly what it was. Maybe it was just a large stone. Next, he pulled out the sections of flexible wire caving ladder he had bought on the internet, along with Mayon Rapide section joints, and began assembling it with shaking hands. When he had finished creating it, he used a tow strap to anchor the rope-like ladder to a tree at the edge of the fence, then lowered it into the well, paying it out until he reached the end. From the third and heaviest bag, he removed his scuba equipment. Then he stood still, staring at the darkness all around him, shivering. This was madness. Forget it. Go home. The well was barely wide enough for him to fit into. He asked me to tell you that Ricky said you should trust me. He said to mention Bubble and Squeak. Harry Cook's voice was echoing all around him. He'd come this far. He would bloody well see it through. He stripped off his clothing and, shivering from the cold, wormed into the wetsuit. He tugged on rubber shoes and gloves, secured the air tank to his buoyancy jacket, and then fixed the regulator in place. He turned on his air and checked the tank capacity. He only had half a tank left. He cursed himself for not having checked it, but was sure it would be more than enough for the depth he was likely to be descending to, especially as he would not be contending with any current, unlike his last and rather hairy dive last summer with Imogen on the Elphinstone Reef in the Red Sea. He fastened his weight belt, strapped his diving knife holster and powerful underwater torch to his legs, donned his jacket, head torch and dive computer, grabbed his mask, and then scooped up the first bag. He climbed over the rim of the wellhead and, gripping the sides of the ladder, handles of the smallest hold-all over his arm, began to descend. The man who had followed him all the way down here from Patcham, concealed nearby, watched him through night vision binoculars with a built-in video, a hazy green image. Shortly after Ross had disappeared from view, he zoomed in. Chapter 34, Tuesday the 28th of February. Ross climbed down the swaying, unsteady ladder, increasingly nervous with every step, until, after only a short distance from the wellhead, he reached the surface of the water. He hesitated. All his instincts were screaming at him to pack up, forget all about this, go home. But after some moments he finally plucked up courage, grabbed the mouthpiece of his regulator, adjusted his mask, and gently let himself down. Instantly, as his head went below the surface, he felt its icy chill. Tendrils of weed touched his face, and he shuddered. A short distance down, he stopped and attached the hold-all he was carrying with its contents to a rung. Then he continued his descent into the eerie darkness that was only faintly illuminated by his head torch. He could hear the steady roar of his breathing, the popping of bubbles, and the thud, thud, thud of his heartbeat. He was shivering with cold, despite the protection of his diving kit. It seemed he was going down for an eternity, and he felt very scared. He stopped, wondering whether to abort. The cold was getting worse, and he wasn't even halfway to the bottom. Probably just a damn bit of rubbish down there. The sound of his breathing was getting louder, echoing. More weed growing off the wall brushed his face like a cobweb. His feet found the next rung, and the next. That was the final rung. 20 feet down from the top now. He released his grip and sank, steadily and rapidly. It felt like he was gaining speed, 30 feet, 40, 50. He dived inside sunken wrecks off Barbados, in caves in the Red Sea, down deep shelves off the Maldives, and he'd never been scared before. But now he was terrified, sinking deeper and deeper down this narrow, inky shaft. 60 feet. He thought about their unborn baby, then Imogen. Diving solo anywhere was a no-no. Diving solo into a confined space, an unknown one at that, was insane. If he got into trouble of any kind, no one was going to be coming to rescue him. He'd never see his child born. 70 feet. In his nervous and fearful state, he made the cardinal mistake of not checking his buoyancy, and, like a rank novice, squelched down heavily on the soft, muddy floor at the bottom of the well shaft. Furious at his own incompetence, there was nothing he could do as the mud rose like fog around him, and he could only wait for it to settle. Checking the pressure gauge on his regulator, he saw that his air supply would only allow him another 15 minutes or so. His panic had caused him to use far more air than he would do normally. Stupid to panic, he knew. That was what killed divers. He had to calm down, somehow, but his thoughts were ragged with anxiety. It had taken him 7 minutes to descend, and he needed to allow all of that and more to ascend. But the water was still too cloudy to see anything. Slowly, it began to clear. 11 minutes left. 10. He could see a few coins, what looked like a Kit Kat wrapper, a partially disintegrated takeaway carton, then a large, old-fashioned Nokia mobile phone. Can't have been the object that the camera saw. It was bigger, much bigger. He turned, and more mud rose, obscuring everything. He knelt and groped around in the deep mud and slime with his gloved hands, stirring it up even more and feeling repulsed. What was down here? What disgusting things? What dead animals or live bottom feeders? He touched something that felt like a dead frog and shuddered. Then a solid object, covered in slime, the shape he had viewed on his GoPro. He lifted it up, bringing it close to his face, and could just see, in the faint glow of his head torch, strands of slime and weed hanging from it. He wiped them away, and finally saw, to his disappointment, that it was a child's red Wellington boot filled with silt. After making sure there was nothing else he was missing down here, he at last began his ascent. 8 minutes left. He rose as fast as his bleeper would allow, pausing briefly at the rung, some way below the surface, where he had attached the holdall on his way down. He unzipped the bag a little to let water in and zipped it again. He carried on up and broke the surface, pulled out his mouthpiece, and with relief gulped down the fresh night air. He slung the bag over the top of the wellhead onto the ground and froze. A shadowy figure was standing in front of him. Something hard slammed into his face, knocking him off the ladder. He began plunging feet first back down the well, dazed, scrabbling feebly with his hands for the ladder and swallowing water. Finally getting a purchase on the ladder and holding his breath, he scrambled as fast as he could back up. As his head broke the surface, he coughed, spitting out water and looking up, and pulled his diving knife out of its sheath, gripping it tightly with his right hand. He continued climbing. In the darkness it was hard to see how far he was from the top, so he slowed now, ascending one rung at a time, stopping after each and waiting. Suddenly he heard the roar of an engine firing up, the squeal of tires, then the sound of a car heading away, fast. Bastard! He scrambled up the remaining rungs to the top, then stopped in shock. The metal grid had been put back into place above him. His nose hurt, but he barely noticed as he peered tentatively through the grill. His plan had worked. The two large holdalls were still visible, but whoever his assailant was had taken with him the smaller bag and its contents that he had put up there moments earlier. The contents which he had bought yesterday in the flea market: a rusty 1930s biscuit tin and a silver-plated christening mug, which he had wrapped in cloth and placed inside it. He waited, listening carefully for any sound of movement, but could hear nothing. Finally, he pushed hard against the grill, but it would not budge. He was entombed. Chapter 35, Tuesday the 28th of February. Ross pushed the metal grid as hard as he could again. Then he removed a glove and ran his fingers to one side, and felt the nut and bolt. The nut was tight, impossible to budge with his cold fingers. Working his way round, he found 3 more of the original 6 bolted tight, far too tight. Bastards! For some moments he was gripped with blind panic. Would he have to stay here all night, gripping the ladder? Would someone hear him shout in the morning? Could he hold on that long? Removing his weighted belt, he secured it to the ladder, followed by his jacket and air tank, feeling freer without the encumbrances, and able to think more clearly. He focused, determined to keep calm. There was nothing at the bottom of the well. But if, as he had surmised, Joseph of Arimathea had wanted a hiding place for the Holy Grail and had chosen Chalice Well, what would he have done with it? And who named the well? Joseph wouldn't have had diving equipment, so short of dropping the chalice down the well, he'd have had to put it above the surface of the water, surely. He looked at his watch, 9:07 p.m. Around 12 hours, probably, before workers would be arriving here. He'd worry about his story then, but in the meantime, he had almost 12 hours to explore the surface area of the well. He'd think about something to say to Imogen later. He decided on a methodical approach. He pushed up his mask and, starting at the top, right below the metal grid, pushed every stone lining the round wall, prodding at the edges with his knife, then steadily working his way downwards. As he was on the verge of giving up, a large piece of stone, just above the surface of the water, felt loose. He worked his knife into the gap between it and the next stone for several minutes, feeling it getting steadily looser and looser, pushing at it constantly. It was coming away. Finally, to his surprise, it tumbled inwards, exposing a hole. Heart-thudding, he peered into the darkness, unsheathed his waterproof torch, and shone the beam in. It lit up a sizable cavity that appeared to stretch away some distance. There was a blast of cold air on his face. He began to work on another slab of stone until that came loose too, and he was able to push it through. Then another, until that fell through into the cavity as well. Now there was enough room to get his head and shoulders inside. He could feel the blast of cold air much more strongly. What was at the far end of this opening? Some way out? Worming his way in, he felt a cobweb against his face and brushed it away, squirming with revulsion. Then saw 2 tiny red dots in the distance. An instant later, they vanished. A rat. He'd hated them since his time in Afghanistan. There was a dank smell, but the walls looked dry. Rough stone. Was it a natural cave or something man-made, he wondered as he hauled himself in. Even with his head torch and the one in his hand, it was hard to see more than a few yards ahead. There was barely enough height inside to kneel, and the curved ceiling was uneven and covered in small stalactites. Holding his torch in one hand, he crawled along for several yards. Then, ahead of him, it narrowed and the roof lowered. There was just a tiny opening. Shit! He was never comfortable in confined spaces. He didn't even like sitting in the rear of a 2-door car. To get through, he would have to flatten himself on his stomach and crawl. He pushed the torch through in front of him. Another pair of tiny red eyes gleamed in the darkness. Sod off! He heard a squeak. A scratching, echoing sound of scampering feet. Silence. He took a deep breath, flattened himself on the ground, and worked his way forward, feeling his head brush against the roof of the cave. The cold air blowing on his face increasingly strongly, giving him hope that there might be an opening at the end. In the beam of the torch he could see the tunnel narrowing further, A few yards on, his head was rubbing against the roof and his chin against the ground. He was breathing harder and harder. Was he going to be able to go any further? He was starting to panic, to hyperventilate. Calm down, deep breath, steady, deep breath. The roof and sides of the cave were pressing in on him, like being in a coffin. I've come this far. Keep going, keep going. He could hear his breaths echoing around him, and the scraping sounds his body made with every push forward. What if I get stuck? He put the thought out of his mind, squirmed on forward. Then, 20 yards or so along, it all appeared to open up. It gave him a spurt of energy, and he wriggled onwards. A minute later, he was in a cavern, with the ceiling high enough to enable him to stand up, then narrowing into another tunnel at the far end. He clambered to his feet unsteadily with a surge of relief. Picking the torch up off the floor, he shone it around the bare walls, the bare floor, and saw a tiny recess over to his right. Dust-covered stone chippings on the floor beneath it indicated that this was not a natural hole in the wall. Someone had chipped it out. Curious, he stumbled over to it and shone the torch in, and saw an object inside, right at the back. He reached in and lifted it out. It was wooden, unevenly shaped the size of a rugby ball, coated in dust, and appeared to be made of two halves which were fused together by a bonding as hard as rock. The hairs on the back of his neck rose. This was man-made. Chapter 36. Tuesday the 28th of February. Ross stood there, mesmerized by the object. He could think of nothing else. All his fear was, for the moment, gone. Was this what Harry Cook had been looking for? Had died for? What was inside it? He was tempted to prise it open right here with his knife, but his priority was to protect it and to get out of here without running into his assailant again. At some point, whoever it was who had kicked him in the face and run off with his bag would discover its real contents and might return. Maybe the tunnel that continued on from the cave would take him somewhere he could escape from. He had no choice but to try it. He carried his find over to the far side of the cave, crouched, knelt, then had to flatten himself once more, pushing the torch and the wooden object in front of him. He crawled on through another long tunnel, barely wide or high enough to fit through, but all the time the air blowing on his face was getting stronger, colder, and fresher. After 20 minutes, he saw the end. A wall of stone ahead of him with crude steps carved in it, and another cavity high enough to stand up in. Holding the torch in one hand and the object in the other, he climbed up about 20 feet, to his relief the cold air getting fresher with every step. Above him he saw another circular, rusted metal grid, with darkness beyond. He reached it, having no idea where he was, and gave it a push. It did not budge. Fighting panic, he jabbed his knife hard upwards around the edge, and felt it cut through something soft. Earth fell onto his face and into his eyes, momentarily blinding him. He blinked hard, wiping his eyes, then pulled his goggles on. He continued working his knife round the circumference for some minutes. Then he pushed again, and felt the grid move a fraction. Using all his strength, he pushed again. The grid moved further, several inches. He pushed once more, and on his next attempt, with a sucking sound as if the earth gave it up reluctantly, the grid rose upwards and fell away. He scrambled up the final 2 steps, clambered through the opening he had made, and shone his torch beam around. He was inside dense undergrowth. He worked his way through it until finally emerging onto a grassy hillside, and then he realized exactly where he was. 100 yards or so above him stood the ruins of Glastonbury Tor, where he had been last week. To his left, from where he had just emerged, was a huge, impenetrable-looking hawthorn thicket with a number of trees rising from it. He stood in the rain, staring into the night, back towards Chalice Well. Chapter 37. Tuesday the 28th of February. Ross made his way back to the well where he had started, checking carefully that his attacker was no longer around. His remaining 2 bags were still there. He carefully wrapped his find inside a towel and placed it in a holdall on its own. When he had finished, he set about concealing his tracks. He unbolted the grid that had imprisoned him, hauled up the ladder with his weights and air tank, and repacked everything. Then he closed and rebolted the grill, not worrying about replacing the stones concealing the opening he had made below. Finally, he tugged off his wetsuit and put his clothes back on. When he was ready, he lowered the holdalls over the fence and clambered over himself, listening hard for the sound of any approaching footsteps or a vehicle. He left Glastonbury and drove several miles towards Brighton before spotting a secluded lay-by. He pulled off into it and stopped the car out of sight of the road behind a closed catering trailer. Locking the doors, he switched on the interior light, unzipped the sodden bag on the passenger seat beside him with shaking hands, and peered at the strange, dusty, oval-shaped object inside the towel. He lifted and jiggled it and felt something move very slightly inside. Glancing around again, checking no one was approaching, and breathing fast, he carefully scraped away with his fingers the heavy coat of dust from a tiny section, exposing the wood beneath. Then he held it to his ear and tapped it. It sounded hollow. Trembling with anticipation, he tried to pull the 2 halves apart, but could not do it. He'd have to leave it until he got home. He wondered just what might be inside. Was this what Cook had predicted? Could it possibly be? Or could it be nothing? A massive anticlimax. He hardly dared to hope it might be real. The chalice. Someone, whether it was Joseph of Arimathea or not, had sure gone to a lot of trouble to hide it for it not to be discovered all of these years. Glancing in the mirror, he saw a trail of dried blood from his nostrils and down the front of his mouth, as well as scratches on his forehead and cheek. He wet his handkerchief and cleaned up his face as best he could, his nose painful to touch. It might have been the shadows and the poor light, but it looked like he had dark rings round his eyes, a sign his nose was busted. He arrived home shortly after 2 a.m., adrenaline pumping, and pulled up in front of the garage alongside Imogen's Prius. They only used the garage for storage and as a workshop and never bothered putting either car in there. He looked all around him in the darkness, checking as best he could before getting out of the car and stepping up to the garage. He unlocked and opened the up-and-over door as quietly as he could, switched on the interior light, unloaded the bags, pulled the door shut behind him, and checked it was locked. Hurriedly hanging up his scuba gear above his road bike and his folded Brompton, he unlocked the integral door and carried the damp bag containing the curio into the house, past Monty, who was asleep in his basket, and laid it on the draining board. The dog opened one eye and closed it again, as Ross tiptoed out and up to the bedroom. His press release to Imogen on his busted nose and scratches would be that he got punched by an angry city hedge fund manager whom he doorstepped, following up his story on film Tax Evaders. She was sound asleep and had left his bedside lamp on for him. Good. He was about to tiptoe out again when she murmured, "How was your evening?" "Pretty uneventful." "Good. Yours?" "Not everyone liked the book. Some thought it was too long, but I disagreed." He walked over and kissed her. "Sleep tight. Love you. Love you too." He tried to make it sound like he meant it, but he found it hard to say those words. Closing the bedroom door as quietly as he could, he went back downstairs and into the kitchen, pulled a bottle of Craigellachie whiskey out of the cupboard, and necked some down straight from the bottle to try to calm himself. Then he pulled on a pair of rubber gloves, carefully lifted the object from the bag, laid it in the sink on a dry tea towel, and took a photograph with his phone. Next, he steadily and delicately wiped the dust away with a cloth, not wanting to risk using a brush in case there was any wording or anything painted or written on the surface that he might damage. The object was definitely wooden, and he guessed it was oak. It seemed it might be a container of some kind, fashioned from 2 halves of a narrow tree trunk, which had been cut open and then stuck back together. The object felt very old, and the wood was dark, like something he might see in a display case in a museum. He kept staring at it and wondering. Dr. Cook, is this what you were looking for? Is this what God had wanted you to find? The first of 3 items he'd given you compass coordinates for? The light dimmed just a fraction. It flickered. Then it brightened again. He shivered, looked up at the downlighters, heard his heart thudding. He listened carefully for any sounds of Imogen getting out of bed, but apart from Monty lapping away at his water bowl, all was quiet. Should he not touch this at all, not attempt to open it and damage it, but take it to an expert, perhaps the British Museum? But then he would have to explain how it came into his possession, and be obligated to share the knowledge of whatever it might contain. At this point, he wanted to keep the information to himself. He took more photographs of it. Then he selected a large, heavy knife from the wooden block by the sink, and set to work on the seal. But it was more than rock hard, it was diamond hard. Try as he might, careful not to let the blade slip, he could not penetrate between the 2 halves. Tired and frustrated, he carried the object through into the garage, placed it in the jaws of his vise on his workbench, which he had bought in the as-yet unfulfilled hope of improving his DIY skills, and wound the handle, clamping it as hard as he dared without risking cracking it. Then he picked up a hammer and chisel. Placing the blade of the chisel against the seal, he tapped it with the hammer. Nothing happened. He tapped again, harder, then harder still. Finally, it broke through. 15 minutes later, he had chipped away enough of the seal. He unwound the vise, pushed the chisel in again, and twisted the handle. The top half opened up like a clamshell with a loud, cracking sound. Cradled inside the bottom section was a bundle of dark brown cloth of some kind, wrapped around an object and bound with coarse strands of what looked to him like raffia. He laid both sections carefully down on a cloth he had placed on the workbench, then lifted the object out. It was light and felt hard. He began to unwind the cloth wrapped around it. The material was old, and some of it crumbled into dust in his hands. Then finally, after unwinding several layers, he saw what the object inside was, and felt a strange prickle tugging at his skin, as if every hair on his body was being stretched tight. It looked like a hand-carved wooden drinking vessel, a chalice. He took several photographs and lifted it up. It was uneven, but it was beautiful. Quite delicate, with an elliptical bowl and a small, flat, round base. In the bottom of the bowl was a dark crust. He wondered what he was really looking at. An elaborate prank, or something Christianity had been trying to find for the past 2,000 years. Was it possible? The garage door suddenly shook as if someone was trying to open it. He froze, then calmed down. It was just the wind. He looked back at the vessel. Could it be the Holy Grail? Was it possible he had found it? Whoever had followed him to Chalice Well and subsequently kicked him in the face and run off with a bag of car boot sale tat clearly believed it was. He stared down again at the vessel, the roughly hewn cup. The chalice that Jesus had drunk from? That some of his blood had been poured into, according to legend, while he was on the cross? That Joseph of Arimathea had brought here and protected by hiding it in a cavern with concealed entrances near the well? He wondered how long it would be before his assailant realized that he had been stiffed and come looking for the real thing. The same person, or persons, who had tortured and killed Cook. He needed to hide it. He stared around the garage, his brain racing. Where would someone not think of looking? He still had his old golf bag empty in a corner of the garage. He pushed the wooden container into the side pocket and zipped it up. Then he wrapped the vessel in his waterproof golfing jacket, put his head torch back on, and carried the vessel out into the back garden. He walked down to the shed at the far end and took out a spade. There was a space a couple of feet wide behind the shed where he had his compost heap. He moved some aside, dug a deep hole in the earth, laid the wrapped cup at the bottom, filled the hole back in, and smoothed the earth over, then shoveled the compost back on top. When he had finished, he went back into the house, removed his muddy shoes, and, feeling drained, climbed upstairs to the bathroom. His head was pounding from the blow to his nose. He took out a couple of paracetamol from the cabinet and swallowed them with a glass of water, cursorily brushed his teeth, removed his clothes, had a very quick shower, and climbed into bed. The clock said 2:49 a.m. He was exhausted. But he was far too wired to sleep. He lay thinking, listening, fearful of every sound he heard. What danger had he put himself and Imogen in? What should he do next? First thing in the morning, he planned, he would call an alarm company, get them to come over and secure the house as much as they could, and install panic buttons. Then he lay there, images of Harry Cook's tortured body burning in his mind. Thinking about earlier. Whoever had kicked him in the face, taken the bag, and tried to trap him inside the well was not going to go away, especially not when they opened the bag. Not much had made him smile recently, but that thought did, very fleetingly, before the fear flooded back. Chapter 38, Wednesday the 1st of March. The refectory of Samanopetra was a vast, high-ceilinged, austere room, amply capable of accommodating the 300 monks for whom the monastery had originally been constructed. Square, white, 10-seater tables, fashioned from marble quarried on the peninsula, were ranked along its length. The monks sat at 3 tables, eating their morning meal in silence, whilst the abbot stood, reciting from the scriptures at a lectern in the centre of the hall, in his monotone voice. Separated from the rest of his brothers, Brother Pete sat at a corner table. It was the monastery's naughty step, where monks who transgressed were sent to eat on their own, to atone. He would be denied the wine that the others were drinking for this month. Instead, he had to make do with the tepid fish, the feta cheese, tomatoes, lettuce, and bread, eaten alone with his thoughts and his raw, painful knuckles, still hurting from the punch he had delivered to the journalist. He had been summoned to the abbot's chamber a few hours after, and chastised, told solemnly that he had brought the monastery into disrepute. You realize that without funding, in particular from the EU, this monastery and this entire commune at Mount Athos could not survive, Brother Pete. I do, Father. Perhaps you are too steeped in your American ways of violence to fit in with us. You confessed to me when you first came here that you had spent 2 years in prison for assaulting a man who was rude to you in the hamburger restaurant where you worked. Perhaps you still carry that same violence in your heart. No. I care deeply about all we do and stand for here, Father. This was different. This newspaper reporter wanted to make us look bad. I was worried it would affect the grants from the European Union on which we depend. I felt I had to take a stance and defend us. Violence is not our way. I apologize. I've been unsettled by visions recently. I feel that our Lord might be communing with me, giving me specific words of guidance. You do? The abbot half closed his eyes and stared directly at the monk. What makes you think that? It's hard to say, but I feel it so deeply within. What has he been telling you? That our Lord Jesus might be back on earth, and no one realizes. He has come to save the world, but he needs our help. This is quite an assertion, my son, and if you are wrong, it could get you in serious trouble. Tell me, why would our Lord talk with you when violence is not his way? Violence is not the way to help. Pete looked at the floor. I sinned, and I'm sorry, but I feel this so strongly. We all know our Lord is coming back. His messages have always been of love and forgiveness. We have to spread his word. What do you think that striking and influential newspaper reporter will achieve? Pete had the grace to blush. But now, as he sat alone with his thoughts, half-heartedly forking his breakfast into his mouth, he wished desperately that his cousin, Angus, had remained here. He felt he could talk to him in a way that he could talk to no other human. He wondered increasingly if his cousin felt the same thing he felt. The sense that something momentous was happening, that our Lord was preparing to return to save us, and no one realized. Chapter 39. Wednesday, the 1st of March. The sign outside the shop front in Brighton's lanes proclaimed Derek Belvoir Antiques and Restoration. Ross Hunter, in the private office at the rear of the tiny, cluttered premises, removed the sunglasses hiding his black eyes. "So what do you think?" he asked Belvoir. Ross had met the old rogue almost a decade earlier, when he'd been writing an article on the history of Brighton's infamous knocker boys, the crooks who, in the heyday of the city's notoriously bent antiques trade, used every trick in the book to con old people out of their most valuable antique possessions. Derek Belvoir had talked to him then openly and shamelessly. Perhaps bragging, he'd told him in detail how, for instance, you could make a fake Georgian chest or dining table, or how, if you had a couple of chairs missing from a genuine antique dining table set, you could make them up out of modern materials in a way that would be almost undetectable. The antique dealer sat behind his desk, his silver hair groomed with elan, wearing a tweed suit and sporting a yellow cravat. Through the jeweller's loop, screwed into his right eye socket, he was examining first the two halves of the wooden container Ross had brought him. Out of respect, Belvoir had put on a pair of white cotton gloves and placed a black velvet cloth on his desk beneath them. His small, reedy Cockney voice betrayed his carefully conceived aristocratic appearance, as did his cheap grey loafers and his single gold earring. But one thing Ross respected about Belvoir was that he did know his stuff. So much so that for a short time he had appeared on the hit television show Antiques Roadshow, before receiving a 3-year prison sentence for handling forged antiques. The last time Ross had seen him, Belvoir's Emporium had occupied a vast 2-story premises in a prominent position in the lanes. But in recent years, the domestic and international trade in so-called brown furniture had pretty much collapsed. Most of the respectable Brighton antique dealers had moved into antique jewellery or oriental antiquities. Some of the dodgier ones had moved into drugs. "Blimey, Ross, where'd you get this from?" He gave him a quizzical look. "What can you tell me about it?" "It's oak. I don't think I could put a date on it, but there's a clue in the sealant used." "Sealant? The bonding, glue, between the two halves of the outer shell?" Ross nodded. "I'd struggle to replicate this. Not that I'm into any kind of repro anymore, you understand. I don't do that no more. I've gone straight, legit." "I understand, Derek. I'm not trying to catch you out. I just need to know the provenance." Derek looked up at Ross, at his black eyes. "Nice shiners." Then down at the goblet. "Did someone fight you for this?" "Very funny." Belvoir focused again on his task. "This is not something I've ever seen before." He lifted it and held it close to his face. He turned it over slowly and carefully several times. "Made with a lot of skill, a proper carpenter. But before the lathe was invented, it's very old, yeah? Like, I could not put a date to it. There's some crusted gunk at the bottom. Maybe what its owner had been drinking. The petrified glue, sealant, used to stick the two halves together is really interesting. A lab could tell you for sure about the outer casing and the cup. The glue's possibly tar, or more likely tree sap." "How long ago was that used, Eric?" "First used 1,000 years ago, if not more, maybe a lot more." Ross tried not to let anything show on his face. "Is that so?" Belvoir laid it down gently on the cloth and removed his eyepiece. After some moments he looked up beadily. "Mind if I ask you where this came from?" "Picked it up in a car boot sale." "What'd you pay for it?" "Couple of quid." Ross held up a single finger. £1? "Yep." "Well, you've got the bargain of the century. Not sure I could put a value on it because it's so unique. These two outer bits are obviously a container of some kind. I'll hazard a guess that this had some use on a ship. Oak is one of the most water-resistant of woods, some types of it. This is one. It's very old, for sure. You say tree sap as glue was used over 1,000 years ago, so might that make this over 1,000 years old?" "I couldn't tell you. You could get it carbon dated by a lab. How accurate you could get on its age would depend on where it's been stored. Are you looking for a value?" "Not so much, more its provenance." "I'll give you 500 for it, if you throw in the goblet." "That's all." "Too bad you don't have more info. It could be priceless. Could be the Holy Grail itself." He grinned. "Yeah, who knows?" Belvoir stared hard. "It's unique, Ross, but that's its problem. There's nothing to compare it with." He looked up. "I don't suppose there are any more where this came from?" "Oh, sure, my local supermarket is stacked full of them." Chapter 40. Thursday, the 2nd of March. Ross took a jam-packed early-morning train to London Victoria, checking out all the people on the platform and the fellow travellers in his carriage for anyone who might be following him. Although he was uncomfortably aware that members of a good surveillance team were likely to be all but invisible. After the tube across London to Euston Station, he settled into a seat on an intercity train to Birmingham. Imogen had taken the morning off work to be there for the alarm company, who were going to install motion sensors, panic buttons downstairs and in their bedroom, and window locks. To allay her worry about the costs, he told her a white lie that the Sunday Times had given him a cash float for expenses. He opened his laptop and first checked his social media. Responses were still coming in from his post last week, asking what people would consider to be proof of God's existence. Mostly they were from committed Christians, quoting Bible passages, and one was from a Muslim, quoting from the Quran. One told him to go out on a summer evening and look at the sunset, and one told him if he even had to ask the question, he would rot in hell for eternity. He began to make notes, inspired by his meeting with Benedict Carmichael, of what might constitute absolute proof, and the consequences that could result. In a largely secular Western world, what difference would it make to have God's existence conclusively proven? He typed. As the train pulled out of the station, a stream of people who had just boarded walked past him. A woman stopped to consider the empty seat beside him on which his laptop bag sat. She caught his eye, giving him a hostile glare, but he really didn't want someone next to him reading his screen, so he faced her down. Then his face twitched involuntarily. She moved on hastily, to his relief. God made that happen. He grinned at the thought, then focused back on his work. The buffet trolley came by. Ross bought a coffee, a bottle of water, and an egg sandwich, which he ate ravenously before returning to his work. He flipped through the notes he had taken at his meeting with Carmichael, and then wrote, "Proof is the enemy of faith." Through the window he saw a landscape of grim buildings and fat, squat chimneys belching smoke out into the grey sky. Heading north made him think of Ricky, and the guilt that always came with that. Ricky had always tried to be friendly, and he had pushed him away, more and more. Ricky had never understood why. He'd constantly tried to reach out to Ross, unable to grasp why his brother was so cold towards him. Ricky had been dead for well over a decade, and yet that moment of his death was as vivid now as it had ever been, as was his guilt. He closed his eyes, his heart feeling heavy, thinking about how mean he must have seemed to his twin. His dislike of his brother had increased as he had grown older, and eventually he shunned him almost completely. He'd barely seen him in the few years before his death. Had Ricky's dying moments been his one last attempt to draw them together, to bond, to give him a message? Should he, like Harry Cook, go to a medium and try to make contact with him? He didn't like the idea, and yet he couldn't quite dismiss it. He lapsed into a troubled doze, and was woken some while later by the loud, droning announcement over the intercom. "We will shortly be arriving at Birmingham New Street. This train terminates here. Please ensure you take all your belongings with you." Chapter 41. Thursday, the 2nd of March. As Ross sat in the back of the taxi, focusing on the purpose of his visit, he reflected on the tumultuous past week. He thought of Harry Cook's denial that he had been digging at Chalice Well. So, if he had been telling him the truth, that he had been stopped within moments of beginning, someone else had been digging there after him. Cook had assured him he had not given the coordinates to anyone else, yet someone had carried out a thorough, albeit narrow, dig on the exact spot. Who? And why? The person or persons who had attacked him, taken the bag, and entombed him in the well? Cook had approached and upset the trustees of Chalice Well. They weren't a secretive bunch. Ross had Googled them and seen all their photographs. Their aims were listed on the website. They were primarily to preserve Chalice Well and the gardens in perpetuity. Had these trustees carried out a dig, Ross wondered, after being alerted by the retired professor? Had Cook given them more information than he had let on to Ross? Had they subsequently dug in the place where they'd caught Cook digging in order to satisfy themselves that he was indeed deluded? Or... He peered out through the taxi's window. They were driving down a main thoroughfare with dilapidated semi-detached 4-story red brick houses on either side. They pulled up outside one. "Number 33, the driver checked. "That's it." Ross glanced at his watch. 11:50 a.m., perfect timing for his midday appointment. He paid the driver, gave him a decent tip, and walked up the steps to the entrance porch. The brass plate, in need of a polish, read, "Anholtsberry Brine, Solicitors." He pressed the bell, and there was a click of the door lock. He entered a reception area that was as old-fashioned and decrepit as the exterior. A woman with grey hair pulled into a severe bun peered at him from behind a tall wooden counter. A woman with grey hair pulled into a severe bun peered at him from behind a tall wooden counter. "May I help you?" she said in a voice laced with suspicion. "I have an appointment with Robert Anholtsberry. And you are—" He gave his name and was told to take a seat. 5 minutes later, a much more pleasant, younger woman escorted him up 3 flights of narrow stairs, opened a door, and ushered him into a cluttered office, with stacks of files covering the desk and most of the floor space. A man, of similar vintage to Cook, lumbered to his feet to greet him. He had a heavily jowled face, with pronounced moles on his chin and on each cheek, and a threadbare comb-over. The frayed collar of his checked shirt was rucked by his badly knotted old Harrovian tie. He had a world-weariness about him, moving slowly, a man aware time was running out on him, so why hurry any of it along? "Mr. Hunter." His voice was deep and resonant, and as posh as his name. He held out a liver-spotted hand. Ross shook it firmly. "Do sit down." He indicated the solitary, worn leather chair in front of his desk. "Coffee or tea?" "Coffee, please." "2 coffees, Sandra, thank you," he said to his secretary. The walls were bare, apart from a few rows of bookshelves untidily stacked with legal tomes and an ancient framed admission certificate from the Law Society. The grimy window looked out across the busy street. The solicitor peered hard at his face, and Ross was aware he was looking at his eyes. The dark rings were less livid today, but still very noticeable. "Been through the wars, have you?" he asked. "I walked into a door," Ross replied. "Of course. Dangerous things, doors." Both men smiled, aware the truth was different. "Terrible thing that happened to dear Harry," the solicitor said, changing the subject after settling into his chair. "I understand it was you who found him." "I did." "You hadn't known him long?" "Just a few days," Ross replied. Were you good friends? For over 50 years. I was godfather to his son, who was sadly killed in Afghanistan. I believe Harry told you. Yes, he said by friendly fire. He was very impressed with the piece you wrote in the Sunday Times about the lack of equipment supplied to our troops out there. He told me. Anne Holt-Sperry gave him a wistful smile. You need to know that Harry was a decent man, genuinely concerned for the world. I got that impression. He spoke to me after meeting you, and he told me that he trusted you. He gave him that wistful smile again. Was he right to trust you, Mr. Hunter? I had been planning to tell him that I felt I wasn't his man, if you want to know the truth. But he said something over the phone that intrigued me enough to give him another chance. That's why I went to see him. Have you had any information from the police about who might have killed him? Not so far, other than that the preliminary post-mortem report is that he died of heart failure, perhaps from the shock of being tortured. I have a contact in that force who's promised to update me when they know any more. At the moment, one of their lines of inquiry is that it's a sadistic burglary. The intruders were obviously after something. Apparently there's been a bit of a spate in his area of this particularly nasty style of burglary, targeting vulnerable elderly people in rural dwellings, but that's all I know for the moment. What my chum in the police did tell me was they haven't ruled you out yet as a suspect. He gave Ross a sudden, hard stare. Ross felt a moment of unease. His fingerprints would have been in the house. He had a story that he had given the police, but what motive did they think he might have? He shook his head. You can't seriously think I would have done that. Why would I? He approached me out of the blue, eager for me to help him. So, what was it he said to you over the phone that intrigued you enough to give him a second chance, Mr. Hunter, and pay him a visit? He said that since we had spoken, when he first came down to see me at my home, he had found something he thought would change my mind about not helping him. He implored me not to dismiss him as a harmless old loony, his words, and to give him a chance to explain what he had found. I asked him what it was, but he said it was too dangerous, whatever he meant by that, to tell me over the phone. So you never found out. When I arrived at his house, I could see it had been ransacked. I probably shouldn't have gone in, I know that. So why did you? The police asked me the same question. Why didn't I call them immediately? The thing was, I didn't know if he was inside or not. I was concerned he might be in there somewhere lying injured. I know that my local force don't respond at all to some burglaries, and it's a crime that's low down on their priority for a response. I thought it would be better to have a look first myself. The solicitor nodded. Did you find anything of interest before you discovered Harry? Actually, I did. I found something in a wastepaper basket in a room I presume was his office. I don't know if it's what his assailants were looking for, but I just have a feeling it might have been. What was it? When Dr. Cook came to see me, he gave me the compass coordinates he had been given for Chalice Well. In addition, there was a series of numbers following these coordinates. I asked him what they meant, and he said he had no idea. And these were? Ross pulled out his iPhone, opened the Notes app, and read out the numbers. Anne Holt-Sperry frowned. How very interesting, he said after some moments. Most interesting. I think he'd finally worked out the meaning, and that's what he wanted to tell me. And what was it you found in the wastepaper basket? A diagram, crudely drawn. Ross retrieved the crumpled square of paper from his wallet and laid it on the desk. The solicitor peered at it intently. Looks like a hockey stick. It does. And do you have any idea what the numbers mean? Ross pulled up the photographs of the oak container and the vessel it had contained on his iPhone and passed it across to the old man. Anne Holt-Sperry pulled on a pair of half-frames and studied the screen, flicking through the images. You found these where Harry said you would? It took a little deciphering. They were in a code based on the numbers of letters of the alphabet. 9 meters south, turn left. The well itself lies 9 meters south and immediately to the left of the spot indicated by the coordinates. Harry, and whoever had dug there subsequently, had been looking in the wrong place, Ross said. The cup was in a recess of the well, sealed in a container made of oak. I'm told by an antiques expert that, in his opinion, it could have survived in this container for 1,000 years or more, maybe much more. Good Lord. You are aware what this vessel is, or might be. I am. So is someone else who tried to kill me, who closed the door in your face. You could say that. But you are a resourceful young man. The old man's demeanour had totally changed. This is incredible. Quite incredible. Do you understand the significance of this find for the world? I do. You thought for a moment that Anholt Sperry was going to come round the table and hug him. The solicitor looked almost delirious with happiness. You have it in a secure place, away from our enemies. The chalice and the container are in a secure storage unit in Shoreham. The manuscript that Dr. Cook gave me is in my solicitor's vaults in Brighton. He was right to trust a young man. I'm old, you see. He patted his chest. Ticker problems, like Harry. I'm fine for now, but you never know, do you? And should, God forbid, anything happen to you? Well, I've instructed my solicitor to give my wife the code to the storage unit and to tell her where the key is located. The secretary brought in their coffees on a tray. Ross took his cup, gratefully, blew on it, and drank. What I don't understand, Mr. Hunter, is why the compass coordinates only gave the approximate location, and it required the deciphering of the numerical code to find the exact spot. Do you have any thoughts? I've been thinking about it a lot. The best answer I can come up with is that if the location of the Holy Grail was indeed given to him from God, as he claimed, perhaps the numerical code was put in as an added level of security. He raised his hands in the air. The solicitor nodded approvingly. I think Harry was right to trust you, Mr. Hunter. Thank you. And are you willing to investigate further, based on this? I was followed by someone to Chalice Well and attacked in the process. Dr. Cook has been tortured and murdered. If the two are connected, it's a pretty daunting situation. My wife is pregnant, and I have to consider her and my unborn child. You'd put them ahead of saving the world. Ross stared at the old man. He saw the same sincerity, the same zealousness in his eyes as he had seen in Harry Cook's the first moment they had met. It is very good of you to see me, Mr. Hunter. You do understand that you and I have to save the world. I wouldn't be here if I did, he replied. Anholt Sperry smiled his sad, wintry smile. That's why you were chosen. He reached across his desk and handed him a small square of paper of similar size to the one that Cook had given him previously, with the compass coordinates for Chalice Well. Ross looked down at the numbers. 25 degrees, 44 minutes, 47.1264 seconds north, and 32 degrees, 36 minutes, 19.1124 seconds east. The coordinates were followed by a word, Hatem. Have you checked out where these coordinates are for? He asked. I have, Mr. Hunter. The Valley of the Kings in Egypt. Queen Hatshepsut's temple. And the word Hatem? You're the cipher breaker, Mr. Hunter. I'm sure it must be significant, but I've no idea who or what Hatem is. I used to play a little chess at school, but I've always been a bit rubbish at puzzles, especially cryptic ones, Ross replied. Though I know someone who might be able to help. Robert Anholt Sperry gave him the beatific smile of a true believer, of someone utterly convinced that no matter their earthly foibles, their seat at heaven's top table was reserved. Clearly, you have been sent to save us, Mr. Hunter. What you have revealed to me on your phone is the first sign. Just believe in yourself, because surely our Lord believes in you. That's why he has chosen you." Ross was startled by the man's sudden, clear, and unexpected show of devoutness. He found himself envying him his conviction. How simple it would be to embrace God, he thought, to hand over absolute responsibility for all your actions to some higher power. "I'm so sorry I shouted at my neighbour's cat, but he did keep shitting in my garden. I apologize for calling that man in the station ticket office a total moron. In future, I will spread your message of love." "I'm honestly not sure I'm your man," he replied. "I was pretty much of a non-believer for a long time. Until your brother Ricky spoke to you." "Is that what Harry Cook told you?" "It's not important who told me. What matters, Mr. Hunter, is that you know. Don't you? In your heart, deep down, you have the choice. You can walk out of here and get on the train and go home and forget this mad old man and his ramblings, just like you were on the verge of dismissing Harry's ramblings too. But you aren't going to, are you? One way or another, as a journalist, you have a story. At worst, you could cobble together something that will give you a page, maybe a 2-page spread in one of the tabloid rags. At best—" He let the words hang in the air before continuing. "Think about that. Are you going to be able to live with the knowledge that you once walked away from the chance of bringing mankind back from the brink?" Ross shrugged. The solicitor opened a drawer in his desk, pulled out a fat envelope and handed it to Ross. "Harry instructed me to give you this if anything happened to him before he could give it to you himself." "What is it?" "Expenses. £10,000 in cash." "What? Take it with you. If you decide not to proceed, then return it to me." "I can't take this." "Yes, you can," Anne Holtzberry said assuredly. "If you decide to walk away, just return it to me. But I don't think you will walk away. Come back to me once you've found what awaits you at the second set of coordinates. Then you will know for sure. Once you have proved yourself and proved to yourself, I am authorized by Harry Cook to give you the third set of coordinates. With the third, you will find the location for the second coming of Christ himself. You can either believe me or just walk out of here. The choice, Mr. Hunter, is yours." Chapter 42. Thursday, the 2nd of March. The mock-Tudor semi-detached house at the end of a close in Walthamstow, East London, looked unloved. Thick blackout curtains for privacy had been drawn shut across all of its windows, both upstairs and downstairs, for as long as many of the neighbours could remember. The brown pebble-dash rendering was missing chunks in several places, and the window frames, badly in need of putty and a coat of paint, were rotting. The front garden was a riot of weeds. The only clues that the house was occupied were occasional deliveries from Ocado, the online grocery service, a weekly delivery of Arabic newspapers by a local newsagent, and the occasional visitors, most of them in the traditional robes of Muslim clerics. None of the neighbours could remember the last time they had seen its male occupant emerge. In the gloom of the upstairs back room sat a blind man of 56, with a shaven head and a long greying beard. His name was Hussam Uddin. 15 years ago, wrongly identified, convicted and imprisoned for being the leader of an Al-Qaeda cell, he had been blinded and badly disfigured in an attack in HMP Belmarsh, first having had battery acid squirted in his face, followed by a poultice of scalding wet sugar. His crime, for which he had been punished by Muslim inmates, was that, although born a Muslim, he had declared himself to be concerned about Islam, both because of the violence of some of its factions and because few imams within the faith were prepared to stand up publicly against the violence. His name meant, literally, sword of faith. Notwithstanding that, and despite his tribulations, Udin believed in tolerance, and in the years since his release he had followed a spiritual path, using all the strength and wisdom he had been given to spread messages of peace. 7 years ago, after being freed from prison on the basis of wrongful conviction through the dogged work of an Amnesty International lawyer, he had retreated to his home, which he and his wife had turned into a fortress, and where he remained in constant fear for his life. He spent his days drilling through the Braille texts of the Quran, trying, through a series of papers he published, to demonstrate that, unlike the claims of groups such as ISIS and their interpretations of the Holy Book, Islam was a deeply misunderstood religion that in truth promoted peace and tolerance. The tolerance, when necessary, to accept non-believers. The Sunday Times had sent Ross Hunter to interview Hussam Udin shortly after his release, and Ross had really liked the wise and witty man. He admired him for the fact that he held no grudge against his assailants, and for his determination to spend however much time it took, the rest of his life if necessary, to correct the Western myths about the religion he had turned his back on, but still respected. "You have to understand, Mr. Hunter," Udin had said at that first meeting, "that in Christianity and Judaism, if you have doubts, you are free to choose that path. That it might take a lot for a non-believer to become a believer. In my religion, it is different. There is a different question you have to ask, because from the time we are born, belief is instilled in us. The question you need to ask a Muslim is not what it would take for him or her to believe in God. Rather, you should ask, what would it take for a Muslim to not believe in God?" On his way back down from his meeting with the strange but sincere Birmingham solicitor, Ross decided to call in on this man. Greeted like an old friend, he now sat with Hussam Udin in his office, surrounded by piles of audio tapes, cassettes, and memory sticks, sipping the strong, sweet coffee and gratefully eating the biscuits that Udin's wife, Amira, had brought him. Udin, dressed in a brown robe and wearing dark glasses, smoked a cigarette. There was an old Shinzano ashtray on the coffee table in front of them, and he seemed to know its approximate position. After every few drags, he leaned forward and flicked the filter tip. Sometimes the ash landed in the right place, other times it sprinkled on the table. A dozen butts lay stubbed out in the ashtray. They chatted for a while, catching up, before coming to the point. "You were very generous to me in your piece in the newspaper, Mr. Hunter. I have always felt I owed you something for the way you portrayed me." "That's very kind of you, thank you. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of such a distinguished journalist giving up his valuable time to visit me?" "I need your help." "Oh, what help do you seek?" "You told me when we last met that you were born and raised in Egypt, in Cairo." "Indeed I was." "Are you still in contact with people there, friends or family?" "With some. Not just in Cairo, but in other places of my birth country too." "That's what I was hoping." "I'm sensing you need something, urgently and importantly. Do you have any contacts in Luxor?" "Luxor?" "Yes, I need someone in Luxor with a car whom I can trust." Udin raised his head, holding like a dart his third cigarette since Ross had arrived, and drew on it again. Ash tumbled down his front. Oblivious to it, Udin said, "I have a cousin there who could help you. Would you like me to speak with him and vouch for you, my friend?" "I'd appreciate that very much." Ross sipped some more of his coffee. "He will keep you safe. I am sensing you need someone to protect you, am I correct?" "You are very perceptive, Hussam. Ever since I lost my sight, I have devoured audiobooks. I like the works of William Shakespeare. King Lear, who was blinded, has always interested me. Such a great play, such wisdom. Your eyes are in a heavy case, your purse in a light. Yet you see how this world goes." "You seem to be coping well with your handicap." "Do I have an option? I cannot hop along to Specsavers and buy a new pair of eyes. They don't keep any in stock, and someone might try to kill me on the way. Don't worry, you have nothing to fear when you leave here. No one will kill a non-Muslim who doesn't believe. It's just me they are after, and always will be. I'm fine with that, you know. I'm okay. I see how this world goes, and that sustains me. If I can help you in some way, that would make me happy. I will call my cousin. I don't know why you are going there, and I don't want to ask. I sense it is important. I hear it in your voice, Ross. You're a man on a mission. My cousin will take care of you. I will let him know you are going to contact him. Just tell him the day and the time, and he will be there. He gave Ross the man's email address and phone number. Then Ross asked, I have one more question. Does the word Hatem mean anything? Hatem? Yes. He spelled it out for him. No, it does not. But it is not an uncommon name for a man in Egypt. Chapter 43. Thursday, the 2nd of March. It was after 9 p.m. that evening when Ross arrived home. He had concealed the envelope of cash that Robert and Holt Sperry had given him down behind the rear seat of the car. For the moment, he decided to say nothing to Imogen about it. He unlocked the front door and went inside. Monty padded towards him, barking excitedly, tail wagging, followed by Imogen, in loose jumper, jeans, and slip-on shoes, who was white as a sheet. Her appearance alarmed him. Are you okay? No, she said. You'd better come and take a look at this. He gave the dog a quick pat and followed her through into the kitchen. She flipped open the lid of her laptop on the kitchen table. A jar of pickled onions with a spoon sticking out of it sat next to it, another craving. She hit a sequence of keys. Moments later, an image appeared. A 5-pointed star. He recognized it as an inverted pentagram. Beneath it was a message. Your husband is working for Satan. You must stop him, for both your sakes and for your unborn babies. You are warned. Imogen was staring at him. Where's this from? He asked. It came in this afternoon when I was in the office. One of the guys tried to trace the address for me, but it's anonymous, probably run deliberately through a series of servers around the world. Ross leaned down and clicked on the sender. It was a Hotmail address that was just a series of numbers, which included 666. It sent a chill through him. He looked at it carefully, then attempted for some minutes without success to find the source himself. It's just some nutter, probably responding to my Twitter post last week. The same religious nutter or nutters who killed Harry Cook? Harry Cook wasn't killed by anyone. He died of heart failure, according to the post-mortem. Someone dying whilst they're being tortured doesn't count as murder. Hello? She retorted. The police are saying there's been a spate of copycat robberies in the area, old people living alone being targeted and tortured. He was aware he sounded more convincing than he felt. You have a list of dozens of stories to investigate. Do you really need to pursue this one? Religion breeds fanatics, Ross. We really need to be careful. Let it go. You've already been told Cook was deranged. Why can't you see it? What do you mean by that? You're obsessed with this story. You're prepared to put it before me and our child, but that's how it is with you, Ross. You first, always. I never wanted you to go to Afghanistan. I sat at home in terror, waiting for a knock on the door to tell me you were dead, and shagging yourself senseless in the process. Instantly, he regretted saying it. The words just came out. It was like they'd been piling up steadily for years, an avalanche waiting for the right temperature. I'm sorry, he said immediately. I didn't mean that. You did. It was the elephant in the room. It had been there ever since that day he came home from Afghanistan. They'd cleared the air in the days that followed, and he'd forgiven her, but the elephant never went away. It was never going to. He sat down opposite her and put his hand out, but she pulled hers away. Imo, if I felt there really was a risk, I would drop it immediately, but, this could be the biggest story I've ever had. I just have a feeling about it. So you're willing to ignore my feelings? He reached out again to take her hand, but she withdrew it again. Imogen, come on. I'm getting scared, Ross, okay? Can't you understand that? I do understand. There's all kinds of fanatics who come out of the woodwork when you write about anything to do with religion. I was trolled on Twitter and had death threats after I wrote that piece on the charismatic evangelists a few years back, remember? But I just have a gut feeling about this. I really do. There's a big piece here, whichever way it pans out. Look, I think it would be smart to get a locksmith to fit a safety chain on the front door and a spy hole to add to the other security we put in. Would that make you feel better? It would make me feel better if you considered dropping this story. Graham Greene once wrote that every writer needs to carry a splinter of ice in his or her heart. And that's what you have? Regardless of the threat to your family, that splinter of ice, are you cold-hearted enough to ignore my feelings, all because a nutter came to see you with what you said yourself was a crazy notion? Imo, listen, I do love you. If I ever felt for one moment that you or I were in real life-threatening danger over a story I was working on, I'd drop it in a flash, okay? But please understand something. If you'd felt what I felt that morning Ricky died, you'd have to pursue this too, just to see if there is anything at all in it. It's not an option for me. I have to do this. It doesn't mean I don't love you. But please understand, I have to do this. Please stay with me on it. I will protect us and our baby. I promise. You've just said yourself that religious subjects bring out all the fanatics. Yes, but ultimately they're harmless, mostly. She gave him a dubious look. 2 years ago, when you were investigating that crook who'd killed a policeman and had gone into hiding in Spain, you had death threats. The police warned you that you could be taking a risk writing about it, but it didn't stop you. You went ahead and published the piece, just as you did accusing Putin of being behind that Russian's murder, Litvinenko, in London. It's what I do. It's what I've always done. I expose people who do bad things. Dr. Cook didn't do anything bad, Ross. He believed he could save the world. Perhaps he died because he stirred up the hornet's nest of religious beliefs. Imo, I've just said there's no evidence he was killed by fanatics. She tapped the screen, pointing at the pentagram. There. That's your sodding evidence. It's a pretty clear message. I think Satan will be a lot happier with me when I publish my piece debunking Cook and the whole myth of proof of God. That's what you're planning? I spoke to my editor at the Sunday Times on the way down this evening, and she likes the story. I've started working on it. She's willing to fund my research. She's offered to pay my air ticket to Egypt to investigate the second set of coordinates. What? I got them today from Cook's lawyer in Birmingham. Another nutter. You're going to Egypt? Listen, I had an idea. Why don't you come with me? I thought we could make a short holiday of it. We could go back to Sharm el-Sheikh and go on to do the pyramids. We still have our visas. What do you think? You know what I think? You've lost your marbles. Chapter 44. Saturday, the 4th of March. 2 years ago, when Ross had been working on an article about illusionist Derren Brown, who had vehemently debunked psychics, he had gone to Southampton to interview a celebrated medium, Christopher Lewis, and his medium wife, Jill, and their protégé, Dean Hartley. Intending originally to trash them, he had been impressed with their sincerity, so much so that he'd ended up writing favourably about them. After the piece had been published, they had written to him to thank him and offered him, free of charge, a reading with Hartley any time he would like. He had decided to cash in on this offer. Now, in the downstairs room of the medium's home, he sat, still a little cynical. Dean Hartley, who was in his mid-20s, with shoulder-length blonde hair, Rastafarian style, like strands of rope, and every inch of his slender body that was visible, covered in weird tattoos, switched on a recorder, which was perched on a table covered with a pink and black patterned cloth. A black Buddha sat on the floor in one corner, a small white filing cabinet in another, and a white desk with a mirrored top on which were a glass of water and a box of tissues was against the wall beside him. The medium, gentle and polite, checked that Ross was comfortable, then closed his eyes and sat in silence for some moments. "I'm hearing the name Pip," he said. "He was born Philip, but all his friends called him Pip. Does that mean anything?" "No," Ross said. "Well, in a way it does, because that's my father's name, but as of this morning he's still very much alive." The medium was completely still, with his eyes closed, for another long moment. "I'm getting Richard. Richard. Rick? Ricky?" Ross stared at him. "Ricky's telling me something. That your wife is pregnant. Imogen, I think, is that her name?" The name was something the medium could have found out easily, but not that she was pregnant. "Do you know the sex of the baby?" Ross asked him. "He says she is carrying a boy." Ross hesitated before replying. How on earth did Hartley know this? They had told very few people that she was pregnant, feeling it might be a jinx to do so, and certainly no one that it was a boy. There was no way the medium could know this. On the other hand, he reasoned, the medium could see his wedding ring and could figure out from his approximate age that he might be in the process of having children, and to guess the sex was simply 50-50 odds. "What can you tell me about my son?" The medium closed his eyes for a moment, then frowned, screwing up his forehead. "I'm being distracted," he said. "Someone very agitated who needs to communicate with you. I'm getting a name. Cook. I think a man called Cook, who was recently passed into spirit. He is coming through and I'm sensing urgency. He wants me to give you a message. Do you know this person?" Dean Hartley kept his eyes closed. "I know him," Ross replied, trying to give nothing away. "He wants me to tell you that he is aware you think he is a bit crazy. He says he wasn't ready to pass and had important unfinished business. He needs you to carry it on for him. He is depending on you." He frowned again. "He's telling me about the Valley of the Kings in Luxor, Egypt. You are thinking about going there? He tells me you must. It will unlock everything. He's giving me a name. Bolt? Kerry? No, something similar. Ann Bolt? Skerritt?" Ross waited and did not reply. "Ann Holt Skerry? Shit," Ross thought, feeling a chill and a frisson of excitement. "Ann Holt Sperry," Hartley repeated. "Does this name mean something?" "It does." "I'm being told you must trust this man. Does that make sense?" "Yes." Still without opening his eyes, Hartley said, "I'm getting another name. Egyptian, I think it is Hatem. Does that mean anything?" "Hatem," Ross replied, astonished, and spelled it out to be sure. The medium confirmed. How, Ross wondered, could he possibly know this name? He felt goosebumps. "It does. I'm being told Hatem will be waiting for you when you go there." "Go where?" The medium closed his eyes again. "I'm being given numbers, a list of numbers and letters. They feel like compass coordinates." As he read them out, Ross wrote them down. He was trying to remain neutral, neither believing the medium nor completely disbelieving him either, but he was deeply confused. Was Dean Hartley pulling a fast one on him? Was the gender of their child simply a lucky guess? Ricky he could have found out about easily, but Hatem? Ann Holt Sperry, the Valley of the Kings? Were Ann Holt Sperry and Dean Hartley in cahoots to convince him? Ridiculous. Well, that was even more preposterous than what? Than believing what Hartley was telling him was real? Chapter 45. Monday the 6th of March. From the window of the aeroplane, Ross watched the lush green vegetation either side of the deep blue Nile give way to a desert landscape of sand and mountainous topography. Every few minutes he looked down at the notes he had made in his meeting with Robert Ann Holt Sperry, and in particular at the compass coordinates he had been given by the solicitor. 25 degrees, 44 minutes, 47.1264 seconds north, and 32 degrees, 36 minutes, 19.1124 seconds east. And then at the numbers and letters that Dean Hartley had given him, along with the word Hatem, the same. 25, 44, 47.1264 north, and 323619.1124 east, the coordinates for Queen Hatshepsut's temple. Would the mysterious Hatem be there, and how would he find him? He was filled with guilt and misgivings about the trip. Imogen was not happy, hoping that it would turn out to be the ultimate wild goose chase, and that afterwards he would come to his senses, write a disparaging piece, and then drop the whole thing. He was uncomfortable that he had still not told her the truth about his visit to Chalice Well and what he had found there. Nor had he told her about his sitting with Dean Hartley, but he felt, for her peace of mind, it was better she did not know. He had also kept quiet about the £10,000 from Anholt Sperry. As the plane taxied along the runway, he texted Imogen. "Landed. Kiss." She texted back. "We all missing you. Monty has rolled in something horrible. He stinks. Had to shower him, which he hated. Be safe. Kiss, kiss." 30 minutes later, with his overnight bag slung over his shoulder, he emerged into the clammy heat and total chaos of the arrivals hall. A barrage of names being displayed on paper, boards, and iPhones greeted him. Among them was his own. He made his way over to the smiling, happy-looking, moustached Egyptian who was holding his name. In his early 40s, short but exuding energy, the man was dressed in a beige jalaba and sandals, with a traditional red and white keffiyeh held in place with a black band round his forehead. He held out his hand. "Ross Hunter, I'm Medhat al-Hadidi. You call me Hadidi, please." "Good to meet you, Hadidi," he replied, shaking his hand firmly. He liked the man instantly. "Welcome to my country. I will be your guide here. I will look after you, yes?" He insisted on taking Ross's bag. They walked outside, crossed over into the covered car park, and headed over to a black, recent-model Toyota Land Cruiser. Hadidi opened the rear door for him. Ross sat in the leather, air-conditioned interior, shielded from the outside world by tinted privacy glass. As Hadidi started the engine, Egyptian music played, a tad too loudly, on the car's radio. Hadidi pushed a ticket into the machine at the exit, and the barrier rose. As he did, he turned his head. "You are a friend of my cousin, Husamuddin, yes?" "He's a good man." "He is," Hadidi echoed. "A good man in a crazy world, yes?" "You can say that all right." "I'll keep you safe." "Thank you." "No, thank you, Mr. Ross. Good to do business with you." "You must tell me how much you charge. You have a daily rate?" "Mr. Ross, you are my cousin's good friend. It is an honor to have you in my country. I do not charge you 1 Egyptian pound for as long as you are here. Please, no more talk about money." "You are very kind, but I insist on paying you. I can charge all my expenses back to my newspaper." "I am happy you are here. No payment. No argument." They headed out of the airport along a dual carriageway. Soon they were entering a conurbation with angular beige and white buildings of varying sizes and heights all around. Ross felt secure, cocooned in this strong vehicle. "Husamuddin speaks to many people, and some, they don't like what he tells them," Hadidi said. "That's right. You know, here in Egypt we all get along. You want to believe in one God, or many gods, or no God. My people used to be fine with that, you know, believe what you want." He pointed upwards. "He doesn't mind. But now Christians are dying, many killings. Why?" "In many other countries too, Hadidi." He drove in silence for some minutes. Then he said, "Now I take you to a hotel. Tomorrow we go to the Valley of the Kings, the funerary site of the pharaohs, to visit Queen Hatshepsut's temple. That is correct?" "Correct." "I will be at your service. So long as you remain in my country, you are my guest. Tonight you rest. Tomorrow we begin your purpose. That is good?" "Sounds like a plan." Chapter 46. Tuesday the 7th of March. Ross had checked in to the Steigenberger Hotel. After a largely sleepless night, and with Egypt being 2 hours ahead of the UK, he struggled with his body clock to get up after the alarm woke him at 6:30 a.m. It was only 4:30 a.m. UK time. When he opened the blinds, he had a view across the almost magically blue water of the Nile to the far bank and hilly desert beyond. The whole landscape seemed washed in a different, much more intense light than England's. It reminded him of the hues of a Hockney painting. He took a photograph on his phone and texted it to Imogen, knowing she'd probably be up because she wasn't sleeping well. "The view from my hotel window. Kiss." He ate a room-service breakfast, then dressed in lightweight summer trousers, a white T-shirt, linen jacket and trainers, with his sunglasses in his pocket, packed his few things into his overnight bag, and met the ever-smiling Hadidi downstairs, as arranged. A text pinged back from Imogen. "Lucky you. Pissing with rain here. Take care. Kiss." Ross checked out and paid the bill. He had a seat booked on the late afternoon flight back to London, although he was unsure what the day might bring. As they drove away from the hotel in the constant blare of horns, he yawned, feeling sleepy. He watched a man in white robes astride a donkey, with panniers on both sides laden with long-stalked green vegetables. He receded into the distance as they drove along a modern road busy with cars, buses, motorbikes, mopeds, many with 2 people on them, and bicycles. They passed a line of horse-drawn caleches with black canopies, headed along a winding road past the port, and negotiated a hectic roundabout with a fountain in the middle. "You know the history of Queen Hatshepsut?" Hadidi said above the din of the music in the car. "Only a little," Ross yawned again. "She was, debatably, our first woman pharaoh. She is come to the throne in 1478 BC and ruled with Thutmose III. She was a good pharaoh. She did much building throughout Egypt. She was the 5th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt." "Okay. You have a special interest in her, Mr. Ross." They were heading through the outskirts of the town now. The traffic was thinning. To his right he saw a decrepit row of single-story shops that were little more than cupboard market stalls. 2 men in dark robes sat on the crumbling sidewalk, drinking what looked like coffee. A motorcycle swerved dangerously past, pulling in front of their car, causing Hadidi to brake sharply. He shouted angrily at it through the windscreen, then raised both hands off the steering wheel in a gesture of despair. "Crazy drivers here," he said. "Oh, we have them in England too." Ross, with the window lowered, was busy taking photographs of his journey. "Why the hurry, you know? You are where you are. Enjoy." "My sentiments exactly," Ross said, glad that Hadidi seemed a far more sensible driver than most of the others here. He could see the Nile. He closed the window and sat back. After a short while, the comfortable rear seat and the motion of the car was making him feel very sleepy. Just as he lapsed into a doze, he was woken by a ping from his phone. It was another text from Imogen. "Say hi to your dead pharaoh buddies. Kiss, kiss." He sent her back a smiley. They were on a bridge crossing the Nile. Ahead of him was starkly barren mountainous terrain with steep escarpments. "The pharaohs," Hadidi said, giving him an unprompted history lesson. "They wanted to be buried with all their wealth and jewels, food and weapons for their journey through to the underworld. But because they were worried about grave robbers, they created this valley here on the west bank of the Nile, away from Thebes, Luxor, where their tombs could be guarded." "Very smart of them. I'd be pretty upset if someone robbed me after I was dead," Ross replied. "That's why some tombs are still hidden today, so many centuries later, maybe forever. We have an expression in my country, Hadidi, that you can't take it with you when you die." Hadidi lifted his hands off the steering wheel. "Maybe not, but if you can, think of the party you could have." Ross smiled, unsure of his driver's beliefs and not wanting to risk offending him. Then he stared in awe at the sight of the elevated, colonnaded building ahead of them. 3 stories high, with sharp angles, tall, thin windows all evenly spaced, and a wide ramp rising up to the 2nd story. It looked like something that had been designed by one of the great modern architects, Frank Lloyd Wright, Frank Gehry, or Le Corbusier. Behind it was a backdrop of dramatic cliffs. "Is that it, Hadidi?" he asked. "That," Hadidi said, his voice filled with pride, "is Queen Hatshepsut's temple." Around the bottom of the ramp, dozens of tourists milled about, some in groups with guides, some solo, almost all of them snapping away. Hadidi drove into a car park, passing several tourist buses, and pulled into a bay. "We have to walk from here. You like me to come with you and negotiate a good deal for a guide? It's better. Many are no good. I know the best ones. They are all my friends. I'd like you to come with me, Hadidi. I have to meet someone. Can you come and make sure no one pesters me? Sure, okay. But you want a tour, yes? Maybe. It depends. As they left the car, he stopped and took another photograph, then put on his sunglasses. Walking towards the bottom of the ramp, they were besieged by men and women, some in traditional dress and some in suits, all holding up tourist tat. Plastic models of the temple, of the pyramids, and jewellery bearing Egyptian symbols. Ross was glad about his decision to ask Hadidi to accompany him, because the Egyptian did a sterling job of keeping the hawkers at bay, speaking to some politely, and to many others quite ferociously in their native tongue. They walked past a group of Japanese tourists, all circled around a guide with a loud hailer, then another group around a man in a jalaba who was standing on a box, and arrived at the foot of the ramp. A robed man, arms laden with scarves, spotting his chance, hurried towards them. Hadidi brushed him away. Feeling very self-conscious, and ignoring whatever Hadidi might think of him, Ross stood still, staring around. Hadidi looked at him strangely. "We go inside?" "No." The group of Japanese tourists filed past him, following their guide. He continued to stand still, mindful that it was right here, in 1997, that 58 tourists and 4 locals were massacred by an Islamic organization. Then, a wiry, elderly man in white robes and a red and white cotton headscarf, similar to Hadidi's, appeared out of the melee, heading towards him. He had a wrinkled, dark-skinned face, and just 2 crooked teeth in his mouth, like tombstones in a forgotten graveyard. He spoke in broken English, and looked very nervous. "Excuse me, you Mr. Ross Hunter, yes?" Ross looked at him warily. "I am. Who are you?" "Hatem Rasul." His nut-brown eyes darted everywhere. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Hadidi stepped forward and spoke to the man for a couple of minutes in Arabic before turning to Ross. "This is the man you are here to meet, Mr. Hunter. He says he will take us to his sister. He wishes us to follow him into the mountains. It will be a long journey, 2 hours perhaps. You are okay with this?" Ross frowned. "Did he say who asked him to meet me, Hadidi?" "He said it is your friend in England, Mr. Dr. Harry, yes?" "Dr. Cook?" "Dr. Harry Cook, yes." Chapter 47. Tuesday the 7th of March. In a daze, Ross followed the 2 men back up to the car park. Despite his apparent age, Hatem Rasul strode energetically and purposefully. Harry Cook. His insides were jangling. Was any of this real? Where were they going to be taken? He looked at the barren, sandy, mountainous terrain beyond them. How did this strange old man know Harry Cook? As they reached the car park, Rasul headed over to an ancient khaki-coloured motorcycle, climbed astride, and kick-started it into life. For a moment Ross was reminded of the movie Lawrence of Arabia. Hadidi opened the rear door of the Land Cruiser and ushered Ross to climb in. He did so, as if in a dream. As they followed the motorcycle out of the car park, Ross leaned forward and asked, "What else did he say to you, Hadidi?" "He's okay," he replied reassuringly. "We can trust him. He has been sent here to guide us by your friend, Mr. Dr. Harry Cook." Ross thought before replying. "Is that what he said?" "He said that God will protect us on our journey." Good to know that. God has his purpose, Mr. Ross. Let's hope so. It is written. Soon after leaving the car park, the motorcycle turned off the main road onto a track, kicking up a trail of sand behind it. They followed, climbing a winding, unmade and barren mountain pass, heading deeper into the hills. After half an hour they drove through a village with a row of open-fronted shops, and swerved past a man in the middle of the road tugging a goat on a tether. They climbed higher, Ross taking pictures constantly, and wondering. He was feeling nervous and curious in equal proportions. Then they descended a tortuous track down into a valley. Once they reached the bottom, they began to climb again. They passed a farmer or a shepherd with a flock of around 60 sheep, then abruptly turned off the track into pure desert. Through the windscreen, Ross watched the agile old man ahead, sliding his motorcycle up a dune and down the far side, and they followed. They climbed an escarpment that seemed almost impossibly steep between two tall rock promontories. "Did you come alone to Egypt, Mr. Ross?" Hadidi asked anxiously, concentrating hard on his driving to keep the car pointing forward and maintaining traction on the loose sand. "Yes." "Someone is following us." Ross turned and looked through the rear windscreen and saw a plume of sand. A slick of fear slid through him. "There is a wadi in a few kilometers. Maybe supplies being delivered, maybe it's nothing." "You've been here before?" "No, never, but it shows on the map." Ross felt relieved. "Okay, good." He turned and peered through the rear window at the cloud of sand from a vehicle some way behind them. They descended into another valley where he could see the wadi a mile or so to his left. A bunch of tents and several camels around a watering hole. They began to climb again. Ross pulled up the compass app on his iPhone, saw the tiny blue dot moving through a wilderness. They were heading northeast. The landscape, beautiful and desolate though it was, became monotonous. Climb and descend, climb and descend. He really had no idea now where they were, nor what they would find at their destination. He looked behind him again. To his relief, there was nothing, no longer any plume of sand. As bidden by Hadidi, he helped himself to first one bottle of mineral water from a compartment beneath the armrest, then a second. Almost exactly 2 hours after they had left the temple car park, they passed an ancient, faded Coca-Cola sign. He saw an elderly man in Arab robes ahead of them, seated on the side of the track, engaged in conversation with another man with a camel standing close by. A small strip of ramshackle, open-fronted shops. A kid ran out in front of them excitedly. An almost biblical scene of a man walking a donkey, on which sat a woman cradling a baby. Then, ahead, the motorcycle came to a halt outside a primitive-looking shack. Their guide dismounted and went inside. He came back out a few minutes later, accompanied by an elderly-looking woman in black garb and sandals with a grey headscarf. With some difficulty, Hatem Rasul helped her onto the motorcycle's pillion, remounted himself, started the machine, and rode on. "Any idea who she is, Hadidi, his sister that he spoke of?" "Perhaps. I think she must be important lady." "Important?" They followed the motorcycle up an increasingly steep track, negotiating the mountain. After some minutes, as the track levelled out, the motorcycle halted and the pair dismounted. Rasul kicked down the stand as Hadidi pulled up the Land Cruiser beside them. They climbed out into the searing, dry midday heat. Then Ross ducked back in, took out another small bottle of water, the last in the rear compartment, and jammed it in his jacket pocket. "Mr. Hunter," Hatem Rasul said, "this is my sister, Sitra." Close up, he could see just how ancient and wizened she looked. She gave Ross a toothless smile and nodded, ignoring his proffered hand. Then she beckoned with a gnarled finger for him to follow. They walked up a steep, narrow goat track under a cloudless sky. The old woman was driven by an energy that Ross lacked, and the higher they climbed, the less he looked down at the sheer drop beneath them. If he stumbled and fell, it would be instant death. High above, Ross could see a row of caves. He tried to blank the precipice from his mind and kept focus on the path in front of him. He was perspiring heavily, his jacket slung over his shoulder now, wishing he had left it in the car. He was grateful for his water, which he rationed carefully, taking just small sips every few minutes. His lips felt parched, the sun burning his face. He wished he'd thought to bring sun cream. Slowly, as they climbed, the caves above loomed nearer. Finally, the old woman, followed by Rasul, then Hadidi, turned right across the mouths of the caves. She walked past the first three, gave an instruction to Rasul, and made a left turn into the fourth. The three men waited outside. Several minutes later, the old woman reappeared, cradling a bundle of cream-coloured cloth in her hands, which she held out to Ross. She nodded encouragingly. Smiling a thank you, he took it from her. It was almost weightless. Rasul said something to Hadidi, and his guardian turned to him. "You may open it, Mr. Ross, with care." It took him some moments, unfurling one layer of cloth after another, the bundle getting increasingly smaller, before he reached the contents, visible inside a tiny muslin bag. An ochre-coloured, enamelled object. All three of them were staring at him. "A tooth?" he queried. "Is this a tooth? Where's it from?" Rasul spoke in Arabic to Hadidi, who then turned to him. "Sitra says, Mr. Ross, this is indeed a tooth, a very special tooth. When Jesus Christ was being taken to the cross on Calvary, along with the criminals, local people lined the road and threw insults and hard objects, including many stones, at them. One stone hit Jesus in the mouth and knocked out one of his teeth. This is that tooth." Ross stared down at it, then looked at Hadidi. How do they know this for sure? Holding the almost transparent bag in one hand, he photographed it with his phone camera. Hadidi continued. "Hatem Rasul said that one of the disciples stepped forward and picked it up. Knowing it was a dangerous thing to possess, he decided to take it out of Judea and hide it. He brought it here, to Egypt, and asked a family he trusted, who lived in a remote rural community, to hide it. It has remained in this cave ever since. For generations, this family has been in charge of guarding it. For 2,000 years, they have been awaiting for the chosen person to collect it. Sitra says that her brother tells her, 'You are that chosen one.'" Ross looked down at it, staring hard, and shivered. Could this be real? Could this tiny, almost weightless object really be Christ's tooth? And if it was, he trembled at the thought, the possibility. He looked back at the three of them. All were studying him intently. Rasul stepped over to Hadidi and spoke to him in Arabic again. When he had finished, Hadidi turned back to Ross. "Hatem Rasul says Dr. Harry Cook has a message for you. Dr. Cook says this tooth is real. Take it back to England, to his friend in Birmingham. Mr. This is a strange name. Mr. Anospiri. You know this man?" Ross was transfixed by the tooth. "I know him," he said, his voice sounding distant, as though it was someone else speaking. "Mr. Hunter," Hadidi said, "Hatem Rasul is telling me, when you see Mr. Anospiri again, you will receive the final proof. It awaits you, the absolute proof." A sound in the sky made all four of them look upwards. High above them was the tiny speck of a helicopter. It was too high and too far away to identify. It flew overhead, and within moments the sound had faded away. Ross turned to Hadidi and gave him a quizzical look. Hadidi shrugged. "Tourists." Ross looked back up at the sky. First, a car had followed them. Now this helicopter had appeared. It made him deeply uncomfortable. "Sightseeing," Hadidi went on. "You can take a heli tour over the Valley of the Kings." Ross nodded, still feeling very uneasy. They were a long way from the Valley of the Kings, even for a helicopter. Sitra remained at the cave, saying she would make her way home later, whilst the rest of them retraced their steps to where they had left their vehicles, Ross walking as fast as he could. He sensed the nervousness in the other two also. Chapter 48. Tuesday, the 7th of March. Back in the car, they began to head down the steep track with the sheer drop to one side. It was even scarier going downhill. Ross tried to blank it out. While Hadidi wrestled the wheel, Ross focused on the small, enamel-like object with its tiny brown root. Was there any possibility this could be real? One of Jesus of Nazareth's teeth? In a cave in Egypt? It was almost impossible to believe, and yet his knowledge of the scriptures and of Egypt was scant. He knew about the Old Testament Exodus, how the Jews fled Egypt. Could someone really have returned with a tooth and hidden it in a remote cave in this country, with local peasants as its guardians? As the serpentine dirt track ahead unwound through the front windscreen, at times so steep he was almost hanging forward against his seatbelt, he watched Hatem Rasul leading the way, skillfully piloting his ancient motorcycle around the bends with the agility of someone half his age and the skill of an autocross racer. At times the machine seemed to slide away from him, and he only remained upright by his feet skidding along the ground. Then, above the sound of the vehicle's engines, came the thrashing of a helicopter. Hadidi let out what sounded like an oath. He was looking in his rearview mirror. Ross turned round, peering anxiously through the rear window, and saw the black underside of a helicopter, so low he could see the skids swooping towards them. His first thought was that it might be police or military. Were they in some illegal zone here? He hurriedly wrapped the tooth back in the cloth and pushed it into the inside pocket of his jacket. A shadow passed over them. As it did so, he saw Hatem Rasul spin his motorbike round 180 degrees and race off back the way they had come. Then the helicopter appeared through the front windscreen, a few hundred yards in front of them. The door was open, and there was a man leaning out. There was no mistaking what was pointing at them. The long black muzzle of a gun. He was aiming straight at them. Hadidi screamed in fear. Ross, terrified, snapped open his seatbelt buckle and threw himself down into the gap between the seats. He felt the car braking hard, its wheels locking up, sliding along on the sand. He heard Hadidi cry out in terror as the Land Cruiser slewed violently. Ross felt the car plunging. The car pitched forward steeply, so steeply for a moment Ross thought it was going to roll end over end. He could feel it picking up pace. "Hadidi!" he yelled. They were going faster, faster. It felt like he was hurtling downhill in a roller coaster. "Hadidi!" he yelled. There was no reaction. He cautiously raised himself. The driver's door was open. Hadidi had bailed out. Ross looked behind him and glimpsed way up on the ridge his driver running away fast. The car was careering down a steep slope, somehow miraculously still pointing forward, lurching, bumping, flying through the air, crashing back down. Ross reached over the seat in front of him, stretching round the headrest, and lunged at the steering wheel. The car was heading straight for a rock. He turned the wheel to the right and missed the boulder by inches. A drop was looming now. He turned the wheel to the left, and the car went up a sandy embankment, almost tipping over onto its side. Then, swinging right back down towards the valley, the vehicle began to slide, heading sideways towards a rock face. Somehow, the car missed it and hurtled down a steep gully, then another, zigzagging through an obstacle course of boulders. He held onto the wheel, totally gripped by terror. Moments later, the car was heading up an incline towards a drift and came to a jarring halt, planted in deep sand. "Jesus, no!" He scrambled out of the rear door and looked up. The helicopter was descending rapidly. He dived into the driver's seat and looked down at the controls. He found the one for locking the differentials and accelerated hard. As the helicopter blotted out the sun, to his relief, the vehicle moved forward, slowly gaining traction, up the sandy incline, towards what looked like a precipice. Shit! Shit! He lifted his foot off the accelerator. As he did so, the helicopter appeared right in front of him. He could see the man with the gun, door still open, aiming straight at him. As he dived down below the dash and floored the accelerator, he heard a sound he had last heard in Afghanistan. A burst of gunfire. The car lurched forward, towards the precipice. If he stopped, he was dead. All the terror of Afghanistan came flooding back. If he kept going, he was probably dead too. He made the split-second decision to keep going. There was another burst of gunfire. Then the car lurched crazily forward, falling. He was catapulted upwards against the steering wheel, his head striking the roof of the car painfully. Saw rock, sky, rock, sky. He hurtled down, striking his head against the steering wheel. Then, somehow, incredibly, he was back in the driving seat, and the Land Cruiser, now the right way up, was hurtling down a steep but no longer vertical incline. He gripped the jigging wheel. They were travelling at a crazy speed, more rocks and boulders ahead, which he somehow avoided. The engine was screaming. Somehow, he did not know where it came from, he had the presence of mind to shift out of the diff-lock position. The engine note instantly changed. The incline was becoming less steep, and the valley was now just a short distance ahead. So was the helicopter. He ducked below the dash as he saw flames from the muzzle of the gun and heard the crack and ping of bullets striking the ground in front of the car. Sitting up again, he understood what was happening. The man was trying to shoot his tires out, to stop him. He reached the valley, and there was just one narrow route in front of him, through a gully, bounded on either side by vertical cliffs. The helicopter dropped down and landed dead ahead. Again, Ross ducked as flames spurted from the gun's muzzle, and he heard more bullets strike the rocks around the vehicle. Suddenly, the man inside the open rear door stopped firing. He began tugging at the weapon, looking panicky. Either it had jammed or needed a magazine change. He yelled something at the pilot. Ross saw his chance. He floored the accelerator pedal, feeling the car surge forward, getting full traction on the solid surface. The helicopter loomed closer. 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 The man in black was still struggling frantically with the gun and yelling at the pilot. As he raced towards it, Ross saw a fog of sand rise up all around the helicopter. The pilot was trying to lift off. No, you don't, you bastards. The gap was closing. 100 meters. 50. 25. Ross could see air between the skids and the sand below. Not enough. Oh, no. T-boning it full on would probably make it blow up, killing them all. At the last moment, seeing the look of terror in the gunman's face, he jerked the wheel right and, gripping it tightly, threw himself down below the dash. An instant later, there was a jarring crash. Glass was flying everywhere, and he felt the blast of hot air. He sat up and looked through what little remained of the windscreen, feeling hot, sandy air on his face, at a vast desert landscape. In his mirror, he saw the main section of the helicopter lying on its side. Its jagged tail end and rotor lay several yards away. Someone was struggling to get out. He kept on going, traversing the dunes until they were no more than a speck in his mirror. Then, on the crest of a particularly high one, he stopped, shaking. He heard a ping. A text. With trembling hands, he pulled his phone out of his trouser pocket. It was from Imogen. "How's your day going? Kiss, kiss." Chapter 49, Tuesday the 7th of March. Somehow, despite all the damage it had suffered from gunfire and rolling, the Toyota was still running. Ross could barely think straight. He just knew he had to get out of here and away from Luxor. He stared ahead through where the windscreen had been shortly before, at the arid desert landscape, with a ridge of hills in the hazy distance. There was what looked like a track a short distance to his right. He tried to figure out the sat-nav which came up on the screen in Arabic, but his hands were shaking so much that his fingers kept missing the button that might take him back to the previous destinations list. If he could get to that, maybe it would have Luxor programmed in, perhaps even the airport. But all that happened when he finally touched it was that the screen froze. Then he remembered Google Maps on his iPhone and pulled that out. To his relief, there was a weak 3G signal, enough for the app to work. But with his shaking hands, it took him several minutes before he was able to enter Luxor Airport. To his amazement, the device found it. A round blue symbol with a white aircraft outline appeared, and a pulsing blue symbol showing where he was. 2 hours and 35 minutes driving time, it informed him, and the route took him along the track he was already on. He checked his watch. It was currently just after 3 p.m. His flight was 5:55 p.m. No chance. He looked around nervously, but there was no sign of any movement. The engine laboured, and hot desert air blasted his face. He was thirsty. He lifted up the center console and saw several small bottles of water in what looked like a built-in fridge compartment. Taking one out and unscrewing the lid, he drank the entire contents, followed by another. Jumping down from the car, he walked round, inspecting each of the tires, fearful they might have been shot out, but they all seemed properly inflated. He crouched underneath to see if any fluids were draining out, but everything looked dry. Then he stood back and stared at the shell of the car. It was not a pretty sight. The front was damaged from where it had struck the tail of the helicopter. Part of the bonnet was buckled and one headlight was gone. The roof was dented, as was just about every panel of the bodywork. Irrationally, he wondered if Hadidi had good insurance. Anger flared inside him, anger that his driver had bailed out and fled, leaving him to his fate. But could he blame him? Then, as he stood staring at the car, he began to shake again, even more violently than before. Afghanistan. Trying to dispel those nightmare thoughts, to think clearly. Who was behind this? The same people who had followed him to Chalice Well and kicked him in the face there? He looked around, turning his head steadily, slowly. He felt very scared now. He wanted to phone home, to hear a friendly voice. But maybe telling Imogen about this would not be smart. It would send her into total meltdown, and she would demand he dropped this immediately. Instead, he replied to her text. Hot. Kiss. But the signal had suddenly become crap. It didn't go through. He drove off, thinking hard about what he should now do. Contact the police? The British Embassy? But he'd have to tell them pretty close to the truth, and maybe there was some law preventing historical objects being taken out of the country. Besides, he didn't want to risk hanging around. If he stayed on here, he'd need to make himself very low profile. Better to get out this afternoon, board a plane. If there wasn't one going to England, get one to somewhere else, and then fly on. Did the people in the helicopter have other accomplices in Luxor? Would they have contacted them already and put out an alert for him? A watch on the airport? From the chaotic crowds at the airport last night, he recalled, it wouldn't be hard to move around it unnoticed. What did they know about him? If they'd had details of his flight out, they'd be able to find out his flight back and watch the gate. Better to fly to a different destination altogether, he decided. Paris, Berlin, Madrid, anywhere. Somewhere he knew. He just needed to get out. The car he would have to worry about later. At this moment, he was still angry with Hadidi for leaving him in the back seat of a driverless car. The Egyptian could damn well sort it out. Sod him. Chapter 50. Tuesday, the 7th of March. To the best of his knowledge, Ross had not been followed, and to his relief it was growing dark as he approached Luxor Airport, shortly before 5:45. It would make the damaged car less noticeable to any security guards. He drove straight into the short-term car park, up a couple of levels, and parked the Land Cruiser in a bay, leaving the keys in the ignition. He dusted himself down and wiped his face, then cleaned his sunglasses. To try to disguise himself a little, he put his sunglasses back on, followed by his jacket, patting to check the cloth wrapped round the tooth was still snug in his inside pocket, picked up his overnight bag from the back, and walked through into the airline ticketing area. England was 2 hours behind Egypt, France and Germany 1 hour. Egypt Air had availability on a direct flight to Charles de Gaulle at 9 p.m, and Lufthansa had one shortly after to Berlin, but it had 2 stopovers. He didn't want to get a through ticket to London in case anyone was watching for just that. He would get an onward flight easily enough from either of these destinations. He bought a ticket to Paris, then made his way through to the departure hall, picked up a departure card and filled it in. His hand was shaking badly. In addition to the trauma, he remembered he'd not eaten anything since breakfast. If anyone was watching him as he stood in the passport line, they were doing a discreet job. The unsmiling passport officer looked at his passport, then studied the card and gave Ross a strange look. "You'll not stay long in Egypt." "Unfortunately. Would love to. It's still pretty cold back in my country." "You have business in Luxor?" "I'm a writer. I came to meet with a writer friend who is working out here. We're discussing collaborating on a book about the Valley of the Kings, a kind of guidebook for tourism." He'd said the magic word. The officer stamped his passport, closed it, and handed it back to him with a faintly discernible smile, possibly one of approval. Once through security, he found a bar. Perched on a stool, he ordered a cold lager and a double scotch, and pointed at a tired-looking sandwich on a shelf, not caring what was in it. He swallowed the whiskey in one grateful gulp. The burn as it went down felt good, and he ordered another. The flight was delayed 2 hours, which meant they wouldn't land in Paris until past midnight. He'd have to overnight in an airport hotel and then travel on in the morning. He texted Imogen to tell her he was staying in Luxor. Soon after the plane took off, he crashed out into a fitful sleep and woke up with a blinding headache 2 hours later. Chapter 51. Tuesday, the 7th of March. In the boardroom on the top floor of the KK building, Ainsley Blore stood icily by a window, staring down at the darkness of the Thames below as his trusted co-directors filed in. He was seething. Finally, the last one entered, closing the soundproof door behind him, and Blore joined the 6 men at the table. As was usual for the late-night secretive board meetings of Kirklug, no assistant had been invited into the room to take minutes, and no recordings would be made. "Gentlemen, we have a monumental screw-up," Blore said, "and that doesn't include the $2.5 million in bribes we've had to pay to keep the Egyptian police and the aviation authorities quiet." He looked at the chief operating officer, Julius Helmsley. "Money you're going to have to lose, Julius. We don't want any awkward questions from one of our shareholders at the next AGM." "It's taken care of, Ainsley," he answered, tall and gaunt with bad posture, floppy, thinning fair hair, and a long face. The chief operating officer wore absurdly fashionable glasses that would have looked more appropriate on an art college student than a 55-year-old bean counter in a grey suit. The accountant was well used to hiding large chunks of cash expenditure. One of the company's largest cost centres included bribes to the leaders of impoverished third-world nations. "It had better be," Blore said coldly. "Okay, a couple of you already know what's happened. But for the benefit of the rest of you, we've been outsmarted again, and in a very big way. It seems our security team couldn't organise the proverbial piss-up in a brewery. Firstly, they follow Ross Hunter to Chalice Well, and they come away with fuck all. Now Hunter is on his way back to England from Luxor with, I'm presuming, what he went to get." "Do we know what that is?" another of his board asked. "No, but we're going to find out fast. Something that might contain Jesus Christ's DNA," Blore replied. "I don't know what exactly. Apparently that crazy old man Dr. Cook wouldn't say, however hard he was pressed. If those idiots had been more patient, they might have got it out of him. All Cook would say, before he died on us, was that it was something significant relating to Christ himself, and that no one who wasn't destined to would ever find it." "So, somehow this journalist knew where it was," said their head of research and development, Alan Gittings. "Do we know for sure he actually found anything?" Blore nodded at his most trusted Lieutenant Ron Mason, a sturdy, tough, no-nonsense Australian. "What the observer in the helicopter saw," Mason said, "was an old woman come out of the cave with a package which she handed to Hunter." "What kind of a package?" Gittings asked. "They were too far away to see clearly. I have the video." Mason opened his laptop and they crowded round him. He set in motion grainy footage of what indeed looked like an old woman emerging from a cave and handing a package to Hunter. The reporter unwrapped it as the woman and the 2 males with him looked on. As Hunter revealed its content, even with the poor video image, all of the board members could see the excitement in his body language. Ron Mason froze the recording. "He's definitely got something significant," Blore said. "No question, and we need it fast. We're aware someone else has a serious interest in what Hunter is up to, and also followed him to Glastonbury. These people may now even have the chalice in their possession. Our observation team saw them grab a bag containing something that Hunter had apparently brought up from the well. "Do we know what, Ainsley?" Helmsley asked. "No, but at least we know who we are up against. At this moment, anyway." The observers followed them to a tightly guarded estate in Surrey, near Guildford, the HQ of the religious organisation, the Wesley Wenceslas Ministries. "That guy's a complete crook," Ron Mason said in his Australian accent. "Wesley Wenceslas, my nephew who's into God, went to one of his services, or whatever they call them, and told me you get asked to pay for a prayer. That guy's just a con artist." "A very successful one," Gittings said. "He's got millions of followers." "He'll have even more when he starts waving the Holy Grail around," Helmsley said. "We'll get Chalice Well to demand its return. Stolen property," Law said. "Then I'm sure Julius can take care of it from there, as a trustee." He looked at him. Helmsley nodded, looking uncomfortable. "Let's just take a reality check here, Ainsley," Gittings said. "Firstly, we don't know what Hunter brought up from the bottom of the well and that Wenceslas Ministries have in their possession. We now believe he has something, maybe a body part, found in a cave in Egypt. There's no certainty it comes from Christ. There's no certainty that whatever Hunter may or may not have recovered from Chalice Well is the Holy Grail either, Alan," Law replied. "But we strongly believe it might be. If there is a DNA match between the two items, then what?" "That would be immensely strong evidence of the provenance," Helmsley said. All of his colleagues nodded. "So, we'd have the DNA of a possibly mythological healer who may or may not have lived 2,000 years ago and was capable of performing miracles," said another of the board, Grant Rowlands, in his blunt Yorkshire accent. "My view is this is too much of a distraction for us. We should be thankful for two lucky escapes from anything getting traced back to us. First, with Dr. Cook, and secondly, with today's Egypt fiasco. The two thugs who went to Cook's house are—" He left the question hanging. "Safely back in the west of Ireland," Blore answered him. "I'm not thankful at all. We've had no lucky escapes, just two total screw-ups, this and someone else getting ahead of us at Chalice Well." "I'm minded we should drop this," Rowlands continued. "We're risking the entire reputation of our company and our own personal futures in its share value for what? The DNA profile of a charlatan? Come on, Ainsley. You're the biggest non-believer of us all here. Isn't that what your monkey experiment's all about? Proof there is no God?" "Grant," Blore said acidly, fixing him with a cold stare. "We all made this decision together. Regardless of any of our beliefs, we agreed that potentially over 2 billion Christian people around the globe would pay any amount of money they could get their hands on, and I mean any amount, for a cure for their ailments developed through the provenance of Jesus Christ's DNA. And consider this, too. How much would prospective parents around the globe pay to have some or all of Jesus Christ's DNA in their child?" There was a long silence. Several of the directors smiled. "If you have a problem with that, Grant, you'd better tell us." Aware of how Blore dealt with problems and of his own substantial shareholding and his $2 million a year bonus, Grant Rowlands shook his head. "I don't have a problem, Ainsley. Just, doing my job as a director, checks and balances." Blore gave him a withering look. "Good to hear. I like my team to be diligent." "Absolutely. Anything else, Grant, before we move on?" "No, I'm good." "One quick question, Ainsley," Julius Helmsley said. "Yes?" "How are your monkeys doing?" Blore turned his gaze on another of the directors, Kurt Jan, Director of Security, before replying. "A lot better than one of you lot, since you asked." Smarting from Blore's harsh gaze, Jan said, "Whatever Hunter has got, we'll get it off him, Ainsley." "Really?" Blore retorted sarcastically. "You're actually going to do something right?" Chapter 52, Wednesday, the 8th of March. Ross checked into the Ibis Hotel at Charles de Gaulle Airport. It was anonymous and impersonal, all the guests strangers like himself, in transit. He'd not seen anyone who looked like they might be following him at Luxor Airport nor on the plane. Even so, he took precautions, double-locking the door and putting on the safety chain. Although exhausted, he slept fitfully for a short while, then woke from a nightmare in which he was back in Afghanistan, running for his life, Taliban fighters shooting at him. He tore into a vast building and down into the dark vaults. He had survived then by hiding, lying low, biding his time, which was what he needed to do now, he thought, sipping some water and staring into the darkness. Whoever was after him would almost certainly have someone watching their house, waiting for him to arrive home. He cursed himself for not thinking about this sooner, about how the helicopter might have located him in the desert. Switching on the bedside light, he picked up his iPhone and began going through his settings. Within moments, he saw he had his geomapping on, which meant his phone was talking all the time to everything around and above it. Someone with the right software could track his movements in real time, minute by minute, to the middle of the desert. Or here. He disabled the function. Afraid, he climbed out of bed, dressed, packed his bag, then walked to the door and peered through the spy hole. What he could see of the corridor outside was empty. Cautiously, he removed the safety chain and slipped out. Just in case there was anyone watching for him in the lobby, he took the stairs. On the ground floor, 3 flights down, he pushed open the door and looked out. The lobby was empty, just a night clerk on duty. His room was already paid for, and he had opted for the express checkout. He walked over to the clerk and asked if he could get him a taxi to take him into central Paris. There was a small boutique hotel where he'd stayed with Imogen 2 years ago for their wedding anniversary, the Montalembert in Saint-Germain. When the taxi arrived, he climbed into the rear and asked the driver to take him there. Although small, it was a 5-star hotel with round-the-clock service and great staff. Hopefully, at this time of year, they'd have a room. If not, they would be able to find him somewhere, despite the hour. As the taxi pulled out, he looked round, then double-checked his phone to ensure that the geomapping was safely off. He settled back into his seat and dozed until the taxi came to a halt in the narrow side street outside the hotel. His luck was in. They had a room and greeted him warmly. He slept reasonably soundly until he was woken by a text from Imogen just after 7:30 a.m. "Hope you slept okay wherever you are. Monty and I did not. Our wonderful new alarm went off 3 times in the night. Engineer came at 5 a.m. Faulty box or something. Been awake since. Kiss." He thought carefully before texting her back. Maybe their phones were being bugged or intercepted in some way. "Poor you. Really hope it gets fixed quick. Had to stay on here. Call you later. Kiss." Then he dozed again for another hour before waking ravenous. He phoned down and ordered breakfast. Chapter 53. Wednesday, the 8th of March. After an omelette, 2 cups of strong coffee and a shower, Ross felt refreshed and was thinking clearly. Hopefully, no one knew where he was. But whoever had been after him in Egypt wasn't going to go away and stay away empty-handed. He tried to put himself in their shoes. What would they be expecting him to do? Get back to England as fast as possible? There were worse places to have to kill time than Paris. He decided to buy himself a day, let them fret, and hopefully panic. People made mistakes when they panicked. He rang around the airlines from his room. There was availability on several flights to Heathrow, where his car was parked, tomorrow. He booked a seat on British Airways. After he put the phone down, he unwrapped the tooth from its bundle of cloth. Was it this someone had wanted so desperately? Someone with enough money and contacts to hire a helicopter with a gunman? So much trouble for such a tiny object with little or no provenance. Nothing of significance? Or the greatest relic ever found? If someone had gone to the effort of trying to hijack him out in that desert, perhaps for this tooth, sure as hell they would be trying again. Should he go public now? Should he give the story to his editor, show the tooth and the cup, in the hope of taking the curse off this whole damned thing? It was too soon. He had to find out more first, had to know how real or otherwise the items were. But what was he going to tell Imogen, now the stakes had risen? Was it fair to be possibly putting his family's life at risk too? Was any story, even this one, worth that? And yet he couldn't stop now. A plan was forming in his mind. He opened his laptop, logged onto the hotel's Wi-Fi, briefly checked his emails for anything urgent, then typed into Google the name ATGC Forensics. It was a company whose name he had come across several times in recent years. They were one of the secure independent labs used by police forces in the UK for DNA testing of evidence. He got a result instantly. ATGC Forensic Science, ATGC Group, www.atgcgroup.com/sectors/forensic-science. ATGC is a world leader in forensic science and one of the UK's leading full-service forensic providers. We work with police forces in the UK and internationally to assist. And we offer a 24/7 service. He went to their contacts page, found the number and dialed it on the hotel phone, aware how easy it was for anyone to listen in to a mobile phone conversation. It was answered by a chirpy female voice. "Hi, I wonder if you can help me. Do you do DNA testing for private clients?" "Well, normally we only work with registered agencies, but we do have a facility for private client work. Can I put you through to someone?" "Thank you." He was put on hold for a short while. Then he heard a male voice. "Peter Mackey speaking. Can I help you?" Ross had learned years ago that you got much more out of people if you said their name. A psychologist he had once interviewed had told him that a person's name was the most important sound in the world to them. "Thank you, Peter," he replied. "I'm Ross Hunter, a newspaper reporter working on an article, and I have two objects, one wooden, a cup, and the other a tooth. I'm interested to obtain DNA profiles on each. Under the Data Protection Act, I wouldn't be able to tell you if there is any match to the UK DNA database." "It's okay. What I'm after is to see if there is a match between these two objects." "A wooden cup and a tooth?" "Yes." "Do you know approximately how old they are?" "No, fairly old. Centuries, I believe." "The cup wouldn't be a problem to test, but a tooth is more difficult. We would have to grind it down into powder." "All of it?" he exclaimed. "Yes, I'm afraid so." Shit, Ross thought. This might be the only known remnant of Jesus that still existed. What would any archaeologist think about destroying it? "There's no way you could retain even the tiniest bit?" he asked. "Well," Mackey said dubiously, "that would depend on its size and age, but unlikely." Ross stood, thinking hard. Could he do this? Could he take the responsibility and the gamble? "You'd do the work for me as a private client?" he asked, finally. "Yes." "How much would you charge?" Ross held his breath, worried that the man was going to come back with a figure that was out of reach. "Well, I can't give you an exact figure. That would depend on how much work is involved, but the ballpark would be between £300 to £500 for each item." Ross felt a surge of relief. "How quickly could you do this?" "We're open pretty much around the clock. If you brought it in today, we could probably get results back to you by sometime tomorrow, certainly within 48 hours. "I'm in Europe at the moment, flying back to the UK tomorrow. You're in Kingston?" "We are." Ross thought for a moment. The security company where he had placed the cup in a safety deposit box shut at 6 p.m. If his flight was reasonably on schedule, he would be back in the UK by around 2 p.m. By the time he had retrieved his car and got on the road, it would be 2:30, and then, depending on the traffic, he should just about make it in time. But then it would take him a couple of hours, he estimated, to battle through the London rush hour traffic to Kingston. "I could be with you by early evening tomorrow," he said. "I'll tell my colleague Jolene Thomas to expect you, Mr. Hunter." Ross thanked him. Chapter 54. Thursday, the 9th of March. Ross's flight back to London was delayed over an hour, and then he was stuck in a tailback on the M25 motorway because of an accident. By the time he arrived at the U-Store self-storage warehouse close to Shoreham Harbour, the sole surly employee in the office was clearly in the process of closing up for the night, and greeted his arrival at less than 10 minutes to 6 p.m. with a stony stare. Ross apologised, signed the register, dating it and writing down his time in, then walked to the steel-shuttered door and entered his security code on the pad beside it. As it clattered up, he ducked under and entered the chilly, cavernous interior of the warehouse, with rows of locked steel doors, all padlocked, down each side and along the far end. He found his number, 478, which he had protected with 2 sturdy padlocks. One had a 6-figure combination, which he opened, and the other required a key. He inserted and turned it, feeling the cams of the well-oiled lock revolving smoothly. He pulled open the heavy metal door and removed the bundle of cloth containing the cup, but left the 2 halves of the oak container in situ. Then he relocked the unit and, hiding the bundle beneath his bomber jacket, signed out and hurried back to his Audi in the empty customer car park. He texted Imogen to tell her he was back in the UK and would hopefully be home as soon as he could this evening, around 9 p.m. As he drove out of the entrance gates, 2 nondescript saloon cars were waiting for him, both parked a short distance along the road. One was pointing east, on the same side of the road as himself, the other west, on the far side. They were part of the surveillance team of 8 vehicles that had tailed him here from the airport. A small van slowed and flashed his lights. Ross pulled out, waving a thank you, and turned left east, heading toward the A27 and from there to the A23. 30 minutes later, he was creeping north on the A23 in heavy rush-hour traffic. For the next hour and a half, as he continued through mostly crawling traffic, he passed the time by alternately listening to the news and a recent George Ezra album and thinking. All the time, mindful someone could be following him, he kept a careful watch in his mirrors, watching for one pair of headlights that might remain steadily behind him. But to his relief, the lights behind him changed frequently. His thoughts kept returning to the message that had appeared on Imogen's laptop. The attack on him in Egypt. Was it really worth the risk of carrying on, the risk to Imogen and their baby? He thought back to his meeting with the Bishop of Monmouth. Benedict Carmichael had, in his own gentle way, attempted to warn and dissuade him. Then he thought back to his grandfather. He had never been close to him as a child, but had visited every day during his last weeks in Brighton's Martlet's Hospice. Bill Hunter had been a deeply unhappy man, with a whole raft of unfulfilled dreams, and long separated from his wife, who had left him, then died in a car crash with her new lover. The last conversation he'd had with his grandfather had always stayed with him. "Ross, your dad and you are all I have left in the world, and all I have to leave. I was afraid to follow my dreams and took the secure path. Well, the one I thought was secure. I've learned too late that security is an illusion, a dream we chase. Nothing matters, does it? Nothing except the one most important thing, that we don't die with all our dreams still inside us. Don't let anyone or anything ever stop you from doing what you believe in. That's the only thing that matters. I'd have lived my life very differently if only I'd had the courage. I'm going to die knowing I am a failure, that I never amounted to anything. Promise me that whatever happens in your life you will matter, that in whatever small way you do it, you'll make a difference to the world." Finally, just before 8 p.m., his sat-nav told him he was less than 2 minutes from his destination. A sign loomed ahead on his left, ATGC Forensics. He switched on the indicator and glanced in his mirrors. To his relief, the vehicle behind him, some distance back, was indicating right. Chapter 55, Thursday, the 9th of March. Ross drove into what looked like a residential estate and arrived at a security barrier. A guard came over to him, and he gave his name. The barrier rose and he went through, and, as directed by the man, followed the winding road until he saw ahead of him a row of long, modern, 3-story red brick buildings, all interconnected. Then a sign indicating visitors' car park in front of a glass atrium between 2 of the buildings, which was clearly the main entrance. He pulled into a bay and sat still, thinking. The tooth was going to have to be ground to powder. He'd taken numerous close-up photographs of it, but what if it really was Christ's tooth? The only surviving item of his earthly body and its unique historical importance. And he was about to sanction its destruction. But without that, he would never know its provenance. Hopefully they might be able to retain a part of it. He climbed out of his car with his hold-all and walked towards the entrance, passing a sign which read, ATGC, British Pharmacopoeia Commission Laboratory, Medicines and Healthcare Products, Regulatory Products. As he approached the doors, they slid open, and he entered a large reception area with seating either side and a curious spiky black sculpture sitting on a shingle base. Ahead of him was a wide, curved reception desk with Welcome to ATGC emblazoned on the front. He walked up to the woman seated behind it. Hi. My name's Ross Hunter. Jolene Thomas from the DNA lab is expecting me. He was directed to a carpeted seating area in a recess framed by bare brick walls. There were several round tables, at each of which were 3 turquoise upholstered chairs, and a line of screens beyond on the far wall, displaying photographs of laboratory workers gowned in white with protective gloves, some wearing face masks and others goggles, performing various tasks. He placed the bag on the table, then checked his phone. There was no message from Imogen. He felt bad, knowing she was so frightened. Maybe this lab would come back with a result showing nothing, and that would be the end of it. A short piece in the Sunday Times about his encounters with a religious nutter who had clearly convinced a lot of people, enough to pursue him to Egypt. Mr. Hunter? He looked up, startled out of his thoughts, to see a young, attractive woman of about 30 in a bright green dress and black leggings with silky, waist-length black hair. Yes. He stood up and shook her extended hand. Jolene Thomas, she said as she sat down opposite him. It's good of you to see me so late. No, it's fine, really. We work mostly for police forces, so we operate on a 24/7 basis. But I understand you've come as a private client. Yes, I have. Can I ask how confidential and secure your work is? She smiled. The majority of our work involves crime scene DNA, where the chain of evidence is crucial. Everything in this company is security code protected. Anything we are given is immediately assigned a barcode, not a name. We're very mindful that we are a prime target for villains who would dearly love to destroy their DNA evidence. But even in the unlikely case they were to break in, they'd find it impossible to locate their samples. Even our individual laboratories here are coded. Good. So, what do you have for me? Is there somewhere private we can go? Ross asked. She took him to a small room just off the reception area. Ross unzipped the bag, removed first the chalice and unwrapped that, followed by the tooth. I believe both of these are very old, he said. Many centuries and possibly more. Could be as much as 2,000 years old. Is dating something you are able to do? Not dating, no. We can hopefully obtain a DNA profile from each object and we can get some clues from the degradation, but dating is not our field. We may be able to determine ethnicity, depending on what we're able to find, and we offer 3 kinds of DNA profile, standard, mitochondrial, and YSTR. Well, which is which? Ross asked. Well, standard would give you the current profile of the person. That's what the police tend to want, to see if there is a match to the suspected perpetrator. Mitochondrial, which is harder and a different test, is the DNA passed down through the X chromosome, the female. That's the one that enables you to determine the historic bloodline, as it doesn't change. Doesn't change? No. Does that mean that someone born 2,000 years ago who had a line of direct descendants could be identified today from their X chromosome? It does, yes, barring any genetic mutations which can occur. And the third one, YSTR, which is more recent, achieves a similar result but down the male line. Although it's not as stable as the mitochondrial, and there are fewer databases at present. The Y chromosomal short tandem repeat. And that does what? Well, as I explained, it's the male equivalent to the mitochondrial. It goes down through the male line, through the Y chromosome, unchanged. Brilliant. I would like that done too, please. What sort of money are we talking about for all three? One thing I need to ask you first is whether these items have been handled by gloved or ungloved individuals. I haven't touched them with my bare hands, always with gloves or a cloth, but I don't know who before me might have done. Okay, don't worry, we'll take your DNA profiles, which will add a little to the cost, to eliminate you, if you're happy with that. Yes, fine. I'll get these items priced. For the 3 tests on the 2 items, it will be in the region of £2,000 total, plus another £200 or so for your elimination. It's a little more than I'd expected from my phone conversation earlier, but I can understand why, Ross said. That's fine. She looked down at the 2 items on the table. Doing the tests on this wooden cup will be straightforward, but the tooth is more complicated. I think you were told over the phone that to obtain these results we'd have to crush it into powder, then put it through a sequence of chemical processes. Do you have to destroy it completely? I'm afraid so. With an item this small, there is no alternative. Would there be anything left afterwards that you could give me? Yes, if you wanted, it would be a solution in a vial, and we could make a photographic record of the process if that would be helpful. Ross stared at the tooth. Possibly, if it was real, it was the most significant item in Christian history. He would have to agree to it being deconstructed in order to establish its provenance. Could he do that? But if he did not, the world would never know. He felt trapped, a kind of Hobson's choice conundrum. Could he do it? Who was he to make this decision? Was there no other way? Jolene, if you crush it, are you able to determine the normal DNA, mitochondrial, and YSTR? Yes, all 3, she said. And there is absolutely no other way, no other technology in development that could read the DNA from this without having to destroy it? Not that I'm aware of. He felt a lump in his throat. His hands were clammy. He was perspiring. What to do? What to do? Okay, he said finally. Go ahead, and please make a photo record. Just to confirm, how quickly do you need it? As fast as you can. We should be able to get you initial results back in about 48 hours. Is that okay? Perfect. She produced a bunch of forms, which she began to fill in. Chapter 56, Thursday the 9th of March. The white Boeing 737, emblazoned with the Wesley Wenceslas Ministries logo, was starting its descent into Miami International Airport at the end of its flight from Denver. The jet carried the pastor's full entourage. As much a nervous flyer in his jet plane as he was in his helicopter, ordinarily the pastor's prayers to the Lord to keep him safe would have been augmented by a series of glasses of Krug, but at this moment he was too angry to be afraid, and had not touched a drop. Instead, he downed several double espressos in succession, for which Smile-a-Lot repeatedly chided him. His MD reminded him that too much caffeine made him hyper, and that when he was hyper he got increasingly angry, and being angry was bad for his blood pressure, which was already too high. Seated opposite him in the luxurious rear-facing seat in the office suite of the jet, Lancelot Pope, nattily dressed as ever, swigged smugly and virtuously from a bottle of mineral water. He stuck it on the table in front of him and made another note on his elegant Smithson's pad with his Montegrappa pen. "What's that bloody smile doing on your face, Smile-a-Lot? It's not holy water in that bottle, you know," Wenceslas said. "You have to calm down, boss," said his trusted MD. "You know your doctor's orders." "Yes, O wise man. Well, to paraphrase the exchange between the judge and Oscar Fingal O'Flaherty Wills Wilde, when the judge said, 'Never mind your doctor's orders, Mr. Wilde,' he replied, 'I never sodding do.'" "Tut, tut," Pope chided. "Such language from a man of the cloth. Spiritual leaders of millions. Imagine that leaking out onto Twitter." "That would be the least of our problems." You really are in a bad mood. And do you think I should be in a good one? There is a reason to be in a good one. There was a cackle of girly laughter from the entourage cabin further along the aircraft. It was followed by a squeal and then more laughter. "Count your blessings," Pope said. "I don't have any blessings today." He held out his hand in an empty gesture. "See? Notice any blessings?" "What I do notice is you are biting your fingernails again, naughty boy." Wenceslas curled his fingers over and studied them with an expression of surprise. "So I am. And don't give me that stuff about the Lord wanting you to bite them as a show of humility again. I'll arrange a manicure for you when we get to the house. It's really not a good image for a leader of the Christian faith to have chewed nails. Know what you are? You're a pain in the arse. That's why God sent me to you. You want a yes man, go find him. Until then, you're stuck with me." He put the pen down and held up both his hands. "See? Immaculate nails. They say a lot about a person." Wenceslas gave him a dubious look. "I have bigger things on my mind than my fingernails. We have bigger things. At this moment, a very big problem, don't you think? Possibly the biggest problem the world has ever known." The plane bumped a couple of times through small air pockets, and the pastor went pale. "I can't believe it's this scumbag newspaper reporter involved," Wenceslas said, "carrying on the work of a dangerous, gullible old man, Harry F. Cook. You know your Bible?" "Some of it," Pope replied evasively. In truth, he was well aware of his ignorance of the Scriptures, and most of what he knew he had picked up working for his boss. "We know from our phone tabs that Dr. Cook went to a medium and believed that God spoke to him. In 2 Thessalonians 2:9 it says, 'The coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan, with all power and false signs and wonders.' In 2 Corinthians 11, verses 13 to 15, is written, 'For such men are false apostles, deceitful workmen, disguising themselves as apostles of Christ. And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. So it is no surprise if his servants also disguise themselves as servants of righteousness. Their end will correspond to their deeds.'" "Meaning what exactly?" Pope asked. 1 John chapter 4, verses 1 to 3. "Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God. For many false prophets have gone out into the world. By this you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is from God, and every spirit that does not confess Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you heard was coming, and now is in the world already. And 1 John 2, verse 18 tells us the Antichrist is coming. Even now many Antichrists have come." "So where is he?" "He's clever. He's smart. He's a master of disguise. Maybe we are already too late." "Don't think negatively, boss. That's one of your mantras, right?" "Well, that's what you're doing now. You are thinking too negatively. Go for the positive. That bastard Ross Hunter is on a crusade. Great. Let him do the work for us. Let's see how far he gets. Imagine he finds conclusively that what he has is really Christ's DNA. Fine. Then let him lead us to this Antichrist." "How?" "We're on it, watching him 24/7. So is someone else, right? The company Kerr Klug. Maybe with a very different agenda from ours, people who want to harness that power, not destroy it. I've hired one of the top guys in the business, ex-Scotland Yard. What he doesn't know about surveillance isn't worth a can of beans. We've 22 experienced covert operatives on Hunter. Want to know where he is?" "Yeah, I do. He's 3 miles from home in Brighton on his way back from ATGC Forensics, where he has delivered whatever he brought back from Egypt and whatever he found in Chalice Well that your team screwed up on." Wenceslas interrupted. "A biscuit tin and a christening cup." "Yeah, well, okay. He made a mug out of us, so to speak. Fortunately, our friends in Kerr Klug screwed up even more in Egypt, according to my sources, and all they have is a small team watching him." "You know, Smile-a-Lot, you are being pretty flip about everything. You understand what all this could mean, don't you?" I'm wondering. Loud and clear, boss. But what if it's not the Antichrist, but the true second coming? If this smart aleck journalist has really got what we think he has, and this gets out into the open, as it surely will, we won't be in just a two-horse race for it anymore. Pope nodded. They'd talked it through a lot over the past few days. Christ's DNA. How many churches of the Christian faith would be after it, starting with the Vatican? How many of Christianity's ancient enemies? If Wenceslas could go on tour with the Holy Grail and proof of our Lord's DNA and his messages, they'd fill every football stadium on the planet. He couldn't even begin to calculate the revenue it would generate. Just supposing it wasn't the Antichrist, but the real deal. We'd become richer than the goddamn impostors of the Holy Roman Church. Praise the Lord, Wenceslas said, answering his thoughts for him. Praise the Lord, Pope echoed. But if the Vatican got hold of it, they'd exhibit it under guard someplace where people could form endless queues to venerate it in a glass display case in exchange for a donation and the possibility of answered prayers. Or more likely it would disappear, be buried forever in some deep vault. Why do you say that, boss? Wesley Wenceslas looked at the man to whom he entrusted the running of his growing empire. What planet are you on? We are in the business of faith, not proof. If his existence is proven, why would anyone need us anymore? They'd just go direct. It would have the same impact on providers of faith that Amazon's had on retailers. We'd be out of business overnight. You don't get it? Or what if this turns out to be the Antichrist that has been prophesied and is already here? The Antichrist is already here. You really think that? Or is that just your sales message, O mighty one? Pope feigned a bow of subservience. Cut it out. Let's have a reality check, shall we? Pope said. What is really upsetting you this time about Ross Hunter? Is it your true belief that because he's following directions given by a medium, it's the work of the Antichrist, or is that your smokescreen? Smokescreen? Don't give me that angelic, innocent face, Pastor. I know you too well. You're afraid that this could be real, aren't you? That if this is the true second coming, then our Lord will expose you for the fraud you really are. That's your real agenda, isn't it? Without warning, the aircraft plunged for several seconds. Wesley Wenceslas fell silent and mouthed a prayer. The plane stabilized. A minute later, they touched down. Praise the Lord, Wenceslas said with relief. Praise the pilot, I'd say, retorted Pope. Chapter 57. Thursday, the 9th of March. It was late when Ross arrived home. He pulled into the driveway, scanning all around, but could see no unfamiliar vehicles on the street. All the same, he waited before getting out of the car, checking all the shadows. Then he removed his bag from the boot and walked up to the front door. It was opened by a tearful Imogen before he reached it, with Monty right behind her. He put his arms round her, hugging her tightly. Hey, what's up? She pressed her wet cheeks against his face. Thank God you're home. I couldn't stay here tonight alone. I was going to call the Hodges and ask if I could go over to their place if you weren't back. What is it? What's happened? Come and see what came in while I was at work today. He knelt for a moment, hugging and stroking the dog as she secured the new safety chain, then followed her into the kitchen. Her laptop was open on the table. She tapped the keyboard and he saw the message on the screen. This is your second warning. You don't get a third. Turning to him, she demanded, Can you explain that? He studied the address of the sender. It was the same Hotmail address as the previous untraceable one. He recognized it from the 666 among the numbers. I think we should speak to the police, he said. And tell them what? That you think you might have pissed Satan off? He smiled grimly, thinking hard. I tell you what, I'll call Jason Tingley. Tingley had been a young DC whom Ross and Imogen had first met during their days on the Argus, and who was now a superintendent. "I'm scared, Ross. I'll call him now." He looked through his contacts until he found the name, Jason Tingley, and dialed the detective superintendent. It rang, and after some moments he got Tingley's voicemail and left a message. "Hi, Jason, it's Ross Hunter. Could you give me a call? I need some help." He left his number and ended the call. "So, tell me about your trip. How did it go? What did you find?" "I'll tell you all about it. I need a drink, and I need to get something to eat. I took a moussaka out of the freezer for you, and there's some salad in the fridge." "Thanks." He went over to the cabinet, removed a bottle of his favourite whiskey, poured a large measure into a glass, added some ice from the fridge, splashed in a drop of water, and sat at the table. Just as he did so, looking again at the email, his phone rang. It was Jason. Putting the phone on speaker for Imogen's benefit, they caught up briefly, and he congratulated the detective on his recent promotion. Then he gave him a summary of what had transpired since his original call from Harry F. Cook, but omitting, for Imogen's benefit, the attempt on his life in Egypt. Tingley told him he would put out an alert to the Brighton neighbourhood policing and response teams and a request for vigilance on his home. He asked him for the registration numbers of his and Imogen's cars, then added he would ask someone from the digital forensics team to contact him and take a look at the messages Imogen had been sent. He asked Ross to update him on any developments. Ross thanked him, and they made vague arrangements to meet for a coffee soon. As he ended the call, Imogen said, "Is this how we have to live our lives from now on, prisoners in our own home, in constant fear, dependent on police protection?" He stared back at her and sipped some whiskey. "It's what I do, Imo. I've always taken risks with stories I've written exposing injustice. It's different. I'm now getting really scared for your safety, our safety. I think you're out of your depth. It's not just about you. Think about our child. He'll need a father. You have a bigger priority than your next story now. Imo, I want our son to be proud of me. When he grows up, I want him to be someone who stands up for what he believes in." "You know what I want?" she retorted. "Or rather what I don't want? I don't want our son to be an orphan." Chapter 58. Thursday, the 9th of March. In the glare of floodlights from the belly of the helicopter, Ainsley Blore could see the blades of grass around the landing circle bending in the downdraft from the rotor blades. Moments later, the machine touched down and settled. Thanking his personal pilot and wishing him a good night, he unbuckled his safety harness, removed his headphones and hooked them up behind him, then pushed his door open and clambered out. He kept his head ducked low until he was well clear of the still-rotating blades, although he could have stood safely at his full 6-foot height. The shadow of his mansion, with several lights blazing in windows, lay a couple of 100 yards in front of him. But he turned away from it, shouldered the strap of the bag containing his laptop and paperwork he needed to go over before tomorrow, and hurried across the lawn towards the orangery and the 6 cages containing his monkeys, eager to see if any progress had been made. He switched on the lights and entered, wrinkling his nose at the sour stench, and inspected each of the cages, looking for pages of printout, which would have meant the monkeys had been tapping the keys. There was no printout in any of the first 5, just monkey shit and peanut shells on every keyboard and printer, and puddles of piss on the floor. Then he peered through the bars of the 6th, Boris's, and saw, excitedly, that there were several pages of printout. Murmuring platitudes to the monkey, he let himself into the cage and rushed excitedly across to the printer, tore the pages free and looked at them. Boris watched from a perch, rubbing his chin like an ancient sage. Blore scanned through 6 pages of a meaningless jumble of letters of the alphabet, symbols, and numbers. Then, as he reached the 7th page, he froze and stared at the 3 letters staring out at him like a gleaming nugget of gold in a sack of coal. He wanted to high-five the monkey. "Yes, yes, yes, you good boy, you, Boris, yes, yes!" And all the nightmare of the past few days was forgotten at this moment. "Wow! You good boy, you! Wow!" Shelling a peanut, the capuchin monkey gave him a bemused stare. "You've done it! You've bloody done it!" He took the printout and hurried towards the house, calling out to his wife before he'd even reached the door. "Scylla! Scylla!" She was in the drawing room, watching an orchestra on television. "Look!" he shouted. "Look what I have!" "How about, 'Hello, darling, how are you? How was your day?' she replied sharply. "Look at this!" He grabbed the remote and froze the screen. Then he held the sheet of printout in front of her face. "Look! Look!" At what exactly? The start of the proof, the absolute proof that there is no creator, that the world came into existence through random chance. This is monumental. Remember tonight, it will go down in history. The night a monkey typed the word "the," you just don't understand the significance, do you? Actually, no. And there's something else I don't understand. What? You're an atheist. A hardcore atheist. You're conducting this balmy experiment because you have this weird notion that through these monkeys you can conclusively prove that God does not exist, right? Correct. In that case, why are you so keen to get hold of Christ's DNA? Or am I missing something? No, you're not missing anything. That's called business, darling. I have a different word for it. Hypocrisy. Chapter 59. Thursday, the 9th of March. At a few minutes past 11 p.m., Ross was sitting alone in his den, his emotions in turmoil. Suddenly, he saw headlights moving very slowly along the street and stopping outside his house. For a moment, he stiffened, then relaxed when he saw it was a marked police patrol car. Detective Superintendent Tingley had been true to his word. The car moved on. As it did so, his phone rang. The display showing the number was withheld. After a brief hesitation, he hit the green button. "Ross Hunter," he answered. The male voice at the other end was so quiet he had to strain to hear it. "Ross, it's Hussam Houdin." "Hussan," he said to the blind cleric. "Hi. Are you able to speak?" Yes, sure." "Ross, I just heard from my cousin, Medat al-Hadidi." "Thank goodness he's alive. I'm sorry, Hussam. I'm just so sorry to get your cousin involved in this. I really hope he's okay. I don't know what was going on or who was behind it. Did he say how he is?"
He's okay, but his car isn't. Ross, this is what I need to say to you. I do know what is going on. I must meet you very urgently. You are in much greater danger than you can possibly know.
What kind of danger, Hussam?
This is not a telephone conversation. When could we meet?
Tomorrow morning?
I think that would be wise.
I could be with you about 11 o'clock. Would that work?
I am always here.
I'll see you then.
The moment he ended the call, he sent someone behind him and spun round. It was Imogen.
Who was that, Ross? Do you want to tell me? What danger are you in that I don't know about already?
He took a deep breath and showed her the photographs he had taken in Egypt. Then he told her everything, starting from the beginning.
When he had finished, she asked, "So what happens now, Ross?"
"I wait for the DNA results.
And then?"
"They're probably zilch, nothing, end of."
"But what if there's a match between the tooth and the contents of the chalice? What then?"
"We'll have to see."
"People tried to stop you in Egypt. People are threatening us here. What if it's all real? What if there is a match? What then, Ross? All those who claim to possess relics like the Turin Shroud, the Holy Tunic of Christ, the Spear of Destiny, I've been looking them up on the internet.
She tapped her iPhone and looked at her list. The Crown of Thorns, the Iron Crown of Lombardy, the Vale of Veronica, the Mandillion, and all the rest. There are huge commercial interests involved, Ross. Their owners aren't going to want the DNA you have to disprove them. You're a newspaper journalist punching way above your weight here. I don't think you realize quite how deep in you are. Nor what kind of a hornet's nest you're opening. Is any story worth our lives? And why is it you who's been chosen? She looked at the window and the darkness of the night beyond, as if noticing for the first time, got up, walked over, and pulled the blinds shut. Have you thought about that? I don't know, Imogen. Maybe because whoever did choose me figured I had a chance of getting the story taken seriously. But you have to understand, nothing matters more to me than our baby, okay? So, nothing matters more to you than our baby? Absolutely. What about me? You're a given. Then prove it to me. How can I do that? Go tell the world you're forgetting about it. Post it on Twitter and Facebook, announce you're no longer pursuing the story, post all the sodding coordinates, give them to the world. I can't do that, not yet. Why not? Imogen demanded. Because I don't have the final one, the most important one of all, yet. Then get it and post it as quickly as you can. I'm not sure I can do that. She shook her head. Same old, same old. You come first. Our son doesn't matter. I don't matter. No, Imo, I don't come first. Mankind comes first. And if you believe that, you're a bigger egotist and an even bigger fantasist than I ever realized. She walked out of the room. Chapter 60, Friday, the 10th of March. At 11:30 a.m. the next morning, Ross sat in the curtained privacy of Hussam Uddin's office, gratefully sipping the strong, sweet coffee, his head pounding a little from too much whiskey, which he had sat drinking into the small hours of last night. He was drinking too much, he knew, way more than normal, but nothing was normal anymore. The cleric sat regally, dressed as ever in a brown robe, dark glasses covering his blind eyes. A lit cigarette in his hand hovered over the Cinzano ashtray filled with stubbed-out butts. You've been through an ordeal, Ross, but you escaped. Somehow, not entirely, thanks to your cousin. He was beginning to see more as his eyes became accustomed to the darkness. Perhaps it was through the will of Allah. Ross smiled, and realized it had been several days since he had last smiled. You could say that. He could see the man was not smiling, but looking worried. You were followed here today, Ross. No, he replied emphatically. I kept a careful watch. I am telling you, Ross, you were followed. What makes you say that? You sound tired. Your judgment is impaired today, perhaps. You are dealing with very clever people. They will be following you everywhere, and you will never see them. They will have bugged your phones also. I checked under my car this morning for any tracking devices, and there was nothing. I'm telling you, you will see nothing. Uddin's glasses fixed on him with uncanny precision, as they so often did. Ross, when you came to see me, you said that you needed a man in Luxor with a car who could keep you safe. Now it is all very different. My cousin has a wrecked car that his insurance may not cover, but he failed to protect you, so I am not happy with him. More importantly, you are in trouble. Am I correct? It's not that simple. If I can, I will try to reimburse Hadidi. But listen, I thought as an investigative journalist I had a story to write based on the ramblings of an elderly, deluded widower who believed he had proof of God. But now it seems a whole lot bigger and more real than I could ever have imagined. And more dangerous. Indeed. It involves conclusive proof of God's existence, if I am correct. You are? Uddin placed his hand on his chest. Sometimes, in my heart, I feel envy for those who have unquestioning faith. For them, provided they have lived their lives according to Allah's will, death holds no fears. It's the same for all other faiths, everyone on earth who believes in one God, Muslims, Christians, Jews, Sikhs. They all just interpret him differently. Perhaps the Sikhs most of all. Their aim is to see the divine order that God has given to everything, and through it to understand the nature of God. Perhaps they are closest in their beliefs to my own, that of intelligent design. But no matter, what concerns me at this moment is that a friend of mine is in grave danger. That friend is you, Ross. This is what I hear. What do you know, Udin? I have many friends in my home country, Egypt. I am told by them that what you have brought back to England is an item of the greatest significance. For that reason, it puts you in very great danger. Why do you say that? I am told that you have brought back with you something that belongs to another religion altogether, one that is a sometime enemy of Islam and of other faiths. If this object is real, is what you believe it might be, it is a dangerous thing for you to possess. Many people will be after it. One group have already very nearly killed you for it. They are not going to stop until they have it, and their resources are infinite. You know who they are? Udin put a fresh cigarette in his mouth and attempted to light it from the burning stub of the previous one. Ross watched him as the two ends kept missing each other, wondering if he should intervene. Then they connected. Drawing the smoke in deeply, Udin ignored the question. You brought home with you a tooth. It may or may not be one from your prophet, Jesus Christ. DNA testing may perhaps enlighten you. Ross, staring into the glasses, nodded, wondering, how did he know this? Imagine, my friend, you obtain DNA from this tooth, which turns out to have true provenance. And then, with carbon dating, you establish this did indeed come from 2,000 years ago. You have another object, possibly the cup that Jesus Christ drank from at the Last Supper, and in which, when he was on the cross, some of his blood was captured. Imagine the DNA from this is a match to the tooth. How do you know all this, Hussam? I told you, my friend Ross. I may be entombed in this house, and almost certainly will die here, but I have people out in the world who tell me things. They listen. They are connected. They know. What you have in your possession may turn out to be nothing at all, or may be real. If these are real, there will be many people who will want them and are prepared to take them, and you will be the discarded pawn. You say you know who tried to hijack me, Hussam. Who are they? I have to know. Tell me. You do know who they are. You may not be aware, but for sure you know who they are. All of us do. We swallow their vitamins and pills. We might brush our teeth with their brand of toothpaste, take their cough medicine, swallow their laxatives when we are constipated, use their nasal sprays when we are congested with colds. Some of us will use their stop-smoking aids. This company kills millions of people every year in Africa and other poor countries by selling them untested or out-of-date drugs or powdered milk that does not contain the mother's vital antibodies the babies need. Do you think they will care about one English newspaper reporter's life? Ross stared at him. This sounds like any big pharma. Which one, Udin? Kerklug. Kerklug, Ross echoed. Yes. You're making these people sound like the Antichrist. They only have one religion, Ross, and that is money. The bottom line, at all cost. Are they worried about Jesus returning? That he might put them out of business because he can heal the sick without pharmaceuticals? Udin shook his head, drew on his cigarette and blew out a cloud of smoke. No, Ross. I don't believe they have this thought at all. What they see is the value of possessing the only items in existence containing Jesus Christ's DNA. The marketing value of this for them is incalculable. With a grin, Ross said, "Maybe I should offer them a deal." "I think you will find that the devil doesn't negotiate, my friend." Chapter 61. Friday, the 10th of March. Driving back down towards Brighton, Ross kept an extra close eye on his mirrors. Several times he pulled over at random, waiting as the traffic roared past him. He could see no sign of anyone following him, yet he did not dismiss Hussam Uddin's warning. But how did Uddin know? How did his people know? Uddin said the people who had tried to kill him in Egypt were in the pharmaceutical business. Was the blind cleric right? How did these people, whoever they were, know about him or what he had? Why would... A chill rippled through him as something came back to him. Shit. There was a lay-by a couple of 100 yards ahead, a bus stop. He pulled into it, shaking. His conversation with Sally Hughes. "My uncle's a trustee of Chalice Well, Julius Helmsley. He's a director of a pharmaceutical company." Ross picked up his phone, Googled the name Kerr Klug, and looked at the list of directors, and saw the name, Julius Helmsley, Chief Operating Officer. He sat thinking for some minutes. Were they the people in Egypt? Was it one of their henchmen who had kicked him in the face as he emerged from the well and taken his bag, the one he had planted, containing the biscuit tin and christening mug he had bought in Lewis Flea Market? He drove on, a plan forming in his mind. After a few miles he saw a shopping mall coming up on his right and turned into it. A short distance ahead he saw a large hoarding listing the stores in the mall. As he had hoped, one said Carphone Warehouse. He parked, locked the Audi and entered the mall. 15 minutes later he returned to his car holding a plastic carrier bag. It contained a roll of small stickers he had bought in a stationery shop and 2 fully charged and loaded pay-as-you-go mobile phones, burners as criminals would call them, as they tended to make one call only and discard them so they could not be traced. He sat and labelled the phones, marking them 1 and 2. Then he removed from his wallet the business card Sally had given him and with mobile 1 dialed her number. It rang 5 times, then went to voicemail. "Hi, this is Sally. I'm busy. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you." "Hi, Sally. It's Ross Hunter. Could you give me a call back on this number? It should have come up on your phone." He drove out of the car park and pulled out back onto the A23. Watching vigilantly once more for anyone who might be holding back, waiting to follow him, but saw no sign of anything suspicious. As he drove on, he lapsed back into his thoughts. If the ATGC report on the DNA showed a connection between the tooth and the cup, what could he do? There had to be a way of writing his story that would take him and Imogen out of danger, surely. What about if he simply went public? Perhaps after getting the final set of coordinates from that strange old solicitor in Birmingham, Robert Anholtz-Berry, put it all out into the public domain, then walk away from it. His iPhone began ringing. "Ross Hunter," he answered. "Mr. Hunter, it's DCI Martin Starr from Birmingham Major Crime Unit. We met briefly at the station when you gave your statement about Dr. Cook." "Yes, hi. Are you able to talk?" "I'm driving, but I'm on hands-free." "Would you prefer to speak on a landline when you've stopped?" "No, I'll pull over. Hold on a sec, there's a turn-off just ahead." Ross pulled off the main road and halted the car. "Okay," he said. "Can you tell me again, Mr. Hunter, why you entered the premises of Rose Cottage, Newhurst Village, rather than calling the police?" He thought carefully before answering. "Yes, I had met Dr. Harry F. Cook earlier that week. He had contacted me some days before, telling me he'd been told I was the journalist who could help him regarding... This may sound strange to you. Proof of God's existence." "I see." Starr sounded deadpan and a tad cynical. "Told by who, sir?" Ross hesitated. "A representative of God." "A representative of God?" "I did at the time consider Dr. Cook a bit of a crackpot, but I was intrigued enough to meet him and hear his story." "And you did?" He came down to my home in Sussex and told me more. About proof of God? The detective's voice was sounding more sceptical by the minute. Yes. I see. And what happened? I decided after meeting him that he was a bit, shall we say, politely, earnest, but what, sir? A bit deluded. Yet you decided subsequently to drive all the way from Brighton to Worcestershire to meet him. Well, I called him on Thursday night to tell him I didn't think I could help him, but he implored me to meet him. He said he had some information for me that would change my mind. I'm a journalist, so I thought I should at least hear him out. Then you went to his house, where you found the deceased. I did. And the moment you found his body, you called the police? Correct. Did Dr. Cook at any time mention any enemies to you, Mr. Hunter? Any fanatics who might not share his views? No, he didn't. Are you aware of anyone who might have been upset by him? I'm not, no. I appreciate you've already given my colleagues a statement. If I require a further statement from you, would you be willing to talk to us again? We could come down to you if that is more convenient. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. That's all for now. I'll be in touch again. As Ross ended the call and was about to drive off, he heard an unfamiliar ringtone. It was from one of his new burners, the one he'd used to call Sally. He answered it. Hello, Ross. Her voice sounded even warmer and friendlier than he remembered. Hi, Sally, how are you doing? Yep, okay, you? Well, fine, I think, he replied. It's refreshing to hear a friendly voice. I just came off air with one of our great knights of the theatre. What a pompous prat. It was like having to be interviewed on provincial radio was beneath him. He gave me an evasive answer to every question. So, are you looking forward to your play coming to the Bristol Hippodrome, Sir William? Oh, my love, should I be? I understand you've wanted to play the role of Archie Rice all your life. Not true, my love. Do you have any unfulfilled ambitions, Sir William? Is there a role you want to play? I've played them all, my dear. I hope you stuffed him. I wish I had. There are a million things I wish I'd thought of at the time. There's a great Oscar Wilde line about that, Ross said. He was at a party with the painter, Whistler, and Whistler made a very witty remark. I wish I'd said that, Oscar Wilde replied, to which Whistler retorted, You will, Oscar, you will. She laughed. I so much enjoyed our interview. Lovely to talk to someone who is smart, fun, and has no ego. Oh, sorry I disappointed you in that case. Not remotely. You were a lot more interesting than most of the people I have on my show. You're very kind. So, the reason I called is I wonder if I could have another chat with you, off the record, something very important. Sure. Over the phone, or do you want to meet? It would be better to meet. I'm around this weekend, then I'm away skiing for a few days. He thought quickly. Bristol was about 3 hours' drive from home. They were going to a party at the Hodges tomorrow night. It was Helen's birthday, and he would be in seriously bad odour with Imogen if he ducked out of that. How about I get to you around lunchtime on Sunday? Perhaps we could have a quick pub lunch. A quick one? She sounded disappointed. I think a long one would be much nicer. Again, he felt the same vibe he had as when he had first met her, that frisson of attraction between them. It excited him, and he knew it shouldn't. But he didn't want it to stop. At the same time, he wondered what her real motives were. Was she being duplicitous in some way? A long lunch sounds very nice indeed, he said. Chapter 62. Sunday, the 12th of March. As Ross expected, Imogen was seriously unimpressed that he was spending Sunday driving to Bristol and back. Her sister Virginia, brother-in-law Ben, and their 3 children were coming over for lunch and a walk, and secretly he was very glad to be missing them. Her sister was a virtuous prig who frowned on alcohol and was always the designated driver, and he had, years ago, run out of conversation with her heavy boozer husband, who never had anything of interest to say, and repeated himself interminably the drunker he got. Sally, dressed in tight jeans, suede boots, and white blouse, looked stunning, and was already waiting for him at a wooden table in the busy modern pub. A bottle of Rioja sat in front of her. "Sorry to be late," he said. No need to apologize. Glass of wine? She poured it without waiting for a reply and pushed a menu at him. There are specials on the board. I'm going to have French onion soup and the roast. They do a brilliant roast beef on Sundays. Sounds good. I'll have the same. So, Mr. Ross Hunter, famous journalist, what is so important for you to give up a Sunday to come all this way to have lunch with the provincial radio hack? He found himself struggling to keep their meeting formal. When we talked before, you mentioned your uncle Julius? Julius Helmsley. Right. You said he's on the board of a pharmaceutical company? Yes, pretty high up. Remind me which company he's with, he asked, to double-check. Kerr Klug. Just a little outfit. Indeed, she smiled. I think they're ranked third in the world. Can you tell me a bit about your uncle? Sure. What would you like to know? He sipped some wine and nodded approvingly at her choice. He raised the glass. This is seriously good. Avery's of Bristol. This city's economy was partly founded on the wine trade. Of course. He tried to avoid her gaze, but was finding it difficult. What kind of a guy is your uncle? We're not close. He's my late mother's brother-in-law, I think I told you. She died last year. I'm sorry. No apology necessary. She had a virulent strain of breast cancer. Sally poured more wine into her glass, which was nearly empty, and was about to top his up when he put a hand over his glass. Just the one, he said. I've got a long drive. Have you ever lost someone close to you? She asked. I have, yes. You told me when we talked after the show that something had happened to you that turned you from being a skeptical agnostic into, well, maybe not exactly a believer, but had opened your mind. You said it was too personal to talk about. Are you ready to talk about it now? How about I trade you? Trade me? If I tell you all I can about why I changed, will you tell me about your uncle, like everything about him? She gave him another smile. Okay. He told her about the morning Ricky died, and what had happened to him in the gym in Brighton, and she listened intently, almost spellbound. When he had finished, she said, Ross, this is incredible. I interviewed a doctor who'd made a study of near-death experiences and had written a book about them. A couple of the stories he told me were very similar to what happened to you. He nodded. Yes, I read up a lot about it at the time. There's all kinds of theories about telepathy, about the brain's shutting down processes. And about life after death? She queried. He smiled. I guess one day we'll find out, or not. I'd really like to talk more about this sometime, she said. It really fascinates me. I think there's something in it. Okay, I'm happy to talk more. I think you should write a book about it. Then I could have you back on the show promoting it. Maybe I will one day. Right, your turn. Okay. The thing is, Uncle Julius was always a bit odd when I was a child. He liked to show me chemical experiments, such as making stink bombs and magnesium flashes, like he was a magician. But more recently, I've pretty much lost any connection with him. I've tried to get him on my show, but he's not interested. They're a very secretive organization, like most pharmaceutical companies. They're protective of everything, all their patents and what they have in development. Why are you interested in him? Just curious. She tilted her head. Really? You came all this way to ask me about my uncle. I think that makes you more than just curious. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Apologizing to Sally, he pulled it out and answered it. Hello? Mr. Hunter? Speaking. It's Jolene Thomas from ATGC Forensics. Oh, hi, he said, giving another apologetic signal to the presenter. I've just heard from the lab that we've the initial results for you on the 2 items. Sorry it's a bit later than I'd hoped. The tooth took more time. Could you come over tomorrow? We can go through them and I'll explain what they mean. Have you a match between them? I'm afraid for security reasons I'm not permitted to say anything over the phone. He thanked her and ended the call. Good news? Sally Hughes quizzed. Chapter 63. Monday the 13th of March. Ross detoured via Lewis on his way up to the ATGC Forensics Labs. He pulled into the Needlemaker's car park, stuck a 1-hour pay and display sticker in his windscreen, then hurried down again to the Antiques Emporium that he and Imogen loved visiting occasionally at weekends round the corner. 40 minutes later, he was back in his car and heading north towards Kingston, southwest of London. As had become the norm now, paranoia perhaps, he kept a careful check in his mirrors for any signs that he was being followed. He changed his speed frequently to try to flush someone out, accelerating up to 95 mph in short bursts, then dropping back to 50 mph. He parked and walked through into the entrance to the main building, strode across to the reception desk and said that Jolene Thomas was expecting him. The receptionist tore off the visitor's form on which he wrote his name, car registration and time of arrival, and folded it inside a tag on a lanyard. He put it on. A few minutes later, the young forensic scientist appeared, wearing an elegant green dress, and took him up in the lift to the second floor. They walked along a labyrinth of cream-painted corridors, through a series of double doors, then stopped outside another double doorway leading off to the right. On the wall beside it was a black sign with white lettering, headed Scene of Crime. Beneath was indicated Labs 115, 118, 120, 121, 122. Underneath were more, Labs 11, 15, 16, 17, 18. And beneath that, Specialist DNA Forensic DNA Department. Labs 110, 112, 113. FNDAS. Lab 114. She saw Ross looking baffled at the signs and grinned. We deliberately don't make it easy for any strangers to navigate around here. All part of our security, as most of our work in this section is on DNA evidence for police forces. Good to know, he said, aware of the warning from Hussam Uddin and his recent experiences. Have you ever had any break-ins? Touch wood, no. We're aware that plenty of criminals would dearly like to get their hands on some of the evidence we're processing and destroy it. But everything that comes in here is allocated a code, and is only known to the staff by that code. Even if someone hacked our computer system, which is pretty secure, they wouldn't know where to start looking. I can see that, Ross said, as he followed her into another labyrinth, glancing at the signs. Bone Extraction Laboratory, 122. Do not open this door without gloves and a face mask. Warning, do not enter room if the alarm above the door is flashing orange. Jolene finally stopped at a door with a tiny glass and wire mesh panel. She held a tag up to a reader, tapped in a code, and then went through, holding the door for him. He entered a long, open-plan room with about 20 people hunched over workstations, all seemingly deep in concentration. She walked across to a vacant terminal towards the far end, pulled up a chair for him, and sat down beside Ross. She tapped in a password on the keyboard. Beneath the monitor on the cluttered desktop was a box of tissues, a stack of paperwork, and a cardboard coffee cup with the plastic lid on. The screen came to life. Down to the left appeared what looked like an index list, rows of figures that were meaningless to him. In the center of the screen were several columns of pairs of spindly spikes of different heights, each topped with a small disc with a number above it. She turned to Ross. Have you ever looked at DNA before? No. Okay, this is from the cup you gave us. We got a result from the coagulated blood inside it. Blood? Yes, definitely. It was confirmed by presumptive testing. Blood, he said again. Was it Christ's blood? From when he was on the cross? I'm afraid the DNA in that is pretty degraded. What we have from the tooth is better. Each pair of spikes you can see represents the male and the female pairing. We've done, as you requested, the standard mitochondrial and YSTR DNA on both the cup and the tooth. I'll show you the mitochondria and YSTR in a minute. Are you able to at all date this DNA from the cup? No, you'd have to go to carbon dating for that, but I can tell you, in my opinion, I believe this is very old. Any sense how old? She shook her head. It would depend on how and where it has been stored. I'm guessing a few hundred years minimum, and possibly much older than that. But I stress this is only a guess, based on what you've told me. She tapped the keyboard again. A new image appeared. On this one, there were far more spikes, some so close together they resembled park railings, and too close to tell which were the pairs. Then a second image replaced it, this filled with rows of columns containing blocks of the letters ACGT in countless permutations. "This is the mitochondrial from the contents of the cup," she said. "Now, this is where it gets very interesting." She tapped the keyboard again, and more distinct pairs of spikes appeared, again with the numbered discs above them. There were many more than on the first image. "This is what we obtained from crushing the tooth. You see?" He peered closely, unsure exactly what he was looking at. "I think so." Again she tapped the keyboard, and several columns of figures appeared, as completely meaningless to him as the previous ones. He stared hard at them. "What am I meant to be looking at here, Jolene?" She pointed to various pairings of figures on the columns. "These are the points of match of standard DNA between the tooth and the cup. We have the same with the mitochondrial DNA, in fact better, and we have, to my surprise, because it is the least stable of all, a very clear YSTR match between the two items also." "How much of a match is it?" She looked pleased with herself. "Well, if I was presenting this for submission in a court of law by prosecuting counsel, I would say there is a match between the two that is beyond any reasonable doubt, in terms of mathematical probability. Billions to one. There are 7 specific mutations in the mitochondrial DNA, very rare mutations when compared to our database, and 7 different ones in the Y chromosome, again very rare. Exactly the same mutations are present in the DNA from both the tooth and the cup." Ross felt a strange ripple like an electrical current running deep inside him. "It's the same with both the standard and the mitochondrial and the YSTR?" "Yes." "If I understand correctly from what you told me last time about mitochondrial DNA, that means it passes down through the female line unaltered?" "Yes, exactly." "And the YSTR passes down through the male line unaltered as well?" "Correct." "How many generations could either go through, Jolene?" "Well, so long as the reproductive process continues, in which there is a female born for the mitochondrial and a male for the YSTR, who each then in turn give birth, indefinitely." "Unchanged?" he asked to verify. "Unchanged." He was wary of saying too much, yet he felt he could trust this woman. "Okay, so let's say this DNA is 2,000 years old. Am I right in understanding what you are saying, that you could identify someone alive today as being a direct descendant from their mitochondrial DNA containing a unique genetic profile?" "You could, Mr. Hunter. A female, yes." "And from the YSTR?" "A male, yes." He felt on fire. "Do you have anything left from the tooth that you had to crush, anything at all?" "We do," she said. "It's in a glass vial in liquid solution." He felt a massive sense of relief. "That's great. Fantastic. I'd need you to sign release forms, and I'll give you your receipt. Would you want the cup back too?" "Yes, please." Chapter 64, Monday the 13th of March. 40 minutes later, Ross turned off the M25 onto the M23 southbound towards Brighton. He was driving slower than normal on the quiet motorway because he was wrapped up in his thoughts, keeping to a steady 70 mph in the inside lane. The traffic was light and the sun was out, still fairly low in the sky above the distant hills of the South Downs and beaming straight into his eyes, dazzling him. He tugged down the sun visor and an old parking permit fluttered from it. Momentarily distracted, he grabbed it and put it on the passenger seat. Then he noticed the articulated lorry thundering along on his offside in the middle lane. It had drawn alongside him but was not making any effort to pass. It seemed to be pacing him. Why, when the road ahead was clear, did it not just go on past? Then his rear-view mirror filled with the radiator grille of an SUV. The vehicle was inches behind him, tailgating him dangerously. His second sense told him something was wrong. He floored the accelerator, felt the kickdown of the gear change, and the car surged forward, almost straight into the rear of a white van which had cut across the front of the truck and was now right in front of him. He hooted angrily. The van's brake lights came on, it began to slow down, and the truck was slowing too, holding its position beside him. It took him a moment to realize what was happening. There was a classic maneuver the police used for stopping vehicles in pursuits, TPAC, Tactical Pursuit and Containment. 3 or sometimes 4 vehicles would box in the target vehicle and steadily reduce their speed, forcing it to a halt. An exit was coming up. Just as he decided to take it, the SUV behind him suddenly switched lanes, coming up on his inside, blocking his ability to turn off. Ross braked, and the SUV braked. Then he was past the exit ramp, and the SUV switched to the inside lane again, right behind him. He glanced at the hard shoulder. Could he swing left onto that and accelerate past the van in front of him on the inside? As though anticipating his thoughts, the van moved left a little, and an instant later the lorry edged closer towards him and kept on edging. He was either going to collide with it or have to move over to the left, partly onto the hard shoulder. Shit! He moved over, and the lorry moved closer again, forcing him further over onto the wide, hard shoulder. The van's brake lights came on brightly as it slowed, forcing him to reduce speed steadily. 60 mph, 55, 50. He had to do something. Had to. Then he remembered something about brake lights. They came on with the brake pedal, but not with the parking brake. Glancing in his mirror, bracing himself, he yanked up the parking brake handle hard and held it. Heard the scrubbing of his rear wheels locking up, felt the car zigzagging, the steering wheel jerking in his hands, heard the scream of the SUV's tyres, then, in his mirrors, saw it swerving past him on the inside, missing the rear of his car by inches. A shower of sparks as the SUV struck the barrier. Then an instant later, it appeared to catapult off the barrier and shoot across the hard shoulder, striking the lorry almost broadside before barrel rolling. Ross slammed the Audi gearshift into R, and, craning his head over his shoulder, reversed as fast as he could, the car snaking wildly, back up the hard shoulder, his brain racing. The exit was only a couple of 100 yards or so back. What he was doing was illegal and dangerous. If the police came along, great. He would tell them what had happened. If not, he'd take the turn-off. Allowing himself a quick glance down the road, he saw the SUV upside down on the hard shoulder, partly embedded in the side of the truck like an animal feasting on prey. The white van had vanished. He reached the turn-off, waited until there was a gap in the light traffic, which was slowing anyway, then made the dangerous maneuver, backing right across the slip road entrance and accelerating hard away. His head was pounding, his hands shaking. He knew one thing, that what had just happened made it all the more imperative he get to his destination as quickly as possible. Just under an hour later, still very shaken by the incident on the motorway, Ross pulled into the car park of the U-Store depot in Shoreham. He sat still, wondering if he should have called the police and reported that he'd been involved in an accident. Wasn't it an offence to drive away from the scene? Were there CCTV cameras that would have picked it up? Seen him reversing on a motorway? It was something he would have to deal with later. Although, had he actually been involved in an accident, technically, as his car hadn't been touched? Jumping out, Ross hurried to the rear of the Audi. After looking around warily, he grabbed the holdall out of the boot and carried it through into the security hut. The grossly overweight, bored-looking slob of a man in his 30s with greasy, unkempt hair and a single gold earring, who Ross recognized from before, sat behind the counter in front of a bank of CCTV monitors. They showed static views of the exterior of the depot and the interior of the warehouse. The slob was reading a Terry Pratchett novel and eating a submarine with sauce leaking down the sides. The place reeked of curry. A name tag pinned to the lapel of his crumpled, ill-fitting uniform identified him as Ron Spokes. "Hi, Ron," he said cheerily. The miserable-looking guard looked up and gave no sign of recognition. "Yes. You're a Pratchett fan." "He's all right." "I like him too," Ross said. His response was a blank stare. Ross signed in. Ron Spokes pointed at the rear door, pressed a button, and the lock clicked open. He took another bite of his monster sub and returned to his book, ignoring the trickle of sauce running down his chin. Ross carried his bag through the door and into the courtyard. A short distance in front of him was the metal shuttered door of the warehouse. He punched his code into the entry panel and waited as the door clattered upwards. He was pleased that, just as on his previous visits, he was the only person in here. He waited for the door to lower again and strode along through the vast area until he reached his own storage facility. He put the holdall down, entered the combination on the first padlock and inserted his key into the second one, then twisted it, springing it open. Placing his bag inside, he locked the door again, checking both padlocks several times, almost obsessively, before walking back through the security hut, out into the visitors' car park and into his car. He sat in the Audi, checking his email on his phone, but there was nothing of importance. He programmed the address of his next port of call into the sat-nav, drove out of the depot and waited for a gap in the stream of traffic along the busy main road beside Shoreham Harbour. Some distance to his right, parked across the road in front of an office building, was a white van bearing a satellite dish emblem and the name Keith Hawkins Aerials. As he turned left and drove off, heading home, a man in the back of the white van watched him with binoculars from behind darkened glass in the rear doors. A car, part of the current shift of surveillance vehicles that had been swapping places behind him from the moment he had left home this morning, began tailing him once more, carefully remaining several vehicles back. Chapter 65. Monday, the 13th of March. Back at home and ravenous, Ross opened the Audi's boot and removed 3 huge carrier bags bearing the store's name, Safe House Security Systems. He carried them through into the garage and laid them gently on the floor. They contained 5 outdoor CCTV cameras and a control unit that would enable him to see the images on his phone or laptop from wherever in the world he was. Hopefully, it would make Imogen feel a little safer, in addition to the alarm system that was now up and running, and himself, too. He'd always been a bit rubbish at DIY, but the man in the shop assured him installation was easy. With the whole system being wireless and battery-operated, all he had to do was fix each camera with a couple of screws, then follow the simple setup instructions. Even so, he was dubious. From past experience, whenever anyone told him a job such as this was simple, it meant that it might be if you were a rocket scientist. Whenever Imogen saw him with a hammer, a saw, or a screwdriver in his hand, she gave him a worried look. So he decided he would get straight on with it after a very quick bite of lunch and a couple of urgent phone calls, and surprise her when she arrived home this evening. He made himself a cheddar and Branston pickle sandwich, much to Monty's delight, as he gulped down several chunks of cheese which his master slipped him. "You know, Monty, you're meant to taste food, right? You just swallow it down, it could be bloody anything." The dog barked at him. "You want more?" He barked again. "No begging," Ross said dutifully, knowing Imogen did not approve of the dog doing that. Monty sat and stared at him expectantly, tongue hanging out. "So now you're playing the tugging on heartstrings ticket, right?" Monty cocked his head, looking all mournful. Ross cut off a large chunk of the cheese and handed it to him. It was gone in 2 bites. "Just don't tell your mum, okay? Deal?" Monty barked again. "No! Enough, okay? That's it, no more. I'll take you for a walk later on. I've got stuff to do." Ross sat at the kitchen table and picked up his sandwich. As he ate, he glanced through the papers. A couple of pages into the Times, a headline caught his eye. "Pastor warns beware the great impostor." Below it, he read, "Pastor Wesley Wenceslas, the UK's most popular ever evangelist, claims the world political climate of fragmenting established order, anger, and the rise of aggressive politicians is all predicted in the Bible, and heralds the perfect environment for the arrival of the Antichrist." He gave this warning to a packed congregation of his Kensington church yesterday. The Bible tells us that ancient serpent, the devil, who deceived Eve in the Garden of Eden, will appear masquerading as God or the Son of God. The devil will appear in all of the great cities of earth, one at a time. When he appears, the world will be in a desperate position, and cries of suffering will be everywhere. The father of lies and misery, the enemy of all humanity, will feign sympathy for the terrible human suffering he sees. To make his deception believable, he will perform great signs, such as healing the sick and feeding the hungry, Many people will be duped into believing the devil is Almighty God. My path is the right path. Beware the great impostor. Pastor Wesley Wenceslas has 4 churches in England and a further 3 in the USA. His YouTube channel, Wenceslas Ministries TV, has over 5 million subscribers from around the globe. Last year, he appeared at 830th on the Sunday Times Rich List, with a personal fortune of £172 million. During our exclusive interview, Wenceslas gave guarded answers to questions vetted in advance by his publicist, who remained present. When queried about his need for a private Boeing 737 and his current Pray for a Sky Mile fundraising appeal to his worshippers to replace it with an even larger aircraft, the publicist answered it was in the skies where the pastor felt closest to God, and he needed to spend more time up there, away from earthly interference. Ross tore the page out of the paper and folded it. Not much had changed since his article on the pastor a few years ago. The old fraud was still reeling in the suckers. He had some nerve talking about impostors. As he made himself a coffee, he wondered if Wenceslas might possibly have got wind of Harry Cook's story. He carried the mug upstairs along with the article, sat at his desk and checked his emails, still pondering. There was a request from his Sunday Times editor for him to fly to Strasbourg to interview a cross-section of Euro MPs on their views of the UK's latest Brexit negotiations. It was a lucrative gig, but it would take him away for several days, and he could not let go of what he had. He emailed back a reply. Natalie, I'm on the trail of a story which, if it pans out, will blow you away. I can't let go of it at the moment. You'll understand when I file it. Reluctant to turn work down, but can you give the Strasbourg one to someone else? Ross. Kiss. She replied instantly. Need a big story for next Sunday. When can I see it? Can you get it to me by Thursday? Kiss. Ross stared beyond his screen, out through the window, down at his grimy Audi on the drive in front of the house, and at the street beyond. Thursday. His editor had no idea just how big this could be. Nor, he thought ruefully, did he. The DNA match from a tooth that might have come from Jesus Christ with a cup that might have contained Christ's blood. What odds could there be on a tooth from a cave in a mountainous region of Egypt providing a DNA match with a small wooden cup he had recovered from a well in Glastonbury, England? He was about to reply when another email pinged in, this one from Imogen. So, how did it go at the lab? He replied, interesting, tell you all later. Then he replied to his editor, maybe Thursday week, if I'm still alive. The reply came back seconds later. I trust you are joking. He typed back, I wish I was. Opening his address book, he looked up the number of the Birmingham solicitor and dialed it, recognizing the voice of the battle-axe who answered. He gave his name and asked if he could speak to Robert and Holtzberry. I'm afraid he's in conference with a client. May I ask him to call you back? Will he know what it is about? Yes, Ross said. He will. Next, he made a call to attempt to contact a man he had not spoken to since around the time of his return from Afghanistan. He didn't even know for sure he was still alive. He Googled the website of the place where his Uncle Angus resided and found a phone number. He dialed it. Is it possible to speak to the prior? He asked the calm, surprisingly jovial-sounding man who answered. You're speaking to him. Ross explained who he was and what he wanted. Mr. Hunter, you realize that our brothers here are hermits residing under a collective roof. They have chosen the silent life of prayer and contemplation secure from the distractions and intrusions of the world. All I can do is to ask Brother Angus. I will do it via a note with his evening meal, but I cannot promise you a response. As Ross ended the call, he had a thought and entered into Google the words laboratory test tubes. After a few minutes searching through 3 sites, he found exactly what he wanted. Chapter 66, Monday the 13th of March. It wasn't until he got 200 pages into the Pratchett novel that Ron Spokes began to figure out he had read it before. Stuff like that was happening all the time at the moment. and his stomach was going thermonuclear, fizzing and gurgling. There'd been something in that curried sub that had tasted strange. He should have spat it out. Was he now going down with food poisoning on top of everything else? The only good news was it was 5:55 p.m., just 5 minutes to go. Then he could head home via the kebab house, or maybe not, the way his stomach was feeling. But perhaps more food was what it needed. He could give it a try, and spend the evening as he had planned, binging on skewered lamb and honey and pecan ice cream, watching the old movie The Matrix, which his mate Mick at the darts club had been raving about. 6 p.m. We're done. He levered himself off the stool, his knees complaining at standing up after sitting down too long, and waddled over to activate the nighttime alarm system. As he left the front entrance and walked into the damp, misty darkness of the car park, he had an attack of stomach cramps. He could feel the build-up of wind inside him as the cramps tightened for a moment, and he doubled up with tears of pain in his eyes until the cramps finally relaxed their grip. He walked on towards his shitbox rust bucket of a car, the 20-year-old Honda that hadn't been serviced in over a year. The MOT deadline was in 4 days, and there was no way it was going to pass. 3 bald tyres and a knackered exhaust system. Without the car, he didn't know how he was going to get to work. And there was a new lady he had started seeing, Madeline. Was he going to have to take her out on a date by bus? How impressed would she be? He put his key in the lock. Not that there was much point in securing the vehicle. It would take an even sadder loser than himself to steal it, he thought. He eased himself into the driver's seat, pulled the door shut, and fumbled in the darkness to get the key into the ignition. Then he let out a massive fart. "Charming," said a male voice behind him. As he jumped in shock, Spokes felt something hard and cold press into the back of his neck. "This is what you think it is," the voice said. Then an instant later, "Jeez, what have you eaten?" "What do you want?" "I'm here to give you a choice. I can either be your executioner or your fairy godmother." "Very funny." "I'm not joking." The cold barrel of the gun pressed harder into the security guard's neck. "I know how much debt you are in, and I have with me enough cash to clear all your credit cards, £10,000 in folding, so we could do business if you like." "What business?" "I just need you to let me in, deactivate the CCTV, and take me to the locker of one of your customers, Mr. Ross Hunter." "I can't do that." "Oh, yes, you can. I promise you, you can. And you are going to, aren't you?" "You know the trouble I'll get into?" "Not as much trouble as being dead." Chapter 67. Monday, the 13th of March. "Ross, what on earth are you doing?" Imogen asked, climbing out of her car. He stood at the top of the ladder, which was leaning precariously against the front wall of the house, struggling to fix the CCTV camera to the wall just beneath the eaves. "Nearly done." "Nearly done what? Killing yourself?" The screwdriver, along with the 2 roll plugs he had been holding in his mouth, fell to the ground. They were rapidly joined by the electric drill, which fell off the top rung. Shit, bugger." "Get down," she said, sounding furious and gripping the ladder. Sheepishly, he clambered back onto the ground, holding the camera in his left hand. "I bought these this afternoon. I thought it would make us feel safer." "Coming home and finding you at the top of a ladder is going to make me feel safer? I don't think so. You and DIY do not go together. You have a great talent for writing. You're not a bloody electrician." "It's not difficult to put these up, so I can see." He shrugged. "Yeah, well, maybe they are a bit harder than I thought." "Why don't we phone the electrician and ask him to deal with it tomorrow, if he can?" "Maybe that's a good plan," he smiled. "How was your day?" "It was fine until around midday when I got a craving for salt and vinegar crisps." She gave him a guilty look. "I've eaten 3 packs of them, like large packs. Now I'm parched." They went inside. Ross closed the front door and slid home the safety chain. As she knelt and stroked Monty, Imogen asked, "So, the lab, what happened?" "Well," he said, "the DNA is a match. It's crazy. Can you believe it? Between the tooth and the cup? Yes. She blanched. Saliva on the cup? No, from what they identified, it's quite degraded blood. She stared at him in silence. I need a drink, she said. A small glass of white wine, that would be okay, wouldn't it? On the evening you discover your husband is possibly in possession of Jesus Christ's DNA, I think a small glass of wine is permissible. Don't be frivolous. He went to the fridge in silence, took out a bottle of Albarino and began to open it. I'm not being frivolous. I don't like it. I said it before, you are punching way above your weight here, Ross. He brought her glass over, handed it to her, and sat back down. Dr. Cook was killed over this, she said. You were nearly killed in Egypt. I've had threats. Is any bloody story worth risking our lives for? You're into crackpot territory here. Religious fanaticism. Come on. No, Ross, you come on. Get real. Is there anything more real than a DNA match between a tooth in the back of a cave in Egypt and a cup I found sealed in an ancient container in Chalice Well? Just supposing it's true. That Cook really did get a message from God, and I was the person chosen to tell the world, and I walked away from it. I don't think I could live with that. You'll be a fat lot of use to the world dead, she said. I've got to see this through. I have to, okay? Why? Because you owe it to Dr. Cook. You said yourself he was a nutter. He sipped his wine. He's not seeming such a nutter anymore. No? Ross went up to his den and returned with the printouts that Jolene Thomas had given him. He laid them out on the table and talked Imogen through them. So what am I supposed to say? She said when he had finished. That I'm impressed? Tell me what I'm getting wrong here, Imo. This is dynamite. It's possibly the biggest story ever. Can you imagine the headlines? Yes, and that's what scares me. You told me what your bishop friend told you. All the religious factions out there, and the non-religious ones. Potentially delivering to the world proof of God. Could we really ignore that? I could, she said. I'm sure if God cares that much about saving the world, he could find someone else. You have faith, Imogen. Far more than I do. You go to church regularly. I do. But I don't have faith in this madness you've got yourself into. He stared at her and could see the fear in her face. He was fully aware of the danger they were in. He was still shaken by what had happened on the motorway earlier. And yet, it was bigger than just a newspaper story, way bigger. There was just one key piece to the whole thing he had yet to obtain, and with luck, he would get that tomorrow. I'm going to Birmingham tomorrow to see Cook's solicitor again. Come with me. See for yourself. I can't, Ross. You know that. I have to be in the office. Okay. He has the final piece to this puzzle that he's going to give me. That will show, for sure, whether there is any real substance to this story, or if it's just a crazy old man's delusion. I'll make the decision after that. And if there is substance, what then, Ross? He stared down at the table for some moments before looking her in the eye again. He had no answer. Chapter 68. Tuesday the 14th of March. Lancelot Pope had no answer either. It was 10 a.m. He sat dumbfounded opposite Wesley Wenceslas, in the white-carpeted boardroom at Gethsemane Park, with the view through the grand first-floor windows across terraces of perfect green lawn leading down to the lake. There was a man-made island in the shape of a cross, in the centre of which stood a 20-foot-tall white marble statue of the pastor, with his arms open expansively, as if gesturing to the heavens. Around the walls hung the Wenceslas collection of icons, acquired during the past decade from auction sales all over the world. A small tooth and a wooden cup sat on the 20-seater table. The silence was broken momentarily by the buzz of Pope's mobile phone vibrating. He muted it and gave Wenceslas an update from the surveillance team of the previous day, including how their rivals had nearly run Hunter off the road. "Well," said Wenceslas, furious, "I don't see my Smile-a-lot smiling a lot. Do you?" Pope stared again, dumbly, at the two objects. "I'm waiting for your explanation, Lancelot. Meantime, my personal cup of bounteous patience is running dry." Pope picked up the wooden cup and turned it round in his hands for the third time. He had a sheepish expression. "This is what was in Ross Hunter's storage locker at the depot." "And you paid £10,000 for it?" "You did authorize it, boss. I authorized you spending £10,000 to secure the Holy Grail and the tooth belonging to Jesus Christ, so we could protect and guard them in the name of our Lord." He reached across the table and snatched the cup out of his MD's hand. He turned it upside down and held the base up close to Pope's face. "I do not think that the authentic chalice of our Lord, the Holy Grail, would have a Made in China sticker on the bottom. Do you? Is it really likely China was exporting wooden cups to the Holy Land 2,000 years ago?" Pope hesitated. "Probably not." "Probably fucking not! No!" Wenceslas exploded, banging the cup down hard on the table. "We're dealing with someone very smart here, boss. It could be that Hunter took this label off something else and stuck it on the chalice to try to fool everyone." "Is that what you really think?" He picked up the tooth. "And you think that Jesus Christ, our Lord, was a vampire, do you?" "A vampire? I don't know what dentists were like back in the days of our Lord, but I'm doubting they carved teeth into fangs, or am I missing something here?" Pope stifled a nervous grin. "No, you're not. You could be right, boss. This is not a human tooth. This belongs to an animal, a wild animal. I don't know anything about teeth, but I know one that isn't human when I see it. We've just paid £10,000 that could have gone to help the poor on a crap wooden souvenir and the tooth of a dead dog. We've been had." "Maybe Hunter has been had?" Pope replied lamely. "This is what was in his locker." "Then the Holy Grail and the real tooth of our Lord Jesus Christ are somewhere else, not in Mr. Hunter's locker. Find them, and find them fast." "Leave it with me, boss." Wenceslas stared at him. "We do not have long. Word will be getting out about what this man, Hunter, has. He is still being followed and observed? 24/7. So where is he right at this minute?" Pope consulted an app on his phone. After a few moments, he gave Wenceslas a wary look. "He left Brighton 20 minutes ago and drove through the village of Henfield, approximately 10 miles north of there. The team have momentarily lost visual on him." Wenceslas banged both fists on the table repeatedly. What? "It's okay. They're not far behind. They'll find him again." "Sure they will. Just like you found the Holy Grail. I'll tell you where they should start looking. How about a souvenir stall in a Shanghai street market?" Chapter 69. Tuesday, the 14th of March. Ross had driven past the sign countless times, as had hundreds of thousands of others, barely noticing it, and he almost missed it now. St. Hugh's Charterhouse. A small white board on the grass verge in front of an unruly hedge, discreetly marking the entrance to the monastery. He braked hard, putting out his hand to stop his clinking bag tumbling off the passenger seat into the footwell, and turned sharp left onto a paved driveway. He drove past a small cottage with no sign of life. The driveway curved before straightening out and passing under the archway of a gatehouse. Straight ahead was an imposing-looking edifice that reminded him of one of the grand Cambridge University buildings. The tallest part, topped with 3 spires, was flanked on both sides by glassed-in, cloistered wings, and had a grand oak door. He pulled up, climbed out, and lugged the clinking carrier bag from the passenger seat, collecting his rucksack from the boot. The door opened, and a chubby man in his 60s with white robes, a white skull cap, and wearing Birkenstocks appeared. He strode across with a friendly smile, exuding more the air of a bon viveur than an ascetic monk. "Mr. Hunter?" "Yes." He held out his hand. "I am Father Raphael, the prior. We spoke yesterday. Welcome to our humble abode." Ross responded, smiling. "Well, doesn't look that humble." "Well, actually we are rather blessed. Among other things, we have the longest cloisters of any monastery in the United Kingdom." "Is that so?" "Indeed. As the actor Michael Caine might say, not a lot of people know that." Ross grinned, surprised to find the prior so worldly. "But I don't think you have come, Mr. Hunter, to hear about the length of our cloisters. Let me take you to your Uncle Angus. He was very pleased to have word from you, much to my surprise, but that's good. I believe contact with the outside world is not always a bad thing, even for those leading the cloistered life. He is not enjoying the best of health, so I hope your visit will cheer him up." Ross followed him along a paved, high-ceilinged corridor with stark, bare stone walls and frequent columns. They passed a wooden notice board with a list of names. He only had time to absorb a few of them: Brother William, Dom Pachomius, Brother Alban, Dom Ignatius, Dom Henry, Dom Stephen Mary, then a small cream sign, "Haircut, 9:30 to 10. They turned a corner and entered a long, narrow, cloistered walkway. It had a grey flagstone floor and white walls, crisscrossed with cream-vaulted arches, which stretched away seemingly to the distant horizon. Every 20 yards or so was a closed, ornate wooden door with a Latin inscription above. A short distance along, the prior stopped outside one of these doors. Ross looked at the Latin but had no idea what it meant. "Mihi enim vivere Christus est, et mori lucrum." The prior rapped on the door. Ross tried to remember the last conversation he had had with his uncle. Angus had long been referred to by his parents as the black sheep of the family. In photographs, Angus had shoulder-length hair, tinted round spectacles, and was dressed in a black T-shirt, skinny jeans, and Cuban-heeled boots. Ross used to think it was cool to have an uncle who was a rocker. Now he had no idea what to expect. But even so, as the door opened very slowly, as if by an elderly woman afraid of an intruder, he was shocked by the gaunt figure that appeared. With his sallow skin and shaven head, wearing a robe with a pointed hood, his uncle looked like a ghost. Those once mischievous, twinkling, nut-brown eyes were now like burned-out stars in a collapsing universe. And the grin he remembered, the confident grin as if the world was all one big joke, was now a thin, sad smile. "Ross? Ross? It is you, isn't it? Oh, Ross," he said in a voice that still retained some of its old, ebullient energy. He held out a frail, bony hand, and Ross shook it gently. His uncle peered at him closely. "Please, come in. I'm afraid it's not the presidential suite at the Four Seasons." Ross looked at the prior, who beamed beatifically. "I will leave you together." As his uncle closed the door, Ross found himself in a narrow, tiled hallway, at the end of which, 10 metres away, sat a painted statuette of the Virgin Mary on a piece of tree trunk. A framed icon hung on a wall at the far end, bathed in light from a window. "I've not resided in many other monasteries, but apparently I'm very lucky, Ross," his uncle said. "They built this place to accommodate 200 monks, and there are only 23 of us here. I have 2 whole floors, a nice workshop, and a garden all to myself. It's like my own house, and with no noisy neighbours to worry about. Come on in." It was only a short stone staircase, but Ross could see how sick his uncle was from the length of time it took him to climb the steps, frequently stopping for breath. At the top was a Spartan room with bare floorboards. The only furniture was a desk and chair, on which sat an angle-poised lamp, a few books, including a Bible, and a calendar. There was an unlit wood-burning stove, and a recess with a crucifix on the wall that looked to Ross like a prayer area. Through an open doorway he could see a turquoise hot water bottle hanging from a hook, and a narrow, recessed bed. "I've brought you a gift, Uncle Angus," he said, and handed him the carrier bag. "A gift?" The monk held the bag with a faraway smile, as if a distant memory had been triggered. Setting the bag down on the floor, its weight seeming too much for him, His uncle looked close to tears. "I don't remember the last time I received a gift. This is kind, very kind." Ross was so touched by his genuine astonishment, he felt tears welling in his own eyes. "I didn't know if you were permitted." The monk removed the 4 bottles of claret, one at a time, holding them up to the light and inspecting them with an expression of sheer joy that shed years from his countenance. "Red wine. French. It is years since I drank anything other than communion wine." He delved further into the bag and removed an item, holding it up. "A corkscrew. You are so thoughtful. Bless you." Ross stood awkwardly, unsure how to react to the old man's pure happiness. He now wished he had brought him more bottles. Then he opened his rucksack and removed the carefully wrapped wooden cup, back in its wooden container, and a small glass vial containing a few drops of opaque fluid and sealed with a white plastic cap. He placed them on his uncle's desk. Looking at the items with curiosity, Angus said, "Please sit down, Ross. I'm afraid I don't have much furniture. We don't do much entertaining in our cells." He smiled. "You are actually the only guest I have ever had." Ross grinned. "I'm fine standing." "You know, I always liked you, Ross. I was certain you would amount to something in life. We have so many years to catch up on. We should drink, I think." "No, please, keep these for yourself, to enjoy." "Well, I don't know if my medication or my vows permit, but perhaps the Lord will forgive an old sick man for a small indulgence." He looked at the bottles again. "This is such temptation. You are so kind." He opened the wooden container and peered inside. "And you provide me with a wine glass, too." "Actually, Uncle Angus," Ross said, his tone serious now, "that cup is not for you to drink from, and the vial does not contain something to get you high on." "You remember the old days, yes, when I had my group, Satan's Creed. We toured as the warm-up band for Black Sabbath." "I do. My dad told me all about it. I was very proud of you. You were my cool uncle." The old man smiled, happiness creasing his face. "So, tell me, why has God brought you here to see an old man who once embarrassed your family and who is now not long for this world?" Ross pointed at the 2 items on the desk. "Uncle Angus, I need you to keep these safe for me, as a favour, to hide them, put them somewhere very safe. They are important to you. Not me. They are important to the world, to mankind. I don't want them falling into the wrong hands. There are a lot of people who want these very badly." Brother Angus frowned. "How much do you want to tell me?" "Perhaps I should leave it for God to tell you." His uncle led him across to the window by the desk and pointed through it. Down below was a walled garden. Beyond was a long rectangular graveyard with neat rows of plain wooden crosses planted in well-tended grass bounded by the cloisters. "Soon I will have one of those crosses, Ross. I don't know how long the Lord will spare me. I have a cancer that is, unfortunately, rather an adventurous one, so the doctor told me. It has managed to travel to just about every part of my body. I've named it Marco Polo." Ross smiled again. "Are you having any treatment?" "No, it is beyond that, but it's okay. I've had my life. I have a mission still to complete, and I believe our Lord will allow me to complete it." "I'm sorry to hear that, Uncle." "Don't be. But what I'm saying is that if you need something important to be protected, I'm probably not the best person." "You are. If you could do me this one favour, as I'm not sure how much longer I have to live either, I'm sure you will know where to keep these items safe and hidden. You are ill, Ross? You don't look sick to me. Not ill, but in danger. Very big danger. Oh? Tell me. Ross pointed at the cup and the vial. I don't want to put you in danger too, on top of what you're already going through. What can harm a dying man? The old monk fell silent for some moments. Then he put the corkscrew and one bottle on the desk, went out of the room, and came back with 2 mismatched glasses. It's a long, long while, many years, since I drank with anyone other than at communion. I feel this is the moment. God will forgive us both. But I do have to drive to Birmingham, unfortunately. Brother Angus replied. What was that expression we used to have so many years ago? One for the road? A few minutes later they clinked glasses. God bless you, his uncle said. Before he left, Ross told his uncle the whole story. He felt he needed to know what he had to safeguard. His uncle told him he had an idea. Chapter 70. Tuesday, the 14th of March. 2 hours later, Ross pulled into a motorway service station to refuel. The sat-nav told him he had a further 1 hour and 20 minutes to his destination. The effect of the small glass of red wine had worn off a long while ago, and he was badly in need of a pee, a caffeine hit, and something to eat. He drove from the pumps into a parking bay and entered the garish, rammed interior of the service station. Since leaving the monastery, he'd been feeling a strange mix of emotions about his uncle. It had been hard to reconcile the frail, lonely man in his stark, surprisingly spacious accommodation with the former wild rocker. Yet his uncle's clear faith touched him deeply, as had the sheer glee on the old man's face at seeing the bottles of wine. How could a hedonist like Uncle Angus closet himself away from the world and live a solitary life of constant prayer, with rejection and denial of all pleasures? Could anyone, if they were buoyed up by their faith, if it was strong enough? His uncle was no fool. He was like countless intelligent people around the world who had faith, a belief that remained intact no matter what happened to them. In some ways they were lucky. He thought back to Harry Cook. 2 sets of compass coordinates, taking him to a cup in a well in Glastonbury and a tooth in a cave in Egypt. An attempt on his life, his wife threatened. The warnings of Benedict Carmichael, the message from his dead brother. This planet that he was stuck to like glue by gravity. One of 100 billion trillion, perhaps, and counting in the universe. This beautiful planet, this dog-eat-dog, polluted, miraculous place, torn apart daily by hatred born so often from different religious beliefs, different factions of the same belief. Such minuscule differences between so many of the religions, semantics between some others, all of them ultimately believing in a supreme God. Sunni, Shiite, Roman Catholics, Anglo-Catholics, free churches, charismatic and conservative evangelicals, Salvation Army, exclusive brethren, Quakers, Jews, Hindus, Sikhs, the list was endless. Would they be divided until the end of time? Until every different faith on this amazing planet was consumed by nuclear dust? Or did Harry F. Cook truly have something that could change our world, as he had suggested? He thought of the words of the astronaut Frank Borman on Apollo 8. When you're finally up at the moon looking back on Earth, all those differences and nationalistic traits are pretty well going to blend. And you're going to get a concept that maybe this really is one world. And why the hell can't we learn to live together like decent people? That was how Ross felt, looking around at the signs inside the service station, Burger King, W.H. Smith, Costa, and at all the other travellers coming in and walking out, many of them looking fatigued by whatever journey they were on. Someone bumped into him, hurrying on without apologizing. A couple walked past him, pushing a baby in a buggy. That would be himself and Imogen in a few months' time. What world would their son be born into, he wondered, as he entered the main restaurant area, wrinkling his nose at the ingrained smell of fried food. A world that might not last unless something changed dramatically. A change that, however improbably, he might be the person to unlock. He owed it to his unborn son to see through this strange mission. He knew deep in his heart that if he walked away from it, he would never be able to look his son in the eye as he grew up. Taking a tray, he wandered along the line of counters, passing the salads and the other healthy options. He was in need of something warm and filling, something to give him energy. He asked the server for fish and chips and mushy peas, and then, further along, he requested a large coffee and helped himself to a bottle of mineral water. He paid, then went over to another counter, took a knife and fork, poured some milk into his coffee, took several sachets of ketchup, vinegar, salt and pepper, and carried his meal over to a table by the window. Outside, through the window, he saw two women standing smoking in the falling drizzle. He set everything down and put the tray into a rack close by, then sat and picked up a ketchup sachet. As he was about to tear it open, a slim man in his 40s with short, neat, dark hair, wearing a trench coat over a suit and holding a cardboard cup with a lid on, slipped purposefully into the empty chair beside him. Annoyed at the invasion of privacy, when there were plenty of empty tables all around, he glared at the man. But the man merely smiled back at him, as if in recognition. He had a strong face with a serious expression, and Ross noticed he wore a signet ring on his wedding finger. Not interested in engaging in conversation with a bored fellow traveller, Ross was about to stand up and move to a vacant table nearby when the man spoke in a silky, assured voice. "Ross Hunter." "Yes?" The stranger shot a glance around him before speaking and lowered his voice. "Stuart Ivans from the Ministry of Defence." He discreetly flipped open his wallet, displaying an ID card in a plastic window inside. "I'm sorry to interrupt your lunch," he said politely. "Would you mind if we had a quick chat?" "What about?" Ross stared at the ID, reading the small but clear MI5. A few years ago, he'd written a piece about the mysterious death of a man suspected of being an MI5 agent who had been found dead in a London flat, zipped into a hold-all bag, dressed head to toe in latex and wearing a gimp mask. All his attempts at establishing the facts from the security agency had been stonewalled. He had never managed to establish whether the man had died as a result of a bondage game gone wrong or whether he had been murdered. But this could not be related to that piece, surely not after all this time. He had a pretty shrewd idea what the man was going to talk to him about, and he was right. "I believe you were acquainted with the late Dr. Harry Cook," Stuart Ivans said pleasantly. "What do you know about him?" Ross asked suspiciously. "Probably not as much as you do, Mr. Hunter," he said, removing the lid of his carton to reveal steaming coffee, "but enough for us to be very concerned for national security and for your own safety." Ross stared at him. "Look, let's cut straight to the chase. Following your encounter with Dr. Cook, you now have in your possession some items you believe might relate to proof of God, correct?" "How do you know what I have?" "In these days of heightened security, it is our business to know, call it national security, a watching brief," he said calmly, maintaining his courteous tone. "You think you have a potential story, but it has far-reaching consequences that you may not realize, and it poses a very real threat to your own life." "I'm aware of that." "Are you?" Stuart Ivans gave him a quizzical stare. "If what you have is indeed genuine, do you really understand the ramifications? Even if it's not authentic, but you produce a plausible story, the potential consequences are a nightmare scenario of civil unrest in our country and beyond." Ross looked at him. "What is it you think I have, or might have?" "Some things that might prove God's existence, Mr. Hunter." He was making Ross feel very deeply uncomfortable. "I don't have proof. Not yet. I'm still a long way from it, if it's real at all, or even possible to prove. And even if I could prove it, would the world believe me? I may be on a wild goose chase. Are you planning to arrest me or something, lock me up and torture me?" Ivan smiled thinly. "Not at all. Nor am I here to threaten you in any way. You're a respected journalist. You know as well as anyone just what a sensitive topic religion is in our country today, and throughout many parts of the world. So you want me to forget it. That's not what I'm here to ask you. I would just like you to think about the responsibility you have, to consider the consequences of anything you may go public with. Would you be willing to run your story by us before publishing? Ross looked at the man. This whole thing felt surreal. I'd have to think about that and talk to my editor. I can't make any promises. Ivans blew calmly on his coffee, then sipped it. Was this for real? Was he in a motorway cafeteria talking to a spy? You're a very intelligent man, Mr. Hunter. How many places can you name where they have faith in God, and where that very faith is ripping them apart, and has been doing so for years, decades? Belfast, Yemen, Syria, Iran, Iraq, Nigeria. How far back in history do you need to go? Ivan sipped more of his coffee. Did Dr. Cook tell you exactly whose God it was that he was going to give you proof of? After some moments, Ross replied, No. He was feeling an uncomfortable reality check going on inside him. Exactly. Every division of every faith has its own interpretation. Ivans pulled out a business card and slipped it to Ross. You're an influential journalist, and the UK press will publish much of what you write. You've covered many important topics in your career, including embarrassing the government over equipment for the military in Afghanistan, which they fully deserved. I couldn't possibly comment on that. Ivans gave him a strange smile. Really? Do I take that as a positive? Ivans smiled again. Let's not go there, other than to say I respect your guts. We are dealing now with something very different. Just consider this. Maybe, and I don't want to cast any aspersions on your integrity or intelligence, you don't completely comprehend quite how far out of your depth you might be here. The world of religious faith is not a rational one, and never has been. There are religious divisions in this country, and around the world, on a scale that is unprecedented. As you must be well aware, our national security is under severe threat from these divisions. You may be under the impression that proving the existence of God could restore balance in the world. Consider if it had the reverse effect. That's all I'm saying to you. If you want to discuss anything with me, you have my contact details on this card. You can reach me 24/7. Ivans handed him his card, stood, picked up his cup and gave Ross a wry smile. I'm sorry to have interrupted your lunch. He began to walk off, then stopped and turned back. Oh, by the way, a word of advice. Never a good idea to leave rucksacks lying around in cafes, especially not these days.
Chapter 71, Tuesday the 14th of March. For some time after his nephew had departed, Brother Angus felt sad, knowing it was unlikely he would live long enough to ever see him again. He also felt an immense weight of responsibility as he stared at the wooden cup and the glass vial with the small amount of fluid it contained. He carried them into his cubicle, closed his eyes and knelt, asking for strength from God to protect them, as he had been bidden by Ross, and he prayed for Ross, too. He thought about Ross's words. Perhaps God would explain what he should do. But after an hour, God said nothing more to him. He had a feeling, just a sense, nothing that was coming to him loud and clear, though, that this visit from Ross and these items were connected to the doubts he had been having about faith and his concerns for the world. He felt an overwhelming sense of duty to his nephew to protect these two items. Yes, he knew he could request them to be buried with him, but equally he was aware the parlous state of finances of this monastery. Just 23 monks, including himself, in a monastery built to accommodate very many more. In a few years, perhaps, it might be sold. Perhaps turned into a country house hotel with a golf course. He understood how the world worked. A property developer would not care about the graves. Brother Angus needed to do something to respect his nephew's wishes, to ensure the preservation of these two items undisturbed forever.
Perhaps it was God now telling him. Or was it his own common sense? The idea he'd had earlier was taking root. The one person he knew whom he could trust and was in a place of complete safety. As he laid the objects in the cupboard by his bed, the more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. He would go and ask the prior. If he said no, so be it. But God would surely guide him to agree. Chapter 72, Tuesday the 14th of March. The green line on the map on Ross's sat-nav screen directed him round the maze that was Spaghetti Junction. Was this the world's ugliest and most complicated road junction ever constructed? Surely somewhere in the heart of the person who designed it, he pondered, must have resided a sense of basic decency and community spirit, however much that was lacking in the end result. The map vanished and was replaced by a fat white line curled round on itself and pointing backwards. It was accompanied by the stentorian sat-nav female voice ordering him to make a U-turn. Yeah, great. I'm on a sodding motorway, he replied to her, feeling frazzled from his long drive, and having his lunch interrupted by smooth Stuart Ivans from MI5. The pelting rain wasn't helping his mood either. His phone rang. He hit the button to answer it on hands-free. Ross? It was Imogen, her voice sounding uneasy. Hi, how are you? Where are you? Somewhere outside Birmingham and about to drive up my own sodding backside. What's up? The map reappeared and the sat-nav arrow indicated the turn-off coming up. It was accompanied by the woman's voice ordering him to turn at the next left. He did so, and then saw he was heading exactly where he did not want to go, on the southbound M6, the direction he had just come from. Damn! There's a man turned up at the office, Imogen said. Had she had a visit from the MI5 guy, Stuart Ivans, too? Who was he? What did he want? Ross peered through the windscreen for any sign of the next exit. Someone called Monsignor Giuseppe Silvestri, it sounded like. He arrived in a chauffeured car and claimed to be representing the Vatican. He said he needed to speak to me in private, so I took him into a conference room. And? He told me, if you can prove what you have is real, they would be willing to buy the items. He pretty much implied you could name your price. The Vatican? Ross, why don't you do that? See what they offer, then we can distance ourselves from this whole thing. Name my price? Yes. I got the feeling they would pay serious money, very serious money. Imo, look, I don't have— Ross, she implored, please listen. Whatever we are into, this is scaring me witless. You're smart and a great reporter, but whatever the truth of this story you're pursuing, it's too dangerous. At least meet with him tomorrow and listen to what he has to say. Let me have this meeting up here in Birmingham and then I'll see, okay? The next exit was coming up. I'm not sure I want to be a part of any of this any longer, Ross. Look, I'll call you as soon as I've met Anholt Sperry again, okay? I've got to focus on the road. Okay, she said bleakly. Call me back when you can. When will you be home? I should be back by 7 or so. You'll be home before me. Take Monty out for a walk if you can. I won't be back until after 10. I'm having a bite with an old school friend who's in town for a conference. Who's that? Jenny Elkington. Haven't seen her since sixth form. Okay, great. Have fun, he said. He'd never heard her name before, and however much he tried, there was always a nagging doubt in his mind, wondering just who she might really be meeting. There was something about the way she had started behaving quite some months ago now that brought back memories of the time she'd had the affair. She'd confessed some while later that it had been going on for many months, and thinking back through that time, as he had done often in the aftermath, he realized he'd seen the signs before he'd gone to Afghanistan, but ignored them. The same signs he was seeing again now, even though she was pregnant. Or was he seeing ghosts? Chapter 73, Tuesday the 14th of March. 25 minutes later, Ross pulled up in a parking space a short distance along the road from the offices of Anholt Sperry Brine. He stepped out and hurried along the pavement, ducking his head against the rain, passing a parked Ducati motorcycle with 2 panniers, ran up the steps to the entrance porch and pressed the buzzer. Almost immediately there was a sharp click. He pushed the heavy black door open. A figure who looked like a courier, clad in black leathers, wearing a full-face motorcycling helmet with the visor down and holding a small briefcase, barged past him without any apology. As he did so, Ross felt a strange, invisible pull towards the man, like an unseen hand, just for a brief instant, and the St. Christopher's medallion that Imogen had given him years ago felt as if it was tugging against the front of his shirt. Or had he imagined it? The reception area was rammed, with every chair taken, reminding him of a doctor's waiting room. Several members of an Asian family were seated in a group, all in earnest discussion. A gloomy young couple sat holding hands and staring vacantly ahead. An anxious-looking man in his 50s was surreptitiously holding an e-cigarette and vaping. On another chair sat a woman in a burqa with a screaming baby. The same harridan he recognized from his previous visit was perched behind the tall wooden counter and gave Ross a frosty look as he walked up to her. "Yes, I have an appointment with Mr. Anholt Sperry." She riffled through an appointment sheet. 3 o'clock? "Yes. It's chaos here today, and his secretary never turned up. I just saw his last appointment leave." She pressed an intercom buzzer, then she shook her head, her expression thawing a little. "He has no idea how to work this. You better go up. You know the way?" "I do." He strode up the 3 flights of narrow, rickety stairs and knocked on the right-hand door when he reached the top. There was no answer. He knocked again, harder, and waited. There was still no response. He pushed the door open, slowly, and saw the same cluttered office he remembered from his previous visit, with stacks of files scattered around the floor and piles of papers on the desk. Robert Anholt Sperry himself sat very upright behind it, with his heavily jowled face, moles, and threadbare comb-over, his hands resting on the leather top of the desk. He was dressed, as before, in a frayed check shirt and badly knotted old Harrovian tie, and was staring blankly ahead of him with a bemused expression. "Oh, sorry to barge in. Your lady downstairs said to come up." There was no response from the solicitor. The man was utterly motionless, his eyes unblinking. "Mr. Anholt Sperry?" He took a step closer, and now he could see the man wasn't breathing. Ross felt as if he had stepped into a deep freeze and someone had closed the door behind him. He raced downstairs to the receptionist. Chapter 74. Tuesday the 14th of March. As Brother Angus entered the prior's grand office, he'd never stepped foot in here before in all the years he'd been in this monastery. He stared around in awe. At the book-lined shelves, the comfortable leather chairs, the computer, printer, and the wall-mounted television. It could have been the office of the chief executive of a multinational corporation, rather than of the man who was the custodian of 23 disparate monks. It reminded Brother Angus of all he had left behind when he entered Holy Orders. But it also served to remind him that he missed none of this. The simplicity of his life of contemplation, or to be exact, his second life after his wild youth, had given him a peace and contentment he had never found in all the drug-fueled years of playing gigs, sleeping with groupies, and earning ridiculous amounts of money. There had been a time back then when the idea of death had terrified him. It had all changed when he entered the monastic commune of Mount Athos and discovered his faith, and that had strengthened even further when he had come here after burying his mother. No fears, no anxieties, no responsibilities beyond his daily prayers for the world. Soon his body would be buried too, like his mother's, just an empty shell, his spirit, his soul, called to a higher purpose. "Your silent contemplation has been interrupted already today, Brother Angus," the prior said in his richly engaging voice. "Please take a seat at my desk. Make your phone call. Something is happening in your life, is it not?" "Something, yes, Prior." Angus sat down, grateful to be able to conserve some energy. "I feel it also, Brother Angus. The Lord told me today in my morning prayers that you are tasked with something extremely important for all of us,
Would I be correct?" "I believe so, Father Raphael." The two men were silent for some moments. The prior knew the rules of privacy here, and did not try to pry. "Brother Angus, my door is always open. I will leave you alone to make your phone call. If you ever wish to talk, please come to me. Don't leave it too late. Will you assure me?" "I assure you, Father Raphael." The prior went out of the room and closed the door. Brother Angus stared at the modern handset lying in its base unit. It was a long time since he had last made a telephone call. He opened out the piece of folded paper he had carried in his hand, flattened it on the desk, and then picked up the receiver with trepidation and dialed the overseas number. There was a long silence. Perhaps it was no longer in service, he thought. Then he heard a single beep, followed by another, then another. Finally he heard a click, followed by a gruff, suspicious Greek voice. During his years in the monastery of Simonopetra on Mount Athos, he'd had to learn basic Greek in order to communicate with most of the monks there. In Greek he said, "Hello, my name is Brother Angus. I was a resident some years ago. I need very urgently to speak to my cousin, the American Brother Pete. Is he still with you?" The voice remained gruff and suspicious, as if irritated by the intrusion. He informed Brother Angus that Brother Pete was indeed still with them, still the monastery's guest master. "It is very important," Brother Angus said. "This is ordained by God." After a long silence, the monk at the other end said, "You may call at 10 minutes to 7 this evening, after our evening meal. I will tell Brother Pete he has permission to speak to you, if he wishes to." Brother Angus thanked him profusely.